You must have heard of Joan of Arc, the peasant girl who became a national heroine and a saint of the Catholic Church. Claiming to have received visions from Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, instructing her to support Charles VII and recover France from English dominion late in the 100 Years' War, Joan was given a place in the military as a standard bearer. In fact, her presence inspired the French troops, and she played a crucial role in lifting the siege of Orleans in 1429, marking a turning point in the war. However, captured by the Burgundians in 1430, Joan was sold to the English and then placed on trial for charges including heresy and witchcraft. What happened next? Maybe you know. But whichever the case, if you've come to learn about Joan of Arc, I can guide you through it, from start to finish. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's great to see you again, as always. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a larger audience, a like and subscribe always helps with that. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the good stuff. A biography of Joan of Arc. Please, make yourself comfortable. Let's start from the beginning. Joan of Arc was born around 1412 in Domremy, a village located in what is now the Vosges region of northeastern France. The exact date of her birth remains unknown, and she was vague about her age in her own statements. We do know, however, that she was the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, and grew up in a family that included 3 brothers and a sister. As for her parents, her father was a peasant farmer who owned approximately 50 acres of land. He also served as a village official, where he collected taxes and headed up the local watch, which wasn't a bad deal since it supplemented his income somewhat. Joan's early life unfolded against the backdrop of the 100 Years' War. That was a prolonged conflict between England and France that began in 1337. This war was primarily fought over territorial disputes and claims to the French throne by the English. Well, by the time of Joan's birth, the war had severely impacted France's economy and led to all sorts of internal issues and political fragmentation within the country. The French monarchy in particular was unstable during this period. King Charles VI, known for his bouts of mental illness, often found himself simply unable to rule, and the times where he could rule, well, perhaps he shouldn't have. The king's complete incapacity led to intense rivalries for control of the regency, primarily between his brother Louis, the Duke of Orleans, and his cousin John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. Well, the assassination of the Duke of Orleans, Louis, in 1407 by the Duke of Burgundy, that John the Fearless, ignited a civil war between 2 houses, the Armagnacs, supporters of the Duke of Orleans' son, Charles of Orleans, and later Dauphin Charles, and the Burgundians. I'm sure you've heard of them before. As these internal conflicts continued to plague and weaken France, Henry V of England watched on and decided to take advantage of the situation. This came in the form of invading France in the year 1415. Well, the Burgundians managed to capture Paris in 1418, and the assassination of John the Fearless in 1419 during peace negotiations with the Dauphin further escalated tensions. In came Philip the Good, the new Duke of Burgundy, then allied with the English. The political chaos deepened when Charles VI, influenced by accusations against the Dauphin as a murderer and spurred on by his wife Isabeau of Bavaria, disinherited the Dauphin through the Treaty of Troyes. This treaty also arranged the marriage of their daughter, Catherine of Valois, to Henry V, and designated their heirs as successors to the French throne. You can see how things are getting a little bit complex, a lot of moving parts and different characters. Well, I'm afraid to tell you it only gets worse. In 1422, the deaths of both Henry V and Charles VI left the French throne contested between the infant Henry VI of England, who was obviously way too young to rule, but declared heir by the Treaty of Troyes, and Dauphin Charles VII, who continued to claim his right to the throne despite the treaty and allegations regarding his legitimacy. This ongoing dispute, of course, set the stage for Joan of Arc's later involvement in the war and her support for Charles VII's cause. Now, back to Joan of Arc now we've set the scene. Of course, as I had mentioned, born in 1412 in Domremy in northeastern France. She was, of course, deeply affected by the ongoing war, just like everybody else. It's never a good time to grow up during a full-scale conflict. Her parents, Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, were both peasant farmers, and she helped out as any normal peasant daughter or son would, with household chores, field work, and tending animals. It was a very normal upbringing for Joan. Domremy, in particular, was located at the Duchy of Bar and was surrounded by pro-Burgundian territories. Yet the village remained staunchly loyal to the Armagnac cause, which supported the French crown against English and Burgundian opposition. The region experienced direct impacts of the war in 1425. Domremy was subjected to a rather brutal raid, catalyzing local sentiment against the English presence in France. It was around this time that Joan, who was then only at the age of 13, began experiencing rather peculiar visions. And it wasn't a one-off. These were happening quite a lot. Well, what was she dreaming of? Or rather, what were her visions showing her? By her words, she was visited by figures like Saint Michael, accompanied by angels and other saints, appearing to her and urging her to support the French crown. These visions included Saints Catherine and also Margaret, both revered as defenders of the faithful and models of virtue. Joan's spiritual experiences became widely known and talked about in her village. She became to be a household name, and she gained a reputation for piety and determination. Amidst a backdrop of prophecy and regional folklore, which hinted that a maiden would save France, Joan felt that perhaps it was her time to act. Of course, we must remember that this is pre-Enlightenment France, and people were, especially in the countryside, very superstitious, very traditional, waiting for that promised one to come and save everybody. Generally, this seems to happen quite a lot when you have a protracted conflict, crossing your fingers, waiting for that mighty, sword-wielding hero to show up and sort things out within a matter of minutes. Well, in 1428, after a failed request for an escort to the French court from Captain Robert de Baudricourt of Vaucouleurs, she returned home. However, the visions just kept coming, and the dire state of France drove her to try again. She was getting that escort. Well, by January of 1429, she had another rejection. But she finally managed to win Baudricourt's support, thanks to the backing of local supporters Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy. Oh, by the way, if anybody's listening to my French pronunciation, I do apologize in advance. Now, at this point, the English were tightening their grip on northern France, capturing strategic locations and nearing a complete encirclement of the city of Orleans, which was a pivotal city for the French, and indeed a large population center. The potential fall of Orleans signaled a critical point in the war. Think about it like Stalingrad in the Second World War. It was that important, and winning or losing it determined the fate of the French crown. Joan's insistence that she had a divine mission to support Charles VII, the uncrowned Dauphin, gained urgency. She was finally granted her armed escort to Chinon, the seat of Charles VII, in the February of 1429. To facilitate her journey through hostile territory and to adopt a practical attire for warfare, she donned men's clothing, a pragmatic choice that she maintained for the rest of her life, simply out of practicality. This decision was both symbolic but also strategic, aligning her with her mission's martial nature and providing necessary disguise and protection as she traversed war-torn France, essentially blending in as just another foot soldier, another bobbing head among the rabble. Her arrival at Chinon and subsequent actions would mark the beginning of a remarkable but tragic chapter in the history of the 100 Years' War. When she arrived at the royal court in Chinon, she quickly made a profound impression on Charles, asserting her divine mission to lift the siege of Orleans and ensure his coronation in Reims. Their private conversation reportedly affirmed Charles' legitimacy as a rightful king, a point that resonated deeply with him and influenced his decision to take her seriously. Of course, there was quite a little bit of Charles being told exactly what he wanted to hear. I mean, if somebody showed up and told you that you were the rightful king and I and God and all of the other saints say so, well, it would be somewhat of a flattering experience for sure. Well, despite her immediate impact, the Dauphine's council remained a little bit skeptical of Joan's claims and her mysterious visions. After all, if visions can come from God, well, they could perhaps come from other, less friendly places. Certainly a few eyebrows raise when one says they're being contacted by angels and God and all the rest, even back in those days, and even if it was confirming to their bias. Well, to validate her claims and make a general assessment of her character, it was decided that they would send Joan to Poitiers, where she would undergo a rigorous examination by a panel of expert theologians. Well, when she got there, they subjected her to some pretty rigorous testing, almost like a job interview, except the job was the savior of the entire country. They did conclude that she was indeed devout and morally sound, deciding that her participation in the siege of Orleans could perhaps serve as a divine test. After all, they were a little desperate at the time, and if they were wielding a weapon sent down by God, well, what's the worst that could happen? They may as well try. Furthermore, there were less pleasant examinations. For example, her virginity was inspected by a group of women, albeit at Tours, leading to Charles' mother-in-law, Yolande of Aragon, to confirm her purity. Well, this was a pretty vital aspect, given the religious and cultural significance of virginity at the time. You may be somewhat shocked to know that very recently, I believe they've stopped it now, but the Indonesian military for female applicants also had a test for virginity. Somewhat of a breach of privacy, I believe. Well, feeling reassured by these investigations, Charles arranged for Joan to be outfitted with a set of armor and facilitated the creation of a banner under her own specifications, as well as procuring the reputedly holy sword from Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. Not a bad weapon, These actions not only equipped Joan physically, but also symbolically reinforced her role as a divinely guided warrior, solidifying her identity as Joan the Maiden. Kind of like a holy hand grenade sort of thing. A weapon sent from God, wielded by the French. This certainly had a good effect on morale. At the time of Joan's integration into the royal cause, the military situation for Charles and the Armagnacs was dire, but not without hope. Although the English and their Burgundian allies had tightened their grip on northern France, internal disagreements among the enemy and strategic indecisiveness provided a bit of an opportunity. The Armagnacs, despite being demoralized by the prolonged conflict and the recent death of several important commanders, found a new vigor in Joan's arrival. Her unwavering confidence and insisting assertions of divine backing seemed to breathe new life into the French resistance. Her involvement transformed the ongoing conflict from a normal run-of-the-mill territorial dispute into a full-on religious war, elevating the stakes and rallying the French troops around a figure believed to be chosen by God. Before moving to lift the siege of Orleans, Joan sent a bold letter to the Duke of Bedford, the English regent of France, declaring her divine mission to reclaim the French territory. Joan's arrival in Orleans marked a decisive turn in the siege, and of course in the broader scope of the 100 Years' War. She joined the forces at Orleans on April 29th of 1429, and quickly became a symbolic figure of hope and resilience for the beleaguered French troops. Although she held no official military command, and was not involved in strategic planning at all, her presence was very inspirational, and she did often advise on tactical decisions. Well upon her arrival, Joan met with Jean de Dunois, known as the Bastard of Orleans, the military commander of the city. Despite initial skepticism about her role, she quickly proved instrumental. On May the 4th, during the assault on the Bastille de Saint-Loup, Joan, upon hearing of the ongoing battle, rushed to the scene, her banner fluttering in the wind. Her arrival bolstered the morale of the French troops, who rallied and succeeded in capturing the fortress. Her influence grew as she continued to participate actively in the operations. On May the 6th, after capturing the deserted fort of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, Joan urged the French commanders to press the attack against the English fortifications at Les Augustins, which they subsequently captured. Her insistence on maintaining the offensive momentum was critical. The next day, during the attack on the strategic English stronghold of Les Tourelles, Joan was injured, but returned to the battlefield to inspire the final charge, which, of course, resulted in a critical victory. Thus, the siege of Orleans was lifted on May the 8th, and a cheer rang out among the French troops, now with boosted morale. Joan's role in the victory at Orleans fulfilled her promise made at Poitiers that she would show a sign of divine support by lifting the siege. Her success not only reinforced her divine mission in the eyes of the French, but also garnered support of prominent figures like Jacques Gelou, the Archbishop of Embrun, and respected theologian Jean Gerson, who both wrote in her favor. Conversely, the English perceived Joan's unexpected effectiveness as evidence of diabolical influence. After the victory at Orleans, Joan of Arc and the Armagnac forces led by John II, Duke of Alençon, pursued a strategic northern campaign to clear the bridge towns along the Loire River. This was essential to secure a safe passage for Charles VII on his way to Reims for his coronation. The campaign began with the siege of Jargeau, where, despite Joan's call for the English to surrender, they resisted, leading to a direct assault initiated by Joan and her troops on June the 12th. The town was swiftly captured, with significant English losses and very few prisoners taken. Continuing their momentum, Joan and Alençon's forces moved to Mons-sur-Loire. They captured the town's bridge on the 15th of June, forcing the English garrison to retreat to a nearby castle. Most of the Armagnac army then advanced to Beaugency, laying siege to the castle there. Unbeknownst to them, An English relief force led by Sir John Falstaff was approaching from Paris to aid the besieged English troops. However, before Falstaff could arrive, the English garrison at Beaugency surrendered, completely unaware of the approaching reinforcements. The main English force, now joined by the troops from Mung, retreated towards Paris. Joan urged the Armagnac forces to pursue, leading to the Battle of Patay on the very same afternoon. The English had planned an ambush, with archers positioned for a surprise attack. However, the Armagnac vanguard detected and disrupted the English positions, leading to a comprehensive rout. The battle was another significant defeat for the English, with many of their leaders captured, and Sir John Falstaff narrowly escaping with a few of his most loyal troops. Joan, who arrived as the battle was concluding, had been instrumental in advocating for the aggressive pursuit that led to this victory. This series of rapid successes significantly bolstered Charles's position, enabling his coronation journey to Reims, and it certainly put a lot of confidence in the French, who at this point were very much convinced indeed they were dealing with a messenger of God. Well, following the decisive victory at Patay, the French forces, influenced by Joan of Arc's insistence, opted to prioritize the coronation of Charles over military engagement where the English held Normandy. On June 29th, the army departed for Jeanne of Reims, encountering minimal resistance during their march. The strategic town of Auxerre yielded after 3 days of negotiations on July the 3rd, and other towns quickly realigned with the Armagnac cause as the army advanced. The only significant resistance came from Troyes, which housed a fairly modest garrison of English and Burgundian troops. Well, after a few days of fruitless negotiations, Joan initiated preparations for an assault by ordering the moat to be filled and positioning up artillery. This proactive stance led to Troyes capitulating, fearing an imminent attack. It's very difficult to remain calm when you look over the walls and they're building the trebuchets. Reims, the traditional site for the coronation of French kings, opened its gates to Charles and his entourage on the 16th of July, 1429. The following day, Charles VII was formally crowned, with Joan of Arc present, recognized in a prominent position during the ceremony. Joan saw the successful coronation as the fulfillment of her divinely ordained mission. Post-coronation, efforts to secure a peaceful transition of Paris from Burgundian to Armagnac control began. A 15-day truce was negotiated with Philip the Good, the Duke of Burgundy, who indicated he might facilitate transfer to Paris. Well, at the truce's conclusion, the Duke reneged on this commitment. Joan and the Duke of Alençon advocated for a swift march on Paris, but the royal court was divided, partly due to ongoing peace negotiations with the Burgundians, leading to a delayed advance. As the Armagnac army moved towards Paris, they encountered very little fights along the way, and many towns simply surrendered peacefully. On the 15th of August, near Montepilloy, the French forces encountered the English, led by the Duke of Bedford. Joan attempted to provoke an English attack by positioning herself visibly in front of their defences. But the English, they didn't take the bait and held their position, leading to a stalemate that ended with their withdrawal the following day. Thus, the assault on Paris commenced a few weeks later, on September the 8th. During the attack, Joan suffered a wound from a crossbow bolt, but in true fashion, she simply remained on the battlefield until nightfall. Despite suffering significant casualties, the Armagnacs were ordered by Charles to cease the assault the next day, much to Joan's displeasure. The failed attempt to capture Paris marked a moment of decline in Joan's influence at court. Her straightforward, confrontational style clashed with the court's preference for diplomatic solutions, particularly in negotiations with Burgundy. That is certainly the problem, isn't it? You know, as Joan had believed that she was ordained by God and her actions were in accordance with God's will, well, it takes a little bit of guts to effectively say to the king point blank, "No, we are not doing that. We will do what I say, because what I say is God's word." Well, God's word or not, nobody likes hearing that. Moreover, this defeat at Paris diminished her standing a lot further, and it led to critiques from both the court and the University of Paris, questioning the divine inspiration of her guidance. In October of 1429, Joan of Arc was part of a military force tasked with attacking territories held by Perinet Gressart, a mercenary who had aligned with the Burgundians and the English. The campaign began with the siege of Saint-Pierre-le-Mortier, which Joan helped capture on November the 4th by inspiring a direct assault. The subsequent attempt to capture La Charité-sur-Loire in the late November and December, however, ended in failure, with Joan's forces forced to retreat and abandon all of their siege weapons. The setback was just another part of Joan's losing streak. Her reputation, well, it was simply being chipped away little by little, regardless if it was her own fault. By the end of December, Joan returned to the royal court and was informed that she and her family had been ennobled by King Charles VII as a token of gratitude for her contributions to France. Before the failed September assault on Paris, Charles had negotiated a 4-month truce with the Burgundians, which was later extended until Easter of 1430. And, of course, since it was peacetime, during this period, the court simply saw no need for Joan's services. As the Duke of Burgundy began reclaiming towns that had been ceded to him but had not submitted, Compiègne emerged as a key battleground. In late March of 1430, without explicit permission from Charles, who was still honoring the truce, Joan decided to lead a volunteer force to relieve Compiègne, which was then under siege by Burgundian forces. While some historians do argue that Joan's actions were desperate and possibly treasonous due to the lack of documented royal position, others contend that she must have had some level of courtly financial support to undertake such a mission. Joan arrived in Melun in April, where she was joined by additional commanders, enhancing her force. At Lagny-sur-Marne, Joan's troops defeated an Anglo-Burgundian force led by the mercenary Franquet de Rus, who was subsequently executed by the townspeople themselves. They did give him a trial, though, so that was nice of them, despite the usual practice of ransoming captured leaders, so I'm sure you can probably guess what the public perception of this guy was. Well, Joan entered Compiègne on May 14th and conducted several defensive sorties against the Burgundians. By May 23, facing unsustainable demands on local resources, she had reduced her forces to about 400 soldiers who remained in the town. During a sortie from Compiègne to attack the Burgundian camp at Magny, the operation failed, and Joan was captured. She surrendered to Lionel de Vendôme of Jean de Luxembourg's contingent, who took her to his castle at Beaulieu-le-Fontaine. Well, after an escape attempt, Joan was moved to Beaurevoir Castle, where she jumped out of the tower window into a dry moat and hurt herself quite badly. But she survived. Perhaps divine intervention. In November, she was transferred to the Burgundian-controlled town of Arras. The English, viewing Joan as a significant military threat, negotiated with the Burgundians to secure her transfer to her custody, culminating in a deal where they paid 10,000 livres to John de Luxembourg. John was then moved to Rouen, the English stronghold in France. Despite the high profile of her capture, there is no evidence that Charles VII made any effort at all to negotiate her release from English custody. Need to choose better friends, I think. Well, Joan of Arc's trial for heresy began on January 9th, 1431 in Rouen, where she faced charges of blasphemy for wearing men's clothing, acting on demonic visions, and claiming direct judgment from God. Now, why was this a problem? Well, there was only one entity that was meant to have been the spokesperson for God, and that was the Church. And claiming that you yourself are getting visions from God, well, that is circumventing their authority. And they don't like it when you circumvent their authority. Now, the trial, although conducted by an ecclesiastical court, was heavily influenced by political motives, primarily to delegitimize Joan's divine claims that supported Charles' legitimacy as the King of France. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais, a pro-English and pro-Burgundian partisan, presided over the trial with significant financial backing from the English, including payments to key figures in the court. The court was predominantly composed of clergy associated with the University of Paris, many of whom were pro-English and pro-Burgundian. Despite attempts to adhere to inquisitorial procedures, The trial was fraught with legal and procedural irregularities. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by English soldiers, instead of being in ecclesiastical custody. She was not provided legal counsel, and the charges were not properly articulated from the beginning. Joan skillfully navigated the complex theological interrogations, however, managing to maintain her composure and prudence in her responses. She famously at one point circumvented a theological trap when asked if she knew if she was in God's grace, a question that was designed to elicit a heretical response. Joan's answer was thusly that if she was not in God's grace, she certainly hoped that God would put her there, and if she was in God's grace, she certainly hoped to remain so. Well, this answer rather impressed the court, reportedly, and of course avoided self-incrimination. A bit of a politician's answer, though. Despite the rigorous interrogation and the threat of torture, which was ultimately not employed due to a majority decision against it by the assessors, Joan initially stood by her convictions. However, under immense pressure, and after being shown the instruments of torture, Joan capitulated. And if you've seen what the torture instruments look like, well, I'm sure you can't blame her. On May 24th, 1431, during a public condemnation ceremony, she agreed to sign an abjuration document, renouncing her claims, agreeing not to wear men's clothing, and promising not to bear arms. This document was read aloud to her, so everyone could hear, and there were many witnesses. And then she signed her name, agreeing to the terms. Now the signature of this document was meant to save her from execution by burning, as it was a sign of her submission to the Church's authority. However, it didn't quite go that way. This act of submission was a strategic move by her captors to undermine her influence and the divine authority that she claimed to possess. Joan of Arc's final days were marked by a tragic return to the charges of heresy. Publicly renouncing her visions and wearing men's clothes had been part of her abjuration to avoid execution, but the conditions of her imprisonment led her to resume wearing men's attire, which she justified by the need for protection and modesty in the presence of male guards. This act was, however, deemed a relapse into heresy, since it violated the stipulations of her abjuration contract. Talk about setting her up for a fall, huh? Really not fair. Bishop Pierre Cochon, the trial's chief judge, made a visit to Joan's cell on May 28th to confront her about wearing men's clothes again. During this visit, Joan declared that she had resumed wearing male attire for the aforementioned reasons, the practical circumstances of her detention, and she reiterated that if she were moved to a proper ecclesiastical prison and allowed to attend Mass like everybody else who was on heresy charges, she would comply with the court's directives. More critically, she confessed that the voices, which she had previously renounced, had come back and reproached her for denying them out of fear. Well, once again, this confession was considered proof of a relapse in several different areas. On May 29th, a panel of 42 assessors unanimously declared Joan a relapsed heretic, and she was condemned to be handed over to secular authorities for execution. Now, of course, inquisitions and ecclesiastical courts would never carry out torture or executions themselves. They would always hand them over to secular authorities. While this transfer typically meant she would be given to the local bailiff for execution, however, she was instead delivered directly to the English forces. Joan was then executed by burning at the stake in Rowan's old marketplace on the 30th of May, 1431. Before her execution, she was allowed to receive the sacraments, a gesture usually forbidden to those who were condemned as heretics, indicating the somewhat unusual and complex nature of her trial and execution. At the stake she was granted a makeshift cross by an English soldier, which she kissed and held close, and a processional crucifix was held before her until her death. After her execution, to prevent any collection of relics, her ashes were thrown into the Seine River. Joan's trial and execution were profoundly influenced by these political contexts, notably the ongoing conflicts between the French and the English, and between these different factions within France itself. Her steadfastness and claims of divine guidance challenged the political and ecclesiastical authorities, leading to her martyrdom. Her death had a lasting impact, turning her into a symbol of French unity and resistance against occupation. She was later canonized as a saint, immortalizing her as a hero of France. Her execution did not achieve what the English had hoped for, the reversal of the tides of the 100 Years' War. Her martyrdom instead fortified the French resolve, paving the way for future French victories and eventually the conclusion of the war in their favor. The end of the war saw the English expelled from all French territories, except for Calais, highlighting the failure of their strategies, despite Joan's death. The implications of Joan's execution as a heretic were very politically damaging for Charles himself, who had been crowned with her help. This association with a convicted heretic cast a shadow over his legitimacy. The political liability led Charles to initiate a posthumous re-examination of Joan's trial once he regained control of Rouen. The initial investigation by Guillaume Boilet was brief, but pointed to the injustices and arbitrary nature of the original verdict against Joan. Although this investigation did not overturn the conviction, it did lay the groundwork for a full retrial. Not a free trial. There are no free trials. Well, this retrial, which began in 1455 under the auspices of the Church, and was actively supported by the papacy, and it was a comprehensive examination involving numerous witnesses and legal reviews. It concluded that the original trial was not only unjust, but manipulated by figures like Bishop Pierre Cauchon, who had personal stakes in its outcome. The Rehabilitation trial declared Joan's innocence and her martyrdom, nullifying the charges and the abjuration document she had been coerced into signing. The retrial was not merely a legal formality, but a public vindication of Joan's character and mission, which had been endorsed by the divine visions. It corrected the historical record and restored honor to Joan and her family. The trial also symbolically rehabilitated her reputation by tearing up the charges and erecting a cross at the site of her execution. Her multifaceted legacy is as a historical, religious, and cultural icon whose life has been variously interpreted through a myriad of lenses over the centuries. Religiously, Joan is venerated in the Roman Catholic Church as a saint. Her canonization process began in the late 19th century, propelled by the Bishop of Orleans, Felix du Pablo, who saw Joan a figure of devout obedience and miraculous intervention. Her sanctification in 1920 by Pope Benedict XV and subsequent declaration as a patron saint of France cemented her status within the Church. Importantly, Joan was canonized as a virgin, highlighting her purity and devotion rather than her martyrdom, which traditionally denotes dying for one's faith in Christ. This distinction underscores her role as a divinely guided virgin who led her nation without compromising her spiritual integrity. Of course, Joan's legacy extends beyond simply Christian reverence. Her life challenges traditional gender roles, as she took on the mantle of military leadership typically reserved for men, while maintaining her femininity and commitment to her spiritual beliefs. And that's got to count for something, don't you think? Well, her universal appeal lies in that embodiment of qualities that transcend cultural and religious boundaries. Hers was a life of faith, courage, and the pursuit of justice. Justinian I. You may also know him as Justinian the Great, and for good reason. He was the Byzantine emperor from 527 to 565 AD. He's best known for his ambitious program to reconquer the western half of the historical Roman Empire. His comprehensive compilation of Roman law, known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, which laid the foundation for modern civil law, and of course his extensive public works, including the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which set architectural standards for centuries. It was under his rule that the Byzantine Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, briefly reuniting the eastern and western halves of the empire. But his was a reign that was also marked by internal challenges, including the Nika riots, a devastating plague, and ongoing conflicts with Persians in the east. If you want to learn about Justinian, well, you have clicked on the right video. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe tells YouTube that you want more people to see the video, and fingers crossed, it will push them in the right direction. Now with that out of the way, I would like you to get relaxed, and let's begin our biography of Justinian I. Justinian was born in Taurisium, Dardania, probably around 482. He was a native speaker of Latin, and possibly the last Roman emperor to be so. He came from a peasant family, believed to be of either Illyro-Roman or Thraco-Roman origin. The name Eustianus, which he adopted later, indicates his adoption by his uncle Justin. During his reign he founded Justiniana Prima near his birthplace. His mother was Vigilantia, the sister of Justin, who was a commander of the imperial guard unit, the Exhibitors, before becoming emperor. Justin adopted Justinian, brought him to Constantinople, and ensured he received a good education in jurisprudence, theology, and of course, Roman history. Thus, Justinian served as a candidatus, one of 40 men selected from the Scholae Platinae to serve as the emperor's personal bodyguard. The chronicler John Malaise, who was alive during Justinian's reign, describes him as a short, fair-skinned, curly-haired, round-faced, and handsome man. Another contemporary historian, Procopius, offers a different sort of opinion of him, and he compares Justinian's appearance to that of the tyrannical emperor Domitian, though this is most likely a slander. When Emperor Anastasius died in 518, Justin was proclaimed the new emperor, with significant help from Justinian, who displayed great ambition, and it is claimed that he acted as virtual regent long before Justin officially made him associate emperor, though there is no conclusive evidence for this. As Justin's mental faculties declined, Justinian became the de facto ruler, following the assassination of the general Vitalian in 520, which was orchestrated by Justinian and Justin. Justinian was appointed consul and commander of the army of the East. He remained a close confidant of Justin's, and in 525 was granted the titles of nobilismus and Caesar, indicating his status as heir apparent. He was thus crowned co-emperor on April 1st of 527, and became the sole ruler after Justin's death on August the 1st, 527. What a way to climb the ladder, don't you think? Well, as ruler, Justinian was known for his tireless work ethic, and he even had the nickname the Emperor Who Never Sleeps. He was reportedly approachable and quite friendly. Around 525, he married Theodora, a former actress who was significantly younger than him, though Procopius suggests that she was a former lady of the night, as we'll put it in that way. Well, previously, Justinian could not have married her due to her social class, but this was made possible by a law that was passed by Emperor Justin I that lifted restrictions on marriages to ex-actresses. Well, either way, it caused a little bit of a scandal, plenty of raised eyebrows. But despite all of that, Theodora became highly influential in the politics of the empire. In fact, you can often see her in artistic depictions standing right next to Justinian. while Justinian's team included the talented legal advisor Tribonian, the diplomat Peter the Patrician, finance ministers John the Cappadocian and Peter Barasimes, and generals Belisarius and Narses. His reign marked a defining moment in the history of jurisprudence with his comprehensive overhaul of all Roman laws. This was an endeavor that up to this point had never been undertaken. His reforms culminated in the creation of the aforementioned Corpus Juris Civilis, which is comprised of the Codex Justinianus, the Digesta or Pandacte, the Institutiones, and the Novellae. The process began when Justinian appointed the quaestor Tribonian to oversee this monumental task. The first version of the Codex Justinianus, which codified imperial constitutions dating back to the 2nd century, was completed and issued on April the 7th, 529, with a final version appearing in 534. This was followed by the Digesta in 533, which was a compilation of older legal texts, and the Institutiones, which served as a legal textbook for students. The Novellae, consisting of new laws enacted during Justinian's reign, hence the name, supplemented this collection, and were published in Greek, reflecting the predominant language of the Eastern Empire. The Corpus Juris Civilis not only forms the basis of Latin jurisprudence, including ecclesiastical canon law, but also offers historians deep insights into the concerns and the activities of the late Roman Empire. This collection compiled various legal sources such as laws, senatorial consults, imperial decrees, case laws, and interpretations by jurists. Tribonian's work ensured the survival and continuation of Roman law, which later became the foundation of Byzantine law in the Basilica, composed by Basil I and Leo VI the Wise. Now, the Justiniac Code was introduced to Italy after the region's conquest by the Pragmatic Sanction of 554, and from there it spread to Western Europe in the 12th century. This legal code formed the basis of many continental European legal systems, which were then exported to the Americas and beyond during the later Age of Discovery. It has also influenced legal practices in Eastern Europe, including Russia, where it was adapted into Slavic editions. Justinian also implemented significant social and moral reforms. He even enacted laws to protect S-workers from exploitation and women being forced into S-work, with severe penalties for men who did the wrong thing. His policies ensured that women accused of serious crimes were guarded by other women to prevent abuse. Widows also received back their dowries, and husbands could not incur significant debt without their wife's consent, confirmed twice. Pretty progressive, huh? Well, the emperor's legislation displayed a heightened concern for the welfare of children, especially those born out of wedlock or neglected. Laws were passed to protect children from the repercussions of parental remarriage or abandonment, ensuring that they did not have to resort to begging. In addition to his legal reforms, he made significant contributions to the welfare of his subjects. He discontinued the regular appointment of consuls in 541 to streamline administration In Constantinople, he established hospitals offering free medical care and maintained public baths that were free for all residents. Furthermore, 20 state bakeries provided bread to the needy, completely free, encapsulating the emperor's dedication to social welfare and ensuring that no resident of the empire went hungry. Justinian's early reign was marked by decisive but some unpopular choices in his advisors, which led to significant unrest. In the January of 532, tensions culminated in the Nika riots, where supporters from competing chariot racing factions united against him. The rioters demanded the dismissal of Tribonian and 2 other ministers, and sought to replace Justinian with Hypatius, a nephew of the late Emperor Anastasius. As the chaos unfolded in Constantinople, Justinian contemplated fleeing by sea, but was persuaded by his wife Theodora, who chose to stay and face the crisis rather than retreating. Well, in a decisive move, Justinian ordered generals Belisarius and Mundus to suppress the riots by any means necessary. And the necessary means, of course, were a little harsh. Now, according to Procopius, approximately 30,000 civilians were killed right in the middle of the hippodrome, highlighting the brutal response to restore order. The insistence of Theodora was crucial in this decision, and it led to the execution of Anastasius's nephews, which Justinian initially resisted. The aftermath of the riots provided Justinian with an opportunity to reconstruct and beautify Constantinople, most notably through the rebuilding of the Hagia Sophia. This architectural marvel became a symbol of his reign and a testament to Byzantine engineering prowess, and it's still there today in the modern city of Istanbul, albeit it's a little bit of a different city now. Justinian's reign is also noted for his ambitious military campaigns aimed at restoring the old boundaries of the Roman Empire, back to the glory days, it seems. But he never personally led his troops. However, he celebrated the military achievements under his rule, especially those accomplished by his general, the great Belisarius. These campaigns significantly expanded Byzantine influence and recovered territories around the western Mediterranean that had been lost in the 5th century. Justinian saw these reconquests as a divine duty to restore Roman imperial boundaries. Additionally, Justinian's tenure was marked by ongoing hostilities with the Sassanid Empire, which he inherited from his uncle. The Iberian War, as it was known, saw fluctuating fortunes. In 530, Byzantine forces won battles at Dara and Satala, but suffered a defeat at Callinicum in 531. Efforts to forge alliances with the Axumites of Ethiopia and the Himyarites of Yemen were also unsuccessful. But the death of the Persian king Kavad I in the September of 531 allowed Justinian to negotiate what was called an eternal peace with Kavad's successor, Khosrau I in 532. And this wasn't cheap. In fact, it cost Justinian £11,000 of gold. The treaty did, however, secure the eastern frontier, enabling him to focus on the west, where he aimed to reclaim regions lost to Germanic kingdoms established in the former Western Roman Empire. In his campaign to reclaim these former territories, Justinian targeted the Vandal kingdom in North Africa after an appeal from the deposed Vandal king Hilderic. Hilderic had been overthrown and imprisoned by his cousin Gelimer in 530. Hilderic had maintained favorable relations with Justinian as well as the North African Catholic clergy, which prompted his appeal for assistance. So, Justinian demanded that Gelimer restore Hilderic to the throne, but Gelimer's dismissive response provoked Justinian to action. He swiftly concluded that peace with the Sasanian Empire to negotiate on this conflict in particular. In 533, the Byzantine general Belisarius was dispatched with a fleet of 92 dromons and 500 transport ships, carrying approximately 15,000 men, along with some additional barbarian troops. They landed at Caput Vada, which is around modern-day Ras Kabodia in Tunisia, and caught the Vandals completely unprepared and by surprise. Well, the great Belisarius achieved victories rapidly, decisively defeating the Vandals at Ad Decimum on September the 14th, 533, and later at Tricamarum in December, leading to the capture of Carthage, certainly bringing back the old glory days of Rome. Well, Gelimer, he fled to Mount Papua in Numidia, but he ended up surrendering in the spring of the following year. He was then brought to Constantinople to be paraded around and jeered at when he was displayed in a triumph. As a result of this campaign, Justinian also regained control over the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands, as well as the strategic point of Septem Fratres, near modern Mons Calpe, later known as Gibraltar. The war, however, had devastating effects on the population of the region. Procopius, the contemporary historian, noted that the conflict depopulated Africa to such an extent one might travel for days on end without encountering a single person. He estimated about 5 million people had died, whether due to famine, the war itself, or pestilence. Either way, the result is the same. Well, following the victory, an African prefecture was established, with its center in, guess where, Carthage. This was in the April of 534. But in the following 15 years, the stability in the region was beginning to break down, though it was tenuous from the beginning, marred by conflicts with the Moors and military mutinies. Full pacification was not achieved until much later in 548, after which the region enjoyed relative peace and prosperity, at least compared to before. Now, talking about prosperity, let's do some accounting. You know before how we were going on about £11,000 of gold being quite expensive, certainly a grand sum to hand over to the Persians. While the entire campaign to recover Africa cost the Byzantine Empire approximately 100,000 pounds of gold. I certainly hope it was worth it. Well, the death of the young Ostrogothic king Athalaric on October the 2nd, 534, and the subsequent power struggles in Ostrogothic Italy presented Justinian with another opportunity for expansion, or, as he saw it, simply taking back what was rightfully his. Theodahad, seizing power, imprisoned Queen Amalasuintha, the daughter of Theodoric and mother to Athalaric, on the island of Martana in Lake Bolsena, where she was eventually assassinated in 535. In response to this, Belisarius was dispatched with 7,500 men to intervene, beginning his campaign by invading Sicily in 535, then advancing further into Italy, where they captured Naples and subsequently Rome on the 9th of December 536. During this period, Theodahad was overthrown by the Ostrogothic army, which elected Viticus as their new leader. Well, Viticus jumped straight into action and mustered a large force, ready to besiege Rome, and he did, from February 537 to March of 538. But ultimately, he failed to retake the city. Tensions between the Byzantine generals Belisarius and Narses emerged, complicating the military campaign. Despite initial successes, including the capture of Milan, the city was soon lost and devastated by the Ostrogoths. Justinian rather sheepishly recalled Narses in the year 539. By 540, the military tide had turned in favor of the Byzantines, allowing Belisarius to march to the Ostrogothic capital, Ravenna. It was there the Ostrogoths offered him the title of Western Roman Emperor, an offer that Belisarius pretended to accept. He entered the city in May of 540 and secured it for the empire. Subsequently, he was recalled by Justinian and returned to Constantinople with the captured Viticus and his wife Matasuntha. The recall of Belisarius was necessitated by renewed aggression from the Persian Empire. That's right, the Eternal Peace had a somewhat ironic name, as it didn't really last for too long. Oh, and there are no refunds on that 11,000 pounds of gold. The Persian king, Khosrow, invaded Roman territory in 540, sacking cities such as Beroea and Antioch, and demanding tribute. The Persian offensive, of course, redirected Byzantine military efforts from Italy to the Eastern Front. Belisarius returned to the Eastern campaigns in 541, achieving some initial successes. However, he was recalled again to Constantinople in 542, amidst some rather nasty court rumors circulating about his apparent disloyalty. Well, unfortunately, not much time to discuss this, as a major plague outbreak and a rebellion within Persia curtailed Khosrow's campaigns, a lucky break for the Byzantines. But plagues spread. Justinian seized this opportunity to instruct his eastern forces to invade Persian Armenia, but the Byzantines were defeated at Anglon, by a much smaller Persian force, by the way. Thus, in 545, a truce was negotiated for the southern Roman-Persian frontier, although conflicts continued in the north of Lazica. The Lazic War continued to drag on, with the Lazic king eventually siding with the Byzantines. Justinian's efforts in Lazica included replacing his generals to improve the military situation. Finally, after years of warfare, a 50 years peace was established in 562, with Persia agreeing to abandon Lazica in exchange for annual tribute from the Romans. Yeah, I wouldn't have trusted him. The peace agreement marked a temporary cessation of hostilities on the eastern frontier. Yeah, temporary, spoiler alert. Well, it did allow Justinian to refocus his attention on internal empire building and legal reforms, though. One must keep themselves busy, and he always was. As we've said, the emperor who never sleeps. That's Justinian. Well, during this period, the military focus shifted eastward. But in Italy itself, the situation had really deteriorated. Following the deaths of the Ostrogothic kings, Ildibad and Ereric, in 541, under the leadership of King Totila, the Ostrogoths quickly regained territory. After their victory at Faenza in 542, they reconquered most of southern Italy, and soon controlled pretty much all of the Italian peninsula. Well, better call Belisarius, who returned to Italy in late 544. But it wasn't easy. He was hampered by a lack of troops, along with a lack of supplies, making very little progress and ultimately being relieved of command in 548. Well, despite all of these challenges, he did manage to defeat a Gothic fleet of around 200 ships. During this tumultuous period, Rome changed hands multiple times. It was captured and depopulated by the Goths in December of 546, then reclaimed the next year by the Byzantines in 547, and again 3 years later in the January of 550, seized again by the Goths. Totila also extended his campaigns to Sicily and the Greek coastlines. Ultimately, Justinian sent a sizable force of about 35,000 men under the command of Narses, who reached Ravenna in June of 552. This force managed to decisively defeat the Ostrogoths at the Battle of Bustagalorum in the Apennines within a month, where Totila was killed. Rest in peace, Totila. A subsequent victory at Mons Lactarius in October 552 effectively ended the Ostrogothic resistance. By 554, after repelling a major Frankish invasion at Casilinum, Italy was firmly under Byzantine control, although further efforts were needed to subdue the remaining Gothic strongholds. It was more or less mission accomplished. Italy was then garrisoned with 16,000 men. The protracted conflict cost the empire approximately, and you can love this, 300,000 pounds of gold. While Procopius also estimated estimated rather, that 15 million Goths perished during this war, but that's probably and pretty much definitely an overestimation. Well, in addition to these military endeavors, Justinian's forces established a foothold in Visigothic Hispania, when the usurper Athanagild sought assistance against King Aguilar I. In 552, Justinian dispatched 2,000 men under the command of Liberius, capturing Cartagena and other southeastern cities, founding the province of Spania. This marked the zenith of Byzantine territorial expansion, though the alliance with the Athanagild deteriorated after he secured his kingship. Now, back in the Balkans, Justinian faced incursions from Turkic and Slavic peoples. Defensive strategies and diplomacy were his main responses, except in 559, when a significant threat led by Zabrogan reached the outskirts of Constantinople. The city was spared a siege, thanks to the timely intervention of the veteran general Belisarius, sweeping in to save the day. Well, all in all, Justinian's ambitious projects to restore the Roman Empire achieved somewhat mixed results. The early successes in the 530s gave way to a prolonged and devastating conflict with the Goths, which brought great hardship to Italy, though its long-term impacts were less severe than often believed. Despite significant opposition, the conquests in Africa and parts of Hispania eliminated major naval threats, and when Justinian finally died in 555, the empire had reached its greatest territorial extent since the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and that's a pretty good achievement. However, the empire was overextended, and Justinian's policies often neglected the new realities of the 6th century politics in Europe, leading to vulnerabilities. The later years of his reign show that even Constantinople was not immune to barbarian threats from the north. Justinian viewed the orthodoxy of his empire as threatened by divergent religious currents, particularly monophysitism, which had substantial followings in the eastern provinces like Syria and Egypt. Well, in essence, monophysitism advocated that Christ had one divine nature, rather than a dual nature combining divine and human elements, a view that was condemned as heretical by the Council of Chalcedon in 451. Previous emperors, however, such as Zeno and Anastasius, had been tolerant of monophysitism, which of course caused more than a little friction with the bishops of Rome. Justinian reversed these policies, affirming the Chalcedonian doctrine and condemning the monophysites. He attempted to enforce religious unity by promoting doctrinal compromises. It was through these efforts that he saw a rather general failure of policy, and it pleased no one. Both conflicting parties, both were still angry with each other and never really reached an agreement. Toward the end of his life, however, Justinian actually found himself leaning towards the monophysite doctrine, but he died before he could enact any relevant legislation. Now, Empress Theodora, his wife, sympathized with the monophysites and reportedly engaged in pro-Monophysite intrigues in court. In his reign, Justinian's control extended to ecclesiastical matters, reflecting a rather despotic approach. He issued laws concerning Christ's core doctrines right at the start of his reign, and threatened penalties for heresy, later aiming to prevent such disturbances by legal means. He solidified the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed as the Church's sole symbol, and gave legal force to the canons of the four ecumenical councils. His era saw the affirmation that nothing in the Church could happen against the emperor's will, a stance evident when he supported the banishment of the Patriarch Athamas with secular enforcement. His rule also focused on protecting the Church's integrity and extending monasticism. He ensured that monks could inherit property and receive annual gifts from the imperial treasury or taxed provinces, and protected monastic estates from lay confiscation. His ecclesiastical policies also led to significant architectural contributions, most notably the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which became a central symbol of Eastern Orthodoxy, and was of course lavishly decorated with mosaics and a gilded dome, funded by £20,000 of gold. Justinian's efforts to manage church affairs extended beyond internal policy, however. He ended the Acacian schism that had divided the Eastern Empire and Rome by rejecting the previous emperor's policies that undermined the Council of Chalcedon. His influence even reached into papal elections, notably supporting Vigilius over Silverius. The unity restored between East and West did, however, not resolve the ongoing disputes in the eastern provinces. Justinian's fluctuating policies, which swung between persecution of non-Chalcedonian bishops and monks and attempts at theological compromise, aimed to integrate monophysites into the Chalcedonian framework, but were largely unsuccessful. These efforts, combined with Theodora's unreserved support for the Miaphysites, culminated in the controversial condemnation of the three chapters, leading to a temporary schism in the West and continued dissatisfaction among the monophysites in the East. Justinian's religious policy was closely tied to his belief that the unity of the empire had to have a unity of faith, specifically the Orthodox Chalcedonian Christian faith. Other faiths didn't count. He perceived any deviation from this orthodoxy as simply a threat to imperial stability, leading to vigorous enforcement of laws against paganism and other non-Christian religions. The Codex Justianus included statutes aimed at the complete eradication of paganism, which were, of course, strictly applied, affecting even the highest ranking of individuals. His reign sadly marked the closure of the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens in 529, ending the last vestige of pagan academia. However, other educational institutions in Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria continued unharmed under his rule. His efforts, of course, extended beyond pagans, influencing various groups across the empire. John of Ephesus reported large-scale conversions of pagans in Asia Minor, though the accuracy of these claims is debatable. Christian missions were also directed towards groups like the Heruli, the Huns, the Abasci, and the Tazani in Caucasia, Thus the emperor worked to eradicate any lingering pagan practices in remote areas, such as the worship of Amun at Awagila and other Egyptian gods and goddesses at Philae. But of course, it wasn't just pagans. Jews had faced increased restrictions under Justinian, with curtailments on their civil rights and their religious privileges too. There was also an interference in synagogue affairs, with pushes to replace Hebrew scriptural texts with the Greek Septuagint in Constantinople's synagogues. Samaritans and Manichaeans faced severe repercussions for resisting conversion to Christianity. The Samaritans frequently rebelled against these pressures, leading to cycles of violence between them and the Christian communities. Justinian's edicts against the Samaritans were as harsh as the other ones. Well, they claimed to quell their insurrections through brute force, and quell they did. Manichaeans suffered through inquisitions and executions, reflecting the emperor's staunch stance against religious dissent. While throughout his reign he remained a fervent supporter of the Christian Church, using his power to solidify orthodoxy across the empire, often at the expense of religious and cultural diversity, but I doubt he really cared much about that. His policies, while aiming to unify and strengthen his realms through a single religious framework, also led to significant strife and divisions. Justinian was also renowned for his extensive building projects, which were well documented by historians like Procopius. Now we have mentioned his most significant construction, the Hagia Sophia, originally a basilica that was actually destroyed during the Nika riots. This monumental project was supervised by the architects Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles, and was completed in the year 537. Upon its completion, Justinian famously proclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee," highlighting the ambition to surpass the architectural achievements of ancient rulers. He was referring to Solomon's temple. The Hagia Sophia was reconsecrated in 562 after further enhancements by Isidore the Younger, solidifying its status as the epicenter of Eastern Christianity with its grand dome and elaborate mosaics. Another significant religious construction during his reign included the Church of the Holy Apostles, which was extensively rebuilt, and the Church of the Saints Sergius and Bacchus, also known as the Little Hagia Sophia, completed between 532 and 536. These projects not only served religious purposes, but they acted as a kind of symbol of imperial authority and a show of piety. Justinian's contributions to Constantinople's infrastructure included luxurious embellishments to the Great Palace of Constantinople, where excavations have uncovered high-quality mosaics from his era. A notable secular monument was the bronze statue erected in 543 in the Augusteum, depicting Justinian on horseback in military regalia. Beyond the capital, Justinian fortified the empire's borders with new fortifications in Africa and the East, and improved urban infrastructure to bolster defense and public welfare. Notable projects included the advanced arch dam at Dara, the Sangarius Bridge in Bithynia, which served the critical military supply route, and significant urban reconstruction projects in cities devastated by wars or natural disasters. Earthquakes were kinda common. Justinian also founded the city of Justiniana Prima near his birthplace, aiming to make it the new administrative and religious hub of Illyricum. The initiative was part of his broader goal to consolidate and centralize imperial control. Despite his focus on grand construction projects, his reign saw a decline in some centers of learning, such as the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens and the law school of Berytus. Nonetheless, his era was one marked by the flourishing of Byzantine culture, with historians like Procopius, yes, and also poets such as Paul the Silentiary and Romanus the Melodist, making significant contributions to their fields. Justinian's reign marked a pivotal era in the economic foundation of the Byzantine Empire, heavily reliant on agriculture, while also benefiting significantly from long-distance trade. This trade network extended as far away as Cornwall, that's right, in the modern-day United Kingdom, where tin was exchanged for Roman wheat. The efficient movement of goods, particularly grain from Alexandria to Constantinople, was enhanced by Justinian's construction of a large granary on Tenedos, facilitating storage and onward transport to the capital. Another crucial economic sector was the silk trade. Initially dependent on imports processed within the empire, Justinian aimed to localize silk production. In 541, he secured a monopoly for imperial factories in the production of silk goods. Efforts to establish a new trade route for silk, independent of Persian intermediaries, included attempts to engage the Abyssinians as trade mediators. However, these attempts were unfortunately largely unsuccessful due to Persian dominance in Indian markets. The breakthrough came in the early 550s, when two monks successfully managed to smuggle silkworm eggs from Central Asia to Constantinople, enabling the empire to produce its own silk. Justinian also capitalized on the natural resources that were available, setting up gold and silver mining operations across various regions, including the Balkans, Anatolia, Armenia, Cyprus, Egypt, and even, to the south of Egypt, the Kingdom of Nubia. Now, in terms of finances, Justinian inherited a substantial treasury surplus from his predecessors, which he aimed to augment through more efficient tax collection and anti-corruption measures. Administrative reforms included enhancing the powers of prefectural and provincial leaders, while reducing the vicariates of the dioceses, streamlining the empire's bureaucratic structure. These changes, while yes increasing tax revenue, also impacted traditional provincial life by undermining the autonomy of the town councils. The economic prosperity under Justinian was good, sure, but it had its own challenges. The empire, of course, faced setbacks such as the devastating plague from 541 to 43, which significantly reduced the population, thus creating labor shortages and potentially leading to wage increases. The same thing happened after the Black Plague in Europe, and culminated in the peasants' revolt that Wat Tyler organized, but that's a video for another day. 2 videos. Well, this reliance as well on barbarian troops in the military, that was of course emblematic of these manpower shortages. Additionally, the ongoing wars in Italy and against the Persians strained the empire's resources, leading to fairly justified criticisms of Justinian's decision to curtail the government-run postal service, limiting it to a single route of military relevance only. During the 530s, the Christian Roman Empire experienced a series of severe climatic disturbances that caused widespread despair, leading many to feel as if divine favor had been withdrawn. The atmosphere was laden with noxious fumes, and the sun, though visible, failed to provide adequate warmth, leading to dramatically colder weather, severely impacting agricultural production across Europe and the Middle East. This unusual climatic phenomenon, recorded in 535 to 36, of course resulted in a devastating famine that was unprecedented in its scope and impact. The contemporary historian Procopius documented these events, describing the sun as dim and lacking brightness, akin to an eclipse, with its light feeble and lacking its usual clarity. The description from his account of the Vandalic War underscores the dramatic and unsettling nature of the environmental changes observed during this period. Certainly would have freaked a lot of people out with the old world superstitions, that's for sure. While the exact causes of these catastrophic events remain a subject of debate, there's a few theories though. One, of course, being triggered by a massive volcanic eruption, with potential candidates including the Rabaul caldera, Lake Ilopango, Krakatoa, or even a volcano in Iceland, according to recent studies. These eruptions would have, of course, released vast quantities of ash and sulfur into the stratosphere, reducing solar radiation and leading to a significant drop in global temperatures. Of course, the situation worsened significantly in 542 when the Eastern Roman Empire was struck with the plague, a plague that was so synonymous with the era that it is now called the Plague of Justinian. Don't blame it on him, though. It's just a name. Now, this outbreak of bubonic plague, rivaled only by the Black Death of the 14th century, caused the deaths of millions. Remarkably, Justinian himself actually contracted the plague, but he survived, a testament to the indiscriminate nature of the disease, which affected all levels of society. But, conveniently, the top boss gets to live. Well, the actual death toll and the plague's overall impact, of course, are another subject of debate, with some questioning the traditional estimates of the fatalities. I mean, when we're talking in millions, especially when we have Procopius throwing out numbers of death tolls in wars up to 15 million people, well, raises a few eyebrows again, doesn't it? Adding to the calamities of Justinian's reign, in the July of 551 the eastern Mediterranean was hit by a massive earthquake that was centered near Beirut, which also generated a devastating tsunami. The combined effects of the earthquake and tsunami were, of course, as you would expect, catastrophic, with total fatalities, according to the estimates, possibly exceeding 30,000. In fact, the tremors from this seismic event were felt as far away as Antioch and Alexandria. Well, even though Justinian was struck by the plague in the 540s and managed to recover, tragically, his wife Theodora died in 548, at a relatively young age. She had probably died from cancer. That's not proven, but that is probably how she went. Justinian, who survived her by nearly 20 years, had a profound interest in these theological matters throughout his life, and the closer he got to the end of it, the more and more he became devoted to religion in his later years. Of course, the more his death got closer, the more he actively participated in debates on Christian doctrine, and garnered a deep engagement with religious issues of all kinds. Justinian eventually did pass away on the 14th of November 565, leaving no children. He was succeeded by Justin II, who was the son of his sister Vigilantia. Justinian II was then married to Sophia, who was the niece of Theodora, thus maintaining a familial connection to the previous emperor. Justinian's final resting place was a specially constructed mausoleum in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Unfortunately, his tomb was desecrated and robbed during the pillage of Constantinople in 1204 by the forces of the Fourth Crusade, a rather tragic end to the legacy of one of Byzantium's most significant rulers. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed the video for today. If you've made it this far, well done. I'm sure you've learned a lot about Justinian. And wherever Justinian is now, I'm sure he's very happy that you've been enlightened about his reign. And I'm very happy to give a shout out to my top tier Patreon subscribers, patrons, whatever they're called. That's JC, Jeffrey, Stark Factory, and Susan. And also, Stark Factory, sorry to hear about your ankle. I hope you get better soon. And you're up and about, walking. Get yourself to the gym. What do you know about the Battle of Hastings? I'm sure you've heard of it. It was fought in 1066 on October the 14th, and it's arguably the most important battle in all of English history. Led by Duke William of Normandy, the invading Norman forces defeated the English army commanded by King Harold Godwinson. This victory allowed William the Conqueror to ascend to the English throne. The battle significantly influenced not only the English language, but their culture, their governance, and it laid the foundation for the medieval English kingdom and dramatically altered the course of history forever. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, get YouTube to push my videos out to a broader audience by clicking the like button. Did you do it? Thanks for that. Now, without further ado, make yourself comfortable, and let's learn all about the Battle of Hastings. Let's go back to the lead up, understand how we get to this point. In the year 911, Charles the Simple of the Carolingian dynasty granted land in Normandy to a Viking leader named Rollo and a few of his followers. The settlement did extremely well, and they thrived, with other Vikings quickly assimilating into local culture. They even converted to Christianity and intermarried with the locals. Everything was going swimmingly. Over time, Normandy grew in territory and subsequently influence. A significant connection between Normandy and England was established in 1002 when King Aethelred II of England married Emma, sister of Richard II, the Duke of Normandy. Their son, Edward the Confessor, spent many of his early years in exile in Normandy, and ascended to the English throne finally in the year 1042. His reign saw a substantial Norman influence in England, as he filled the English court and the church with his Norman buddies. Childless and in conflict with the powerful Earl Godwin of Wessex, Edward's actions possibly paved the way for William of Normandy's claim to the English throne. The death of King Edward on the 5th of January 1066 plunged England into a succession crisis, with several contenders vying for the throne, each thinking that they had the biggest claim. The most immediate one of these claims came from Harold Godwinson, the Earl of Wessex, a wealthy and influential nobleman who was actually elected by the Witenagemot and crowned by Archbishop Eldred of York. This election, however, was mired in more than a little bit of controversy, fueled by Norman claims that Stigand, the disputed Archbishop of Canterbury, performed the ceremony, and he was not meant to do that. Well, Harold's claim was quickly contested by the Duke of Normandy, Duke William, who alleged that Edward had promised him the throne, and that Harold had sworn to support William's claim. Similarly, Harald Hardrada of Norway entered the fray himself, citing an agreement between Magnus the Good of Norway and Cnut of England that allowed for a mutual inheritance of the thrones of England and Norway in the absence of an heir. Well, this is, of course, how wars begin. Both William and Hardrada began to muster forces for their respective invasions, setting the stage for a rather turbulent year. Now, in the meantime, Harold's estranged brother, Tostig Godwinson, initiated a series of his own raids, devastating southeastern England, leveraging a fleet from Flanders and additional ships from Orkney. His campaign eventually led him northwards, where he encountered resistance from Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria, forcing him to retreat to Scotland. There, Tostig took some time to regroup and gathered a new force to support his ambitions. Now on to Harald Hardrada, whose invasion in the early September of the same year marked another escalation in the conflict. In command of a formidable fleet of over 300 ships and an army of around 15,000 men, Hardrada, joined by Tostig, made a dramatic entry into northern England. Their combined forces quickly took the city of York, following a decisive victory over Edwin and Morcar's army at the Battle of Fulford on the 20th of September. The English military structure in the 11th century was somewhat regional, centered around the fyrd. What is that? Well, it's a local levy of land-owning men equipped by their community. The system required 1 man for military service for every 5 hides of land, with the 100 serving as the fyrd's organizational unit. In total, when everything was worked out, England could muster about 14,000 men when fully mobilized. However, a full national call-up to mobilize was pretty rare, and it occurred only 3 times between 1046 and 1065. According to the fyrd, the king maintained a force of personal warriors, known as housecarls, who were better armored and served as the core of royal forces. Local thanes, or landowning elites, either joined the royal housecarls or the retinue of an earl. Now, in anticipation of William of Normandy's invasion in 1066, King Harold Godwinson stationed a significant force that dotted the south coast. By September, needing to return to their fields for harvest, Harold dismissed the bulk of his militia. However, upon hearing of Harald Hardrada's invasion in the north, Harold rapidly gathered forces and marched to confront the Norwegians. The ensuing Battle of Stamford Bridge on the 25th of September ended in a decisive English victory, with both Hardrada and Tostig killed, and the Norwegian forces decimated, reducing their fleet from 300 to just 24 ships. Now, I've already discussed the Battle of Stamford Bridge in a different video, but in case you don't know, it's quite an interesting battle. From memory, I'll try to recount it. So effectively, the Hardrada and his allies had shown up to York. York had surrendered. Well, they went to meet with the people of York, who they believed were going to do an official handover of the city. But when they got to the meeting spot, it was not them. It was about 9,000 or so English soldiers ready to wipe the floor with them. Well, each side stood across the bridge and prepared for battle, and apparently on the Norwegian side there was a single warrior who went out to the middle of the bridge and took on swaths of Englishmen. One berserker, completely drunk off the adrenaline of battle. Well, eventually he got taken down, but Hardrada got done over in this battle as well. Apparently, when he was in the heat of things, he ended up copping an arrow into the middle of his neck. Certainly not the best way to go. If you get an arrow in your neck like that, it is not an instant death, but rather a very slow and painful way to check out. Certainly not good. So that's effectively what happened at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Stunning English victory, and the Norwegians had to go all the way back home. So, despite this triumph, the victory significantly depleted Harold's army, leaving it weakened for the subsequent challenges it would face from the south. Oh, and it's Harold, of the English army, not Harald of the Norwegian army, so don't get confused. I know. They could have made that easier. But it's just the way it is. Now, on to William of Normandy, who orchestrated a meticulous invasion plan that was planned for over 9 months, assembling a vast fleet and army from across Normandy and France, with notable contributions from Brittany and Flanders, whom they were on fairly good terms with. This endeavour required building a fleet from scratch and securing, according to some Norman chronicles, diplomatic backing to do so. Among these accounts is the claim that Pope Alexander II supported William's cause with a papal banner, a detail primarily sourced from William of Poitiers and absent in contemporary narratives, casting a little bit of doubt on its authenticity. Raises a few eyebrows, doesn't it? Now, an interesting thing happened in April. The appearance of Halley's Comet, recorded in April of 1066, recorded all the way across Europe, was interpreted as a kind of ominous sign linked to the ongoing succession crisis in England. I mean, a little bit of stretching on the interpretation, but, it has to mean something, right? Well, William gathered his assembled forces and Saint-Valery-sur-Somme, poised for the Channel crossing by mid-August, ready and raring to go. However, the invasion was postponed, possibly due to adverse weather conditions, or to elude the English naval defences. It could have been a storm, though. Seems to be a good way to get rid of a fleet. Just ask the Spanish. The Normans finally set sail shortly after Harold Godwinson's triumph at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, benefiting from the dispersal of the English fleet. They landed at Pevensey in Sussex on the 28th of September, with a few vessels veering off to Romney, where they engaged the local fyrd. Upon landing, William's forces quickly established a foothold by constructing a wooden castle at Hastings to serve as a base for further raids and fortifications, including additional works at Pevensey. The composition and size of William the Conqueror's invasion force still remains a little bit uncertain, with contemporary sources and modern historians all providing their own varied estimates. Now, a historical document at the time cites 776 ships in William's fleet, but this is probably exaggerated. Contemporary writers' estimates of the army's size range wildly, from 14,000 to a completely ridiculous 150,000. Certainly the period has a penchant for hyperbole. Modern historians come in with a little bit more plausible numbers, estimating William's force to be between 7 and perhaps up to 12,000 men, including a significant cavalry component of 1,000 to 3,000 horsemen. The consensus among scholars is that the army was approximately half infantry, while the remainder divided between cavalry and archers, possibly crossbowmen. Despite the existence of lists naming William's companions at Hastings, only about 35 individuals can be reliably confirmed to have been present. The Norman army was well equipped, with chainmail hauberks as the main form of armour, These knee-length chainmail shirts, some with sleeves and silts for riding, were complemented by conical metal helmets featuring a nose guard. The force was divided into infantry and cavalry, with the infantry wielding round, wood and metal reinforced shields, and the cavalry adopting kite-shaped shields better suited for mounted combat. While the lance was a common weapon among the horsemen, the difficult terrain at Hastings probably limited its usual effectiveness, favoring the use of straight swords, javelins, and long spears for combat. Some cavalry might have opted for a mace over a sword. Archers, an essential component of the force, utilized self-bows or crossbows, with most lacking significant armor protection, but that was pretty normal for bowmen anyway. Now, after his victory over Tostig and Harold Hardrada in the north, Harold Godwinson left a substantial portion of his forces, including notable Earls Morcar and Edwin, in the north, and hastened south with the remainder to confront the impending Norman invasion. Harold's awareness of William's landing likely emerged during this march. He paused in London for about a week before advancing to Hastings, averaging a frankly impressive 27 miles per day over approximately 200 miles. Harold's forces encamped near Calbdeck Hill on the 13th of October, positioning themselves strategically close to William's base at Hastings, and despite attempts to surprise the Normans, William was forewarned by his scouts of the English approach. The prelude to the Battle of Hastings is muddled with conflicting reports, but it is agreed that William's forces moved towards Harold's defensive setup on Senlac Hill, which is about 6 miles from Hastings. And what about the size of Harold's army? Well, just like William's, the exact numbers are a little unclear, with rather comical estimations from the contemporary sources. Some Norman sources vastly inflating the numbers between 400,000 and 1.2 million. This is a fairly obvious exaggeration. While English sources possibly underplaying the number to mitigate the perception of defeat contrast sharply with these figures. Modern estimates suggest Harold's forces numbered between 5 and 13,000, but there's a consensus between 7 to 8,000. This contingent comprised both the fyrd and professional housecarls, with only about 20 individuals, including Harold's brothers Gyrth and Leofwine, specifically identified. Now, the English army of Harold was entirely infantry-based, with higher-ranking members likely arriving on horseback, but dismounting for combat. The corps was formed by the housecarls, donned in conical helmets, mail hauberks, and carrying shields, predominantly fighting with two-handed Danish battle axes, though swords were also used. The fyrd provided additional support, forming a shield wall with axemen, javelin throwers, and archers backing them up, though they were more lightly armored and not really professional soldiers. And so we arrive to the night before the battle. Duke William's forces remained armed and vigilant against potential surprise attacks, as reported by William Jumièges. Now, as for the battle's location, It lies about 7 miles north of Hastings, nestled between Caldbeck Hill and Telham Hill, a terrain that's marked by dense woods and somewhat difficult marshland. Despite being fought closer to other settlements, it's historically dubbed the Battle of Hastings. This nomenclature is first recorded in the Domesday Book of 1086. Earlier references, such as by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, label it the battle at the hoary apple tree, which is a little bit less catchy, isn't it? Well, another source, Orderic Vitalis, referred to it as Senlac, derived from Sandlacu, meaning sandy water in Old English, possibly naming the stream that crosses the battlefield. But of course, we're going to refer to it as the Battle of Hastings. Now, the exact path taken by Harold's English army to reach the battlefield also remains unknown, with some speculation favoring either an ancient Roman road from Rochester to Hastings or a route from London to Lewes, then local tracks to the battlefield. While contemporary accounts, like William of Jumièges, suggest that the Normans were already present at the battle site the night prior, most historians believe that the Normans advanced from Hastings on the day of the battle. So, Harold Godwinson's army, when the time had come, took a strategic defensive position on a steep slope for the battle, forming a compact shield wall to maximize protection. The English forces, flanked by woods and marshes on either side, possibly extended their line to a nearby stream for additional natural defense. The exact location of their deployment is debated, though, traditional accounts placing them at the side of the latter abbey, while more recent suggestions point to the actual top of the Caldbeck Hill. Now, the Duke William, of Normandy, his tactical arrangement of his invasion force was more clearly documented. He divided his army into 3 main groups, based on their geographic origins. The left flank comprised Breton forces, along with units from Anjou, Poitou, and Maine, led by Alan the Red. The central group was predominantly Norman, and was personally led by William, surrounded by his relatives and close allies. The right flank included forces from various French regions, commanded by William Fitz-Osbin and Count Eustace II of Boulogne. William's strategy employed archers in the front to initiate the battle, supported by infantry armed with spears, with cavalry held in reserve for decisive charging when the time came. The formation aimed to soften the English defences with arrows, before close combat and a cavalry charge could break through and chase down the fleeing opponents. And so the battle commenced, with Norman archers firing uphill, but their efforts were largely ineffective against the English shield wall. The archers' arrows either deflected off the shields or simply overshot their mark, with the Normans also disadvantaged by the absence of English archers, leaving few arrows on the field to be reused. Following the ineffectual archery barrage, William's spearmen advanced, but were repelled by a hail of javelins, axes, and stones, and they were ultimately unable to breach the shield wall. The subsequent cavalry charge also failed to break through the English defences, leading to a retreat, particularly blamed on the Bretons on the Norman left flank. Amidst the retreat, a rumor of Duke William's death began to spread, causing further disarray among his forces. William, however, quickly quashed the rumor by making a visible and vocal presence among his men, yelling out to them, "I'm still alive," and rallying them for a counter-attack. For some reason, the image of Theoden pops into my head from Return of the King. Well, this maneuver caught the pursuing English forces off guard, some of whom had rallied on a hillock, only to be eventually overwhelmed by the rallying Normans. The decision for the English to pursue the retreating Normans remains another subject of debate, with sources disagreeing on whether it was a spontaneous action or one that was under the specific orders of Harold. The death of Harold's brothers, Gyrth and Leofwine, plays another role in these accounts, with their timing and manner of death varying across sources. Some narratives suggest that they died early in the battle, possibly leading Harold to resolve to fight to the death. This speculation is supported by the positioning of their bodies near Harold's after the battle, suggesting they were moved there posthumously, as if they had fallen earlier in the conflict. In the midst of the battle, a pause in the fighting likely occurred early in the afternoon, serving as a critical juncture for both armies to rest and strategize. Duke William, seizing this moment, possibly formulated a new strategy based on exploiting the English tendency for pursuit, observed during earlier phases of the battle. By feigning retreats with his cavalry, William aimed to lure the English into breaking their shield wall formation, and thus create some vulnerabilities that the Normans could exploit. William of Poitiers mentions that this tactic of feigned flight was deliberately employed twice, a strategy not unique to Hastings, but seen in other Norman military campaigns of the era. Despite skepticism among some historians who suggest that the accounts of feigned flight may have been post-battle fabrications to justify Norman retreats, the consensus acknowledged its strategic use at Hastings, giving its detailed recordings and the strategic mindset it reveals. Now, these tactical feints, while not dismantling the English shield wall, likely diluted its strength by thinning out the elite housecarls and necessitating their replacement with less experienced and less armored members of the fyrd. Despite this, the English formation remained resilient. The battle then saw renewed use of archers, followed by a concerted assault by Norman cavalry and infantry. Later sources suggest a tactical shift in archery, with orders for high-angle shooting to arc arrows over the shield wall, though contemporary accounts do not elaborate on this. The exact number of assaults William launched in the afternoon remains uncertain, with varied actions recorded by both sides. Notably, the Carmen and William of Poitiers diverge in their accounts of William's personal risk in the battle, with the former claiming 2 horses were killed under him, while the latter asserts it was 3. While the circumstances of Harold Godwinson's death at the battle are muddled by their own conflicting accounts, William of Poitiers notes that Harold's death, without detailing how it occurred, he just says that he died at the battle. And when we look at the Bayeux Tapestry, we get a different narrative that depicts a figure with an arrow in his eye, beside another being slain with a sword, with the caption, "Here King Harold has been killed," which of course leaves a little bit of ambiguity about Harold's depiction, or at least the manner of his death. The first particularly detailed account of Harold dying from an arrow to the eye comes from Amatus of Monte Cassino in the 1080s, later echoed by William of Malmesbury and Wace, suggesting an arrow struck Harold's eye and went all the way through to the brain. In contrast, the Carmen credits Duke William with Harold's killing. Duke William, rather. A claim that's doubted by historians due to a lack of corroborating evidence. William of Jumiege's version, placing Harold's death at the battle's outset, is pretty much dismissed by everybody. The Chronicle of Battle Abbey suggests Harold's death occurred amid the battle's chaos, with the exact killer unknown. Could have just been a normal foot soldier. But, well, most people think the arrow in the eye is the most plausible death. Following Harold's death, English resistance crumbled, with many simply fleeing the battlefield. However, a core group of them, likely the royal household soldiers, made a brave final stand surrounding Harold's body. The Normans pursued the retreating English, with only a rearguard action at Malfosse, or Evil Ditch in our modern tongue, offering a substantial resistance before the battle's conclusion. The location and specifics of the Malfosse encounter is once again something that we don't quite know for certain, but is known only as a brief but fierce confrontation where Eustace of Boulogne was seriously injured before the Normans ultimately secured victory. Harold Godwinson's defeat at Hastings can be attributed to multiple factors, which complicates the narrative of a singular cause for the English loss. It's really not that simple. One significant challenge was the need to counter two near-simultaneous invasions, stretching the English military resources too thin. Additionally, Harold's decision to dismiss his southern forces on the 8th of September prior to William's invasion likely weakened his defensive capabilities. Critics of Harold's strategy argue that he acted hastily by marching south without amassing a larger force, though it is debatable whether additional troops would have significantly altered the outcome. Contrary to claims of an exhausted English army, the battle's duration, lasting from morning until dusk, suggests the English were not significantly wearied by their rapid southward march. Questions also arise regarding Harold's trust in Earls Edwin and Morcar post-Torstig's defeat, potentially influencing his decision not to summon their forces for the southern defense. Some modern historians do suggest that Harold's swift movement towards Hastings aimed to limit William's ability to consolidate power and wreak further havoc from his initial foothold. Within the battle itself, though, several key elements tipped the scales into the favor of William. First of all, William's extensive military experience and the Norman army's cavalry gave them a tactical edge over the English, who lacked comparable mounted units. Also, Harold's failure to capitalize on the momentary confusion caused by rumors of William's death and the English pursuit of retreating Normans, which left their flanks vulnerable, are seen as crucial missteps. Whether these errors stemmed from command inexperience or soldier indiscipline, we really don't know for sure. It could have been either one of them. Well, it was the demise of Harold that was the real turning point. The real point that led to the complete disintegration of the English. Following the Battle of Hastings, the identification of Harold Godwinson's body became a matter of both personal and political significance. Depending on the source, his body was recognized either through the marks on his body or his distinctive armor. In a symbolic gesture of victory, and perhaps a kind of claim to legitimacy, Harold's personal standard was taken by William and later sent to the papacy, signifying papal involvement and approval of William's claim to the English throne. The aftermath of the battle left the field strewn with bodies of the dead, including some of Harold's brothers and his loyal housecarls, while the Norman casualties were collectively buried in an unmarked grave that remains undiscovered to this day. The English dead initially received no such honor, which somewhat reflects the brutal norms of medieval warfare and the victor's prerogatives. Over time, though, relatives managed to reclaim some of the bodies for proper burial, indicating the personal tragedies that unfold alongside the broad historical narratives. No one remembers the mothers, the fathers, and sons and daughters who have to go and pick up the broken, battered corpses of their relatives. Yeah, no one ever writes about that. Well, the precise number of casualties also remains a mystery, and of course the estimates have suggested devastating loss on both sides, possibly 2,000 Normans and twice as many Englishmen. The grim tally underscores the brutality of the battle. And intriguingly, recent archaeological finds challenge long-held beliefs that acidic soil conditions would prevent the recovery of human remains and artifacts, and it gives us a new possibility to understand the battle's physical context, so looking forward to a few more digs. William's victory did not immediately secure his rule over England. Instead of surrendering, the surviving English leaders proclaimed Edgar the Atheling as the new king, which of course led William to work a bit of overtime in undertaking a military campaign to consolidate his control. That being said, there wasn't much of an army left to fight on the English side. Well, his maneuvers around London and the subsequent submission of key English leaders at Berkhamsted paved the way for his official coronation only a few months later, on December 25th of 1066. Merry Christmas, William. A moment that marked the beginning of Norman rule in England, but also the onset of prolonged resistance and rebellion against the Norman dominance. The establishment of Battle Abbey at the site of Harold's death, purportedly fulfilling a vow by William, serves as a lasting memorial to the conflict, and it's still there to this day. It's a beautiful building. Over the centuries, the abbey and the battlefield have undergone their own changes, with the dissolution of the monasteries and later developments altering the landscape. Now, a site of historical interest managed by the English heritage, it attracts visitors and a lot of reenactors, keeping the memory of the battle alive in the public imagination. And I suppose I hope that I'm doing my part in it as well. But what about the battle's veterans and their fates? Well, some of the English fighters went to join the Varangian Guard. Others joined up with the Normans. And I suppose plenty more of them, those who were left, went out to the countryside and did what everyone else did. Farm. Well, thank you very much for listening. I told you it was a pivotal battle. You didn't believe me, didn't you? There's a reason why everyone still talks about the Battle of Hastings. One thing I will say is, if it wasn't for the Battle of Hastings and the victory by William, well, our language that we're speaking right now would be very, very different. You see, the English had their own language, and the English that we speak now is more of a, how can I put this, a lesser version of French? Perhaps so. The two great events that changed our English language to what it is now is, one, the Battle of Hastings with the Normans conquering England, and two, the great vowel shift that began at the end of the Black Plague, where basically everyone came over from the heartlands of Europe and changed the language even more. But if you want to hear what Old English sounds like, it's quite easy to do so. Just get onto YouTube and search up what Old English sounded like. And then try and imagine that you, if history had have played out a little differently, you might sound exactly like that instead. Thomas Aquinas was an Italian Dominican friar, philosopher, and theologian who became one of the most influential medieval thinkers of the Western world. His integration of the philosophical principles of Aristotle with the theology of the Christian faith set the framework for the Catholic theology and helped develop the system known as scholasticism, which sought to reconcile faith and reason. Aquinas is best known for his major work, the Summa Theologica, a monumental treatise that covers the full breadth of Christian theology and philosophy. His teachings on the natural law, the virtues, and the relationship between faith and reason have had a profound and lasting impact on Christian theology and Western philosophical thought. And if you want to learn about him, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, if you like what I do, and want to help keep me going, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, help YouTube push the video out to a greater audience by liking, commenting, and subscribing if you feel inclined to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our life of Thomas Aquinas. Please first make yourself comfortable, and we may begin. Thomas Aquinas, born around 1225 in the family castle of Roccasecca near Aquino in the Kingdom of Sicily, was destined for a religious career from an early age. His family was part of the southern Italian nobility, with his father, Landulf of Aquino, serving as a knight under Emperor Frederick II. Unlike his brothers, who pursued military careers, Thomas was intended to follow his uncle into the abbacy of Monte Cassino, the oldest Benedictine monastery. At just 5 years old, Thomas began his early education at Monte Cassino. However, the ongoing military conflict between Emperor Frederick II and Pope Gregory IX soon disrupted his stay, leading his parents to enroll him at the University of Naples. There, Thomas was introduced to the works of Aristotle, Averroes, and Maimonides, which deeply influenced his theological philosophy. He also came under the influence of John of St. Julian, a Dominican preacher, whose teachings inspired Thomas to join the Dominican order at the age of 19. His decision to join the Dominicans was met with fierce opposition from his family, particularly from his mother, Theodora. To prevent him from pursuing a religious life, his family held him captive in their castles at Monte San Giovanni and Roccasecca for nearly a year. That's right, he was effectively grounded. During this period, Thomas tutored his sisters and maintained communication with the Dominicans. His family's efforts to dissuade him included a rather humorous attempt to break his faith and tempt him by hiring a lady of the night. That's one way of doing it. But unfortunately, this event only strengthened his resolve, and apparently led to a mystical experience in which he was granted the celestial gift of perfect chastity. Certainly a backfire for his parents, I'm sure. Well, in 1244, finally realizing that her efforts were futile, Theodora arranged for Thomas to escape from captivity in secret. This allowed him to maintain his dignity and that of his family. Thomas then traveled to Naples and Rome, where he officially joined up with the Dominican order under Johannes von Wildeshausen, the Master General. In 1245, a year later, Thomas Aquinas began his studies at the Faculty of Arts at the University of Paris, which was one of the leading centers of academic learning in the medieval world at the time. It was here that he likely first encountered Albertus Magnus, a prominent Dominican scholar and chair of theology at the College of St. James in Paris. This meeting would prove significant, as Albertus would become Thomas's mentor and guide in the early stages of his academic and also theological career. When Albertus was transferred to Cologne in 1248 to teach at the newly established Studium Generale, Thomas followed him there, choosing to continue his studies under Albertus rather than accept the position of abbot at Monte Cassino, which was offered to him personally by Pope Innocent IV. This decision marked Thomas's deep commitment to the Dominican order and his pursuit of an academic career. In Cologne, Albertus recognized Thomas's potential and appointed him Magister Studentium. Despite Thomas's quiet demeanor, which led some to underestimate him, Albertus famously predicted that Thomas would one day produce a bellowing in his teachings that would resonate across the entire world. During his time in Cologne, Thomas served as an apprentice professor, teaching on the Old Testament and writing commentaries on the books of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Lamentations. His early academic work displayed his growing interest in biblical studies and his capability as a scholar. In 1252, Thomas returned to Paris to pursue a master's degree in theology. He lectured as an apprentice professor on the Bible, and his studies culminated in his commentary on Peter Lombard's Sentences, a foundational theological text of the medieval period. This work, along with others such as De Ente et Essentia, highlight his deepening understanding of both theology but also philosophy. By 1256, 4 years later, Thomas had achieved the coveted position of Regent Master in Theology at Paris. One of his first significant works in this capacity was Contra Impugnantes de Cultum et Religionem, sorry for the Latin pronunciation, in which he defended the mendicant orders against critics like William of St. Amour. This period was incredibly productive for Thomas, as he authored several key texts that contributed to his reputation as a premier theologian and professor. These works included Questiones Disputate de Veritate, a collection of disputed questions that he addressed during public debates, effectively a FAQ, and also extensive commentaries on the works of Boethius. Throughout his tenure in Paris, Thomas's work continued to evolve, culminating in the beginning of his efforts on Summa Contra Gentiles, one of his most famous and comprehensive works, aimed at explicating and defending the Christian faith against dissenting views. This work, among others, solidified his place as one of the most influential thinkers of the Middle Ages. And if you ask a lot of people about what their main work of Thomas Aquinas was, don't be surprised if they do say Summa Contra Gentiles. But that, of course, was not the first, but also definitely not the last. In 1259, after completing his first regency at the Studium Generale in Paris, Thomas left the city to provide teaching opportunities to other members of his order. He returned to Naples, where he was appointed as the general preacher by the provincial chapter on September the 29th, 1260. The following year, he was summoned to Orvieto to serve as the conventual lector, responsible for pastoral formation of friars who could not attend a studium generale. Now, during his time in Orvieto, Thomas completed many more significant works, including the finalized version of Summa Contra Gentiles and the Golden Chain, Catena Aurea, and several works that were commissioned by Pope Urban IV, such as the Liturgy for the newly established Feast of Corpus Christi and Contra Errores Graecorum, against the errors of the Greeks. He also composed hymns for the Feast of Corpus Christi, including the Pange Lingua and the Panis Angelicus, which remained part of the Christ liturgy today, the Church's liturgy, rather. Now, in February 1265, newly elected Pope Clement IV summoned Thomas to Rome to serve as papal theologian. That same year, he was directed by the Dominican chapter of Agnani to teach at the Stadium Conventuale at the Roman convent of Santa Sabina, which was founded in 1222. This studium was now designated as the order's first studium provinciale, a more advanced school that bridged the gap between the simpler convent schools and the studium generale, kind of a middle ground. Now, while there at Santa Sabina, Thomas began his most famous work, the Summa Theologiae. This work was intended as a teaching tool for beginners in theology, laying out the Christian religion in a way that was accessible to those new to the subject, kind of like Christianity 101, how to answer all of those pesky questions from the people who are thinking too much and all of the other little details that you would need to know. He also wrote other significant theological works during this period, including the unfinished Compendium Theologiae and the Responsio ad ver Leonanum Verscalensum de Articulus, and I'm not going to read the rest of it. There is simply too much Latin, I'm afraid. Now, Thomas also conducted a series of disputations on the power of God, which were later compiled into his work De Potentia. His teaching at the Santa Sabina Studium had a significant impact, and he trained numerous future scholars and church leaders, including notable ones such as Nicholas Brunacchi and the blessed Tomasello de Perugia. Now in 1268, Thomas was called back to Paris for a second teaching regency. His departure marked the end of his direct involvement with the Santa Sabina Studium, which he continued to evolve and expand. Now, the theological component of the provincial curriculum was later moved to the New Covenant at the Church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, which had initially been established as a community for women converts. This studium was eventually transformed into the College of St. Thomas in the 16th century, and in the 20th century it became the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas, also known as the Angelicum. In 1268, Thomas Aquinas was reassigned by the Dominican order to the University of Paris for his second regency. This move was influenced by the emergence of Averroism, or radical Aristotelianism at the university, which posed significant challenges to Orthodox Christian teachings. Thomas was deeply concerned about the compatibility of these teachings with the Christian doctrine, prompting him to write De Unitate Intellectus contra Averroistas, or On the Unity of Intellect against the Averroists. This work targeted the Averroist beliefs that all humans share a single intellect, a view which, Thomas argued, was contrary to the faith. During this period, Thomas also wrote the work On the Eternity of the World against Grumblers. That's right, those pesky grumblers, we can't have them. Addressing the Aristotelian concept that the world had no temporal being, which of course also conflicted with the traditional Christian doctrine of creation. The friction between Aristotelian philosophy and Christian theology was a central theme of his works during this time. He also sought to reconcile faith with reason. Thomas's second regency was marked by intellectual disputes, particularly with members of the Franciscan order. A year prior to his return to Paris, Franciscan master William of Ballione had sharply criticized Thomas accusing him of fostering Averroist thought among his students. The accusation had likely stemmed from a few misunderstandings, or perhaps doctrinal rivalry, rather than any genuine doctrinal deviance on Thomas's part. The tension around Averroism and its implications for Christian teachings was palpable. On December the 10th, 1270, Etienne Tempier, the Bishop of Paris, officially condemned 13 Aristotelian and Averroistic propositions as heretical, excommunicating anyone who adhered to them. This condemnation was a clear sign of the Church's resistance to philosophical ideas that seemed to threaten its doctrinal purity. In response to these controversies, Thomas engaged in a series of academic disputations aimed at clarifying and defending the Christian understanding of virtues and hope. These included works such as On Virtues in General, On Cardinal Virtues, and On Hope. These works were part of his broader effort to demonstrate that the Aristotelian philosophy, when correctly interpreted, and that's the important part, could be harmonized with Christian theology. You can have both, but you'll have to make a few concessions. In 1272, Thomas left the University of Paris, following a request from the Dominicans in his home province to establish and lead a new Studium Generale. He chose Naples for this institution, where he also took on the role of regent master. During his time in Naples, Thomas continued to work on the third part of the Summa Theologica, and lectured on various theological topics. He was also known for his popular sermons delivered daily throughout Lent, addressing fundamental Christian tenets like the Commandments, the Creed, the Our Father, and the Hail Mary. Thomas Aquinas is associated with several mystical experiences and phenomena, including, apparently, a few reported cases of levitation. G.K. Chesterton, among others, noted that Thomas had ecstasies where he levitated above the ground, and during one such experience at the chapel of St. Nicholas in the Dominican convent of Naples, he reportedly had a vision of Christ. According to tradition, Christ asked Thomas what reward he desired for his writings, to which Thomas replied, "Nothing but you, my Lord." How sweet. Well, on December 6th, 1273, Thomas underwent a profound experience while celebrating Mass, leading him to view all of his written works as, and I quote, straw. This event significantly affected him, causing him to cease writings and dictations to his assistant, Reginald of Piperno. As a result, the Summa Theologica remained unfinished. The specific nature of the vision or revelation that led to this decision remains unknown, but it is believed to involve a direct encounter with the divine. The reason why the divine told him to stop writing the Summa Theologica is a mystery of its own. I suppose we'll never really know. In 1274, Pope Gregory X summoned Thomas to the Second Council of Lyon to discuss the reunification of the Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic churches. Thomas had previously written against the errors of the Greeks for Pope Urban IV, which was to be presented at the council. Remember, at this time there was a split in the church. Over in the Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantine Empire, they believed in a different kind of Christianity, while back in the Roman world, if we may still call it that at this point, it was a more Catholic orthodoxy. Well, however, while traveling to Lyon, he met a little bit of bad luck, and he suffered a severe head injury that led to his eventual death. He became ill again and stopped at the Cistercian Fossanoba Abbey, where he spent 5 days. During his last rites, he reaffirmed his faith and the teachings he had written about, particularly concerning the Eucharist and the Roman Church. Thomas Aquinas passed away then on the 7th of March, 1274, leaving behind a legacy as one of the most influential theologians and philosophers of the Middle Ages, whose works continue to be studied for their insightful integration of Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, deeply impacting the intellectual landscape of Western Christianity and filling out the next half hour of this video. In 1277, Bishop Etienne Dampierre of Paris, who had previously issued a condemnation in 1270, issued a more extensive list of censures that included 219 propositions deemed to be heretical. Among these were 20 propositions associated with Thomas Aquinas, which initially damaged his reputation severely. Of course, he wasn't around to refute them because he'd been dead for 3 years. It's very easy to throw accusations at people when they can't have the ability to fight back. Well, this condemnation aimed to assert the transcendence of God's absolute power beyond the constraints of Aristotelian and Averroistic logic. Well, despite this early setback, Thomas's theological contributions, posthumously, began to gain recognition and real prestige by the 1300s. Dante Alighieri, the one who wrote the Divine Comedy, completed around 1321, depicted Thomas Aquinas among the great religious sages in the heaven of the sun. Dante even suggested that Thomas died from poisoning orchestrated by Charles of Anjou, a claim also noted by other contemporary writers, though this assertion does lack historical corroboration and is contradicted by accounts from Thomas's friends that suggest a natural death a little while after that head injury. And just a little side note, I will have a full video on Dante Alighieri soon, and perhaps another video on each different part of the Divine Comedy, as there were 3 of them. Effectively, within the Divine Comedy, depending on how much Dante liked you, would be where you would be put. There were some people, especially in the first book, the Inferno, who were placed in rather horrible places at the bottom pits of hell. Of course, these were people that Dante saw as worthy of being there. Conversely, the ones up in the highest echelons of the third book, Paradiso, were people who Dante looked upon quite favorably. So, Dante, placing him in this position in the Divine Comedy, may simply be a reflection of Dante's personal sort of opinions about him. That being said, his work was not censored by any church officials, and Thomas Aquinas was left there, so we may also assume that it was somewhat of a general opinion. Anyway, sorry for going off topic. back to Thomas. The impact of Thomas Aquinas was such that during his canonization process, that's when you make somebody a saint to canonize someone, was challenged by the devil's advocate about the lack of miracles. A cardinal famously retorted that Thomas's works were as miraculous as they were scholarly, stating in Latin, tot miraculus quod articulus, as many miracles as articles. Thomas was canonized by Pope John the 22nd on the 18th of July, 1323. Now, Thomas's remains have had a history of relocations. Initially buried at Fossanova Abbey, his relics were moved to the Church of the Jacobins in Toulouse on the 28th of January, 1369. They stayed there until the disruptions of the French Revolution, after which they were held in the Basilica of St. Serene until 1974, when they were returned to the Church of the Jacobins, where they remain to this day. Thomas's feast day was originally on the 7th of March, the day of his death, but was moved to the 28th of January. By 1969, revision of the general Roman calendar, due to the Lenten season often coinciding with his feast day. He is also recognized with a lesser festival on the 28th of January in some Anglican churches. Recognized as a doctor of the Church in 1567 by Pope Pius V, Thomas was placed alongside the great Latin fathers of the Church. His teachings then became central to Catholic education, particularly after Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Aeterni Patris of 1879, which endorsed Thomistic philosophy as the cornerstone of Catholic theological education. Thomas was declared a patron saint of all Catholic educational establishments in 1880, and in fact there is a school named after him quite nearby to a friend of mine's home. I'm not going to tell you exactly nearby. Nobody wants to get doxxed. Now, Bertrand Russell's critique of Thomas Aquinas highlights a fundamental philosophical difference between the scholastic method employed by Aquinas and the more exploratory questioning approach typical of figures like the Platonic Socrates. Russell points out that Aquinas began his philosophical inquiries with a predetermined truth set out by the Catholic faith, which means his philosophical exercises often aim at justifying or explaining this preset truth, rather than discovering new truths through reason alone. It's called confirmation bias. Now, according to Russell, this method qualifies more as special pleading than genuine philosophical inquiry, because the conclusions are fixed in advance, and the process is all about aligning the reasoning with these conclusions. Russell's example regarding Thomas's views on marriage further illustrates this criticism. Aquinas argued for the indissolubility of marriage based on the roles and perceived capabilities of parents, to which modern sensibilities may appear somewhat outdated or biased, particularly in his claims about the rationality of fathers compared to mothers in their roles of discipline. Russell uses this example to emphasize that followers of Aquinas might adhere to his conclusions about marriage not because of the strength of his arguments, but by modern standards, but because they align with broader theological or doctrinal commitments. This critique touches on the larger debate about the role of philosophy in relation to theology, especially in medieval contexts, where theological commitments often framed philosophical inquiry. While Aquinas is celebrated for synthesizing Aristotelian philosophy with Christian theology, Russell's critique reflects a modern philosophical perspective that more so values independent inquiry and follows arguments to their logical conclusions regardless of prior commitment or beliefs. This kind of detached academia is kind of like saying, instead of "we don't know, let's find out." In the strictly ecclesiastical sense, it's like, "we know, and let's find a way to confirm our biases." Well, either way, Thomas Aquinas' theological framework is a pivotal synthesis of Christian doctrine and Aristotelian philosophy, which aims to reconcile faith and reason within this comprehensive system of thought. He asserts that both faith and reason are essential for understanding the truth about God. But does one come before the other? Is it an even scale? And is reason really reasonable if it contradicts the set principles of the Church? If we were to make an argument based in reason that would go against orthodoxy, well, it's all of a sudden unreasonable. Well, let's have a look at just a few of Thomas's views, taken from his writings, and try to understand a little bit more about where he was coming from. Starting, of course, with his theological approach and natural theology. Thomas views theology, or sacred doctrine, not as some kind of philosophy, but as a science, not in the modern sense of empirical investigation, but as an organized body of knowledge that progresses from these fundamental principles. He argues that this body of knowledge arises both from human reason, natural revelation, and divine revelation, supernatural revelation. Natural revelation involves what can be known of God through reason alone, such as the existence of God and his attributes, which Thomas thought could be demonstrated philosophically. Supernatural revelation, conveyed through scripture and church tradition, includes truths beyond the grasp of reason. For example, let's say the Trinity and incarnation. These things that are just that little bit over our heads in terms of the church's reasoning and understanding of what the general population should have a grasp on. Integration of faith and reason. For Thomas Aquinas, reason is not only compatible with faith, but a necessary component of it. He suggests that reason can explore the truths of divine revelation without contradicting them, suggesting that God's creation, i.e. nature, and God's revelation, i.e. scripture, ultimately come from the same divine source, and must therefore be coherent with each other. When discrepancies arise, they are of course due to human errors, either in scientific understandings or in scriptural interpretations, not because of the fault in the truths themselves. Philosophical and theological contributions. Existence of God. Thomas is well known for his 5 ways, these logical arguments that lead to the proof of the existence of God by his standard. These include the argument from motion, causation, possibility and necessity, degrees of perfection, and governance of the world. Drawing on the works of earlier theologians like Augustine and incorporating these Aristotelian principles, he discusses God's nature extensively. He utilizes both affirmative or cataphatic theology, which articulates what God is, and negative, apophatic theology, which explains what God is not. This innovative approach led to the development of what is known as existential theology, emphasizing God's existence as his essence. Moral and virtue theory. Thomas's moral philosophy, which includes discussions on the virtues, law, and ethics, is another notable area where he applies Aristotelian thought to Christian doctrine. His views virtues as habits, he views virtues as habits, rather, that dispose individuals to act in accordance with reason and faith. The reception of Thomas Aquinas' ideas was initially mixed, facing criticism and even outright condemnation. However, over time his synthesis of Aristotelian philosophy and Christian thought gained significant acceptance and was eventually even officially endorsed by the Catholic Church themselves. Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Aeterni Patris of 1879 underscores this endorsement by urging a revival of Thomistic philosophy as a response to the modern crisis of faith and reason. Thomas's philosophical and theological exploration into the nature of God, the universe, and ethics interweaves these classical philosophies with the newer orthodox Christian doctrines, and leaves us with a system that strives to articulate a comprehensive understanding of the divine, and of course its interaction with our human experience. The nature of God. Thomas's arguments for the existence of gods are, certainly not gods, are foundational in classic theistic philosophy. So let's just briefly explain them. He presents these 5 ways, in Latin quinque viae, in his work Summa Theologica, that attempt to demonstrate God's existence logically and naturally. The first being the argument from motion. He argued that everything in motion is moved by something else, and there must be an unmoved mover, which is of course God. Next is the argument from causation, namely, every effect has a cause, and there must be an uncaused cause, which is God. Next is the argument from necessity. Humans observe all things that are contingent, those that can exist or not exist. Therefore, there must be a necessary being whose existence is not contingent, and this being is God. Argument from degrees of perfection. The gradation observed in things suggests that there is a best or most perfect being that is the ultimate source of all existence and perfection, and guess what? That is God. The last being the argument from ordered tendencies of nature. Non-intelligent objects act toward ends, which implies their existence of an intelligent director who guides all natural tendencies toward their goals. And I don't have to tell you who that director is. Through these arguments, Thomas not only intends to prove God's existence, but also to describe his attributes, namely simplicity, infinity, perfection, immutability, and unity. These characteristics outline the conceptual framework that depicts God as the ultimate cause of everything, without being subject to limitations and changes inherent to the created universe. The nature of sin. Aquinas' understandings of sin integrates his metaphysical principles with his ethical and theological concerns. Sin, at least for Thomas, is fundamentally a deviation from reason and God's eternal law. It represents a moral failing that results in the privation of good rather than the presence of an independent evil entity. This view aligns with his broader metaphysical schema that defines evil as a lack of good, something that exists as a deficit rather than a substantive thing. Take, for instance, in our universe, it is not that cold exists, rather just a lack of heat. Integration of faith and reason. For Thomas, faith and reason are harmonious and intertwined. One can lead to an understanding of the other. He held the belief that truths revealed through faith could not contradict those discovered through reason, as both of these things, as with everything, stem from God. This principle allowed Aquinas to employ Aristotelian philosophy to explain Christian doctrine without abandoning the primacy of divine revelation. This approach was not merely to defend theological truths, but also to present them in a systematic and rational format that was also accessible to the scholarly discourse of his time. Theological influence and legacy. The integration of Aristotelian philosophy into Christian theology by Aquinas was initially controversial, but posthumously gained quite a lot of acceptance. His works have become a central element of Catholic education and theological study, influencing countless thinkers and establishing him as a pivotal figure in Western philosophy and theology. His methods and doctrines continue to be studied and widely revered, shaping theological discussions and supporting the view that intellectual inquiry can indeed coexist with faith-based convictions. His extensive discussions on the nature of God, the Trinity, and Christology are integral to understanding his philosophical and theological framework. It is a work that blends rigorous logical analysis with deep theological insight. The Trinity. Aquinas elucidates the concept of the Trinity using philosophical reasoning grounded in doctrine. For Thomas, God is perfectly one in essence, but also distinctly three in persons, namely being the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Each person of the Trinity is God whole and entire, yet each is distinct because of their relationships, i.e., the Father generates the Son is generated by the Father, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from both. This relational distinction does not imply a division in the divine essence, but rather a communion of persons sharing pretty much the same divine nature. Thomas's Christology is deeply incarnational, emphasizing that Christ is the true God and true man. This duality of nature was not a mixture of confusion, but a union in one person. The incarnation of the Word in Jesus Christ is central to Thomas's theological narrative, where the divine nature did not undergo any change, but rather took on a human nature to accomplish the salvation of humanity. Through the incarnation, God made it possible for humans to overcome sin and attain salvation, a process that could not be achieved through human effort alone. According to Thomas, the primary purpose of the Incarnation was to restore human nature from the corruption of sin. The soteriological theme is prominent in his writings, where he argues that Christ's redemptive death was necessary for the repair of human nature. Through his sacrifice, Christ offers satisfaction for the sins of humanity, a theme that aligns with the satisfaction theory of atonement. The sacraments are another key area of focus in Thomas's theology. He views the sacraments as the primary means through which the grace of God is imparted to believers. Each sacrament confers grace according to its own form and purpose, thus contributing to the spiritual growth and salvation of the individual. He also delves deeply into moral theology, discussing virtues and the principles of moral decision-makings, and his views of ethics is rather teleological, grounding human mortality in the ultimate purpose or end, the telos of human life, which he identifies as union with God. This end is achieved through the practice of virtues, both natural and theological, which orient a person towards defined beatitude. Now, finally, just to finish up, we must say that the impact of Thomas Aquinas' thought on Western Christianity is profound. His synthesis of Aristotelian philosophy with Christian doctrine set a precedent in theological and philosophical reasoning that continues to influence Catholic thought and beyond. His method of using reason to explore faith elements has established him as a foundational figure in the development of the scholastic tradition within Christianity. And that being said, one must remember that Christianity is indeed a very broad religion. We are mainly speaking in this video from the Catholic perspective, and not all Christians are Catholic. In fact, many Christian sects and individuals have very great disagreements, we will say, with the Catholic Church, many of which are quite obvious. But we must give credence to all people who want to come out and put their thoughts down in academic journals and show us their opinions, all in good faith. Let's hear them out, and then make judgments later on. Of course, let us not tiptoe that line between reason and faith, because we perhaps will find ourselves firmly in one camp, opposing the other. If an argument is not conforming to our preconceived biases, we may immediately judge it as unreasonable. And I think that that is the fatal flaw of Thomas Aquinas, with all due respect. Marco Polo, 1254 to 1324, was a Venetian merchant, an explorer, and a writer, who traveled through Asia along the Silk Road between 1271 and 1295. He's best known for his extensive travels and the resulting book titled The Travels of Marco Polo, which offers a detailed and rich account of the vast cultures, cities, and life of Central Asia and China during the Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan. Polo's descriptions provided Europeans with an unprecedentedly comprehensive look at Asian lands and goods, stirring imaginations and interest in the East. But there are many who believe these tales to be outlandish exaggerations, and if not exaggerations, some people believe them to be completely made up. But what is the truth? perhaps we should hear a little bit from both sides. If you want to find out, you're in the right place to do so. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, links to Patreon are in the description. And if you want YouTube to tell other people about the channel, the best way to push the video out is by clicking the like button and leaving your thoughts down below in the comments. Thank you in advance. And now, with that out of the way, don't you think it's about time that we get relaxed and begin our life of Marco Polo? First, I'm going to give a general outline of Marco's life, and then we are going to have a look at his writings and subsequently the claims made within them in detail. There's going to be a lot of modern scholarship and modern theories that perhaps might change by the time you see this video, but as of early 2024, this is what we know. Marco Polo, the renowned Venetian explorer, was born around 1254, though the precise date and location of his birth are a little bit of a mystery. Historical records suggest Venice as his birthplace, as indicated in his work The Travels of Marco Polo, which notes his Venetian heritage and mentions his father, Niccolo Polo, a merchant, returned to Venice around 1269 to find his wife deceased and his son, who was then 15, well and truly alive. Despite the general consensus placing his birth in Venice, alternative theories have proposed his birthplace as the island of Cortula, or even Constantinople. These suggestions, however, have not been widely accepted in the scholarly community, but there is discussion around them, and mostly the widely scholar community does dispute the claims for lack of supporting evidence, so perhaps we'll wait to find out. Now, the Polo's family's origins are also a little mysterious, with historical records suggesting at least two different Polo families in Venice, one in San Geremia district and the other in San Giovanni Grisostomo district, where Marco's family house was located. Various sources from the 15th and 16th centuries debate the family's origins, some suggesting a Dalmatian background. In fact, prominent figures like Placido Zula and Niccolo Tomaseo have examined these claims, with some scholars asserting the family's Venetian roots trace back to the 10th century. Theories of a Dalmatian origin often represent Ramusio's account of Polo's capture at the Battle of Gazzola, associating his lineage with the aforementioned island of Cortula. His family tree is just as complex and quite convoluted, influenced by Giovanni Battista Ramusio's writings in Navigazioni et Viaggi of 1559, which may have confused different branches of the Polo family. Now onto Polo's father, Niccolo, whose ancestors had significant ties with Constantinople. That's modern-day Istanbul in Turkey, by the way. Or we should perhaps say Turkey, as they have now changed the name of their country. Well, this all further complicates the family's history. The details of Polo's mother, including her name, remain unknown. Marco Polo was also known by the nickname Milione or Emilione, which is believed to have originated from the vast wealth he described of Kublai Khan, often in millions. Some speculate that this nickname, which also applied to his father, distinguished their branch of the Polo family from others. This nickname encapsulated the grandeur and scale of the wealth and wonders Marco Polo recounted upon his return to Venice, leaving a lasting imprint on his legacy as a bridge between the East and the West. Niccolo Polo, let's talk about him for a while. He was a merchant too, along with his brother Maffeo. They were established traders with the Near East, gaining wealth and prestige from their ventures. Before Marco Polo's birth, around 1260, they were residing in Constantinople, at that time the capital of the Latin Empire. Anticipating a shift in political power, they converted their assets into jewels and departed the city. Their timing was fortuitous, as in 1261 Michael VIII Palaiologos retook Constantinople for the Byzantine Empire, persecuted the Venetian quarter, and targeted its inhabitants. Well, Marco's early life largely remains undocumented until he reached 15, although it is known that he was likely raised in Venice. After the death of his mother, his upbringing was overseen by an aunt and an uncle. He received a substantial education focused on commerce, such as understanding foreign currencies, appraising and managing cargo ships, but he acquired very little or no Latin. Now you must remember that at this time, the two big shipping empires, the two big naval powers, were Genoa and Venice. Venice arguably being the superior of the two. Of course, we're talking about a European world here. So, perhaps in other countries they had substantial navies as well, but we are talking about the Mediterranean region. So receiving an education primarily in foreign trade and currencies, cargo ships, was quite normal. Now in 1269, Niccolo and Maffeo, so that was Marco's father and his uncle, returned to Venice, and that was when Marco had met his father for the very first time. By 1271, 2 years later, Marco, alongside his father and uncle Niccolo and Maffeo, embarked on an extensive journey to Asia, documented in his later writings. Their travels took them to Acre, and then they got some camels and went to the Persian port of Hormuz. They consulted with Archdeacon Tadalo Visconti in Acre, who later actually became Pope Gregory X. If you've watched some of my other videos on the Crusades times, you'll know his relevance. The Polos were carrying a message from Kublai Khan, seeking papal envoys. After learning of Tadaldo's elevation to the papacy, they returned to Acre, where the new pope entrusted them with a mission to the great Khan, sending 2 Dominican friars to accompany them. The group eventually reached Kublai Khan's court in Chengdu, China. By this time, Marco was 21 years old, and reportedly the Khan took quite a liking to him, leading to his official appointment as a foreign emissary. Marco then served in this role for 17 years, traveling extensively across the empire in Southeast Asia, relaying detailed accounts of all of his observations. Kublai Khan, valuing the Polos' service, was initially reluctant to let them return to Europe. Around 1291, though, he permitted their departure, tasking them with escorting the Mongol princess Kokochin to Persia for marriage to Arghun Khan. Following the completion of this task, the Polos journeyed overland to Constantinople and eventually decided to return to Venice. They arrived back in Venice in 1295, after 24 years abroad, carrying with them a wealth of riches and treasures accumulated over nearly 15,000 miles of travel. Upon his return to Venice in 1295, Marco Polo found his hometown at war with Genoa. Amidst the conflict, he armed a galley equipped with a trebuchet to participate in the war. Now, contrary to later traditions, Marco was likely captured by Genoans in a naval skirmish off the Italian coast in 1296, not during the Battle of Corzuolo in 1298. This was a misconception stemming from the 16th century accounts by Giovanni Battista Ramusio, though some people still argue for the former. Latter, rather, Battle of Corzuolo. Now, excuse me. Let's continue. Well, after this capture, of course, he was put in irons and thrown in prison. But this is the reason why we have a record of his travels and all of the things that he's seen or claimed to see. You see, while imprisoned, Marco dictated the details of his extensive travels to a one Rustichello de Pisa, a fellow prisoner who had managed to learn the skill of writing, which was actually a pretty impressive skill back in the day. This collaboration resulted in the Travels of Marco Polo, which was also known as Il Milione, the Million, a title that references Polo's nickname Milione. In the book, which combined Polo's travel accounts with Rustichello's own stories and other contemporary tales, provided Europeans with unprecedented insights into Asia, including detailed descriptions of China, India, and Japan. Eventually, Marco was released from Genoan captivity in the August of 1299 and returned to Venice, where his family had prospered, purchasing a large palazzo in the Contrada San Giovanni Crisostomo. The Polo family likely financed this purchase with profits from their eastern trade and the precious stones brought back by Marco. Despite his wealth and continued investment in other expeditions, Marco never returned to Asia, or really ventured far from Venice again. After his father Niccolo's death around 1300, Marco married Donata Badaur, and the couple had 3 daughters. Now, intriguingly, a very recent discovery from 2022 revealed that Marco had another daughter, Agnes. But you see, this was even more interesting because it was from an earlier relationship. A bit of a scandal 700 years later. Now, Marco Polo's contributions were not merely limited to his travel accounts. He reportedly shared astronomical observations with Pietro d'Abano, an astrologer and philosopher. These included sightings of a comet in the South China Sea around the year 1293, which was also documented in China and Indonesia, but not in Europe. Such observations, however, were not mentioned in his travel book, but they were preserved in D'Abano's writings. By 1305, Marco was involved in local maritime and civic affairs, paying taxes as a sea captain. In his later life, included managing his estates and maintaining social and family connections in Venice. The life of a rich old man, it seems. His will, mentioning him in relation to various familial and civic responsibilities, indicates his integration and prominence in Venetian society until his death, which came in 1323, as he was bedridden by illness, but he reached his final days in the early January of 1324. Now, on January the 8th, despite the efforts of his physicians, Polo was simply too far gone. The task of writing and certifying his will fell to Giovanni Giustiniani, a priest who was from the church of San Procolo. In his will, Polo appointed his wife, Donata, and their 3 daughters as co-executors, reflecting the typical practice of the time for ensuring the family's interests were managed. Aware of the legal entitlements of the church, Polo willingly bequeathed a portion of his estate to the church and directed additional funds to the convent of San Lorenzo, where he desired to be interred. Interestingly, he emancipated Peter, a Tartar servant, who might have journeyed with him from Asia, endowing him with 100 lire of Venetian denarii, which highlights Polo's acknowledgement for the loyalty and services of those close to him throughout his ventures. His generosity, of course, extended beyond his immediate family and freed servants. He distributed the remainder of his assets amongst various individuals, religious groups, and pretty much every guild and fraternity that he was part of, reflecting his integrated role in Venetian society. He also demonstrated forgiveness and familial care by writing off debts, including 300 lire owed by his sister-in-law, further debts owed by several convents and religious figures. For his last wishes, Polo compensated Giovanni Giustiniani for his service as a notary and for prayers, paying him 220 soldi. Intriguingly, Polo's will was not signed in the conventional sense. Instead, it was validated under the Signum Magnus rule, requiring him only to touch the document for legal validation. I don't think that would hold up in many legal cases of wills these days. The exact timing of his death is subject to ambiguity due to the Venetian method of timekeeping, which considered the day to end at sunset. This has led to some confusion, with the testament dated January 9th, 1323, by the Biblioteca Marciana, which also suggests his death occurred in June of 1324. The discrepancy in dates illustrates the complexities and challenges of historical documentation and interpretation, especially around this time. But either way, his death marked the end of an era, defined by his extensive travels and contributions to global understanding of geography and culture, leaving a legacy that endured well beyond his voyages. And what about his voyages? Well, now we know a general historical outline of Marco Polo's life. We know where he was born, how he grew up, how he lived, how he died. But now we're going to look specifically at the writings of Marco Polo. Let's get into it. The text of Marco Polo's book, in his own language, Dévissement du Monde, or The Travels of Marco Polo, is not uniform due to the multitude of early manuscripts, with about 150 copies in various languages known to exist. Each manuscript bears differences attributed to errors in copying and translation before the invention of the printing press. These discrepancies make the reconstruction of the original text a complex exercise in textual criticism. Well, the narrative began as Marco Polo's oral recounting to Rustichello de Pisa, while both were imprisoned in the Genovan Republic. Rustichello then composed the account in Franco-Venetian, likely intending the work to serve as a practical guide for merchants on weights, measures, and distances. Among the earliest manuscripts, the oldest surviving one is in Old French with a strong Italian influence, and it's known as the F text. Italian scholar Luigi Foscolo Benedetto considered this manuscript to be the closest to the original, which he cross-referenced with more detailed versions, such as Giovanni Battista Ramusio's Italian translation and a Latin manuscript from the Biblioteca Ambrosiana. Also, sorry about my Latin and Italian pronunciations. They're not too bad, but they're not too good either. Other significant early texts include the R version and the Z version. That would be Ramusio's printed version and a Latin manuscript held in Toledo, Spain, respectively. Now, the English-speaking world first got access to Polo's travels through John Frampton's Elizabethan translation in 1579, which was devised from a Spanish version by Rodrigo de Santaella. Modern editions vary significantly in approach. Some base their text on a single manuscript, others integrate multiple sources, and still others include annotations to aid understanding. The 1938 translation by A.C. Moule and Paul Pielot, notably longer, is based on the Latin manuscript from Toledo found in 1932. Now, let's get on to the book itself. It opens with a preface about his father and uncle traveling to Bulgar. Well, they resided with Prince Berk Khan. A year later, they moved to Ukek, and from there went on to Bukhara. Now, of course, many of these countries no longer exist, or they were part of the broader Mongol Empire at the time. In Bukhara, they encountered a Levantine envoy who invited them to meet Kublai Khan, the Mongol ruler, who at the time had actually never encountered Europeans. Well, reaching the court of Kublai Khan in the city of Dadu, which is modern-day Beijing, in 1266, the brothers Polo were warmly received. The Khan was reportedly curious about the European legal and political systems, and he asked about the Pope and the Roman Church. Well, satisfied with their answers, Kublai entrusted them with a letter to the Pope, requesting 100 well-educated people to teach Christianity and Western customs in his empire. Additionally, he asked for the oil from the lamp in the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem to be brought back to him. Due to the prolonged sede vacante following Pope Clement IX's death in 1268, which delayed the election of a new pope, the Polos returned to Venice in 1269 or 1270 to await the election. This allowed Marco, born after his father's departure, to finally meet him around the age of 15. In 1271, with the election of the new pope, Niccolo, Maffeo, and Marco embarked on their journey to fulfill Kublai Khan's request. They traveled to Acre, and from there rode camels to the Persian port of Hormuz. Intending to sail directly to China, they found the ships inadequate and continued their journey overland along the Silk Road until they finally reached the summer palace of Shangdu. During the journey, they encountered a caravan of merchants whom they joined for safety. However, the group was soon ambushed by bandits during a sandstorm. Though many were killed or captured, the Polos managed to fight off the attackers and escaped to a nearby town seeking refuge. After 3.5 years of travel from Venice, they finally arrived at Kublai Khan's court, where they presented the sacred oil from Jerusalem and the papal letters. Kublai Khan, very impressed by the Polos' knowledge and Marco's linguistic skills — he knew 4 languages, by the way — appointed Marco as a government official. Marco wrote about his extensive travels throughout China, describing the culture, geography, and economy of the vast empire. Despite their desire to return to Venice, the Polos remained at the Yuan court for 17 years. Their departure was delayed by Kublai Khan's refusal to let them leave, fearing the loss of his trusted advisors and envoys. Of course, in 1292 the opportunity to leave China finally arose when Kublai's great-nephew, the ruler of Persia, requested the Polos' assistance in escorting a Mongol princess to Persia. The party left Zaitun, which is now modern-day Quanzhou, in southern China, on a fleet of 14 junks traveling to Singapore, north to Sumatra, around the southern tip of India and across the Arabian Sea to Hormuz. This perilous 2-year voyage saw severe losses. Only 18 of the 600 passengers survived. Upon reaching Hormuz, the Polos continued overland to the port of Trebizond on the Black Sea, continuing their long journey back to Venice. Now, the credibility of Marco Polo's account of his travels has been subject of debate among historians and scholars. During the Middle Ages, some viewed his book as merely a romance or a fable. The perception was influenced by a stark contrast between Polo's detailed descriptions of a sophisticated Chinese civilization and earlier accounts by other travelers, like Giovanni de Pian del Carpine and William of Rubric, who depicted the Mongols as more of a barbaric people, almost like some kind of mythical monsters from an old folk tale. Now, skepticism increased due to what Polo didn't write about. In fact, in his writings, he conveniently failed to mention the Great Wall of China, which is like going to Paris and not knowing what the Eiffel Tower is. Also, there's difficulty in identifying many of the place names he mentioned, though the majority of these have since been identified. For example, Dado meaning big capital, and that's modern-day Beijing and some other places. Chinese city names usually change. The modern name now, Beijing, just means northern capital. And of course, you have Nanjing, the southern capital. And then Tokyo in Chinese is called Dongjing, the eastern capital. I don't think there's a western capital. Anyway, during these doubts, some of Polo's narrative align with known facts about China during that period. His accounts do offer more precise and detailed information than those other travelers of his time. He often challenged the marvelous fables and exaggerated legends prevalent in other European accounts. Now, his narrative, aside from some exaggerations and errors, contains fewer descriptions of irrational marvels, and is largely free from the gross errors of the other travelers, like, for example, Ibn Battuta, who confused the Yellow River with the Grand Canal and believed porcelain was made from coal. Now, modern scholarly work has validated many details in Polo's descriptions, such as the currencies used, salt production, and tax revenues, which are not only accurate but also provide unique insights not found in other non-Chinese sources. These details are corroborated by archaeological evidence and Chinese records post-dating Polo's departure from China, suggesting that his accounts could not have been derived from second-hand sources. Moreover, Polo's notes on various regions, such as his observations about the presence of numerous Christian churches in Zhenjiang, Jiangsu, align with Chinese records from the 14th century. These records confirm that a Sogdian man named Mar Sargis from Samarkand did establish multiple Nestorian churches in the region during the latter half of the 13th century. Additionally, the story of Princess Kokojin, who was sent from China to Persia to marry the Il Khan, is supported by independent sources in both China and Persia, lending further credence to Polo's account. But there are still skeptics, and they have long debated the authenticity of Marco Polo's accounts in the book, suggesting that he may have written it completely based on hearsay. Of course, they once again point out the omissions of key Chinese cultural elements and structures, and not just the Great Wall. He also didn't say anything about the tea, the Chinese characters, the chopsticks, and the foot binding. And you're certainly going to notice those, aren't you? Concerns about these omissions surfaced as early as the 17th century, with some 18th century scholars suggesting that Polo might have never reached China at all. One scholar, John Hager, speculated that Polo possibly did not travel to southern China, given the vague details he provides about the cities there, compared to more detailed descriptions of northern ones. Herbert Frank in later times even doubted whether Polo went to China at all, suggesting that he might have relied on Persian sources due to his use of Persian expressions. On the other hand, defenders of Polo's credibility argue against these skeptical points, particularly regarding the Great Wall and foot binding. Now, one of these is historian Stephen Hoare, and he points out that the Great Wall known today is a Ming Dynasty construction, which was built 2 centuries after Polo's travels, and that the Yuan Dynasty rulers under whom Polo served controlled areas on both sides of earlier walls, reducing any need for their maintenance. Furthermore, other European travelers to Yuan dynasty China, such as Giovanni de Marignoli and Orderic of Pordenone, did not mention the wall either. Neither did Ibn Battuta, the earlier Muslim traveler, find anyone who had even seen it. Well, these days, of course, it's pretty hard to miss. And if you've not walked along the Great Wall of China, I do suggest you do so. It's only about an hour's bus ride from Beijing, if the Beijing traffic is not too bad. Now, these observations suggest that the remnants of earlier walls were not prominent or noteworthy at that time, and it supports the idea that Polo's accounts could still be valid despite these omissions. Now, the same scholar, Stephen G. Hall, supporting the authenticity of Marco's accounts, suggests that the practice of foot binding was not common among the Chinese during Polo's era, and was virtually unknown among the Mongols. This perspective challenges the expectation that Polo should have mentioned foot binding. He notes that even though the Italian missionary Orderic of Pordenone, who visited Yuan China, did mention foot binding, his description was likely based on hearsay and was notably inaccurate. This lack of mention by other foreign visitors suggests that the practice was either not widespread or simply not yet practiced in its more extreme forms. Now, Marco himself, in a less frequently cited version of his manuscript, observed the dainty steps of Chinese women, but he didn't explicitly describe foot binding. Furthermore, Hall points out that Marco Polo's omission of other elements, such as tea and chopsticks, is not necessarily an indication of falsehood, as these were also omitted by other contemporary travelers. Stephen G. Hall emphasizes that Polo's account of China includes detailed observations, such as the watertight bulkhead compartments in Chinese ships, which demonstrate a keen eye for technical details, likely derived from first-hand experience. But then again, observing such a detail that would be so much of a small thing, and taking the trouble to write it down, implies that somewhat more notable things would be observed in a bit more detail too. This prioritization leads to a little more skepticism. Well, in addition to this, several other scholars have defended Polo's narratives as fundamentally accurate. Critics like Igor de Raschuelz and Maurice Rossabi have challenged Frances Wood's assertions in her book, which questions Polo's presence in China. Now, some other scholars, let's take David Morgan for instance, highlight basic errors in Wood's book, such as misidentifying Chinese dynasties, and argues that there is no compelling evidence within her critique to doubt Polo's extensive travels in China. Moreover, Jürgen Jensen, another scholar in the field, notes a meeting between Polo and the scholar Pietro D'Abano, where Polo shared astronomical observations that align with his travels through China, Sumatra, and the South China Sea. Details that are recorded in D'Abano's works, but absent from Polo's own travelogue. Well, ultimately, the prevailing view among many scholars today is that Marco Polo did indeed travel to China, as detailed in his accounts. Those who have criticized them suggest that their research lacks a little depth, and, well, it don't really convince me, and probably won't convince you either. Now, there's a few other things that we can cover, because there's a lot more claims and a lot more little tidbits about different things that Marco Polo did or claimed that he did. Now, the claim that he served as a governor in China and his alleged prominence in Kublai Khan's court has also been another subject of debate. Now, one British historian, David Morgan, has suggested that Marco likely exaggerated his role in China, a sentiment echoed by other modern scholars who attributed these embellishments to Polo's ghostwriter, Rustichello de Pisa. The controversy centers around a passage in Polo's The Book of Marvels, which suggests that Polo governed the city of Yangzhou for 3 years. No Chinese historical texts from the Yuan dynasty directly mention Polo, raising doubts about his claims. Now, there are a few mentions that could perhaps be twisted around. The names Polo or Bolod, found in Yuan documents, typically referred to individuals of Mongol or Turkic descent, but not a Venetian merchant. If there was perhaps a indication that he was governing the city of Yangzhou, I'm sure it would have been quite a record to write about. They wouldn't have let that one simply just slip into the memory bank. However, there is a new perspective that has been introduced by a Chinese scholar, Peng Hai, in the 2010s, who proposed identifying Marco Polo with a figure mentioned in the history of Yuan named Bolor, which is a little bit funny because that's the Chinese word for pineapple. Well, this text, compiled by the Ming dynasty, narrates an incident involving Bolor, who was arrested for a breach of protocol regarding the segregation of men and women on city streets, but was then released on the emperor's orders. Bolor was subsequently reassigned to Ningxia in 1275, aligning with Polo's account of being sent on a mission around that time. Further analysis reveals connections with imperial dignitaries named Saman and his brother Xiang Wei, correlating with Polo's movements within China as he described in his travels. Xiang Wei's appointment to Yangzhou and subsequent transfer to Hangzhou coincides with Polo's own reported relocations, suggesting possible efforts to manage tensions between local officials and the foreign envoy. These findings hint at a potential trace of Marco in the Chinese records, providing some support for his presence and role in Kublai's administration, albeit a lot less glamorous than the governorship of major cities as claimed in his travelogue. But hey, we're all guilty of embellishing our resume just a little bit, aren't we? Well, the sinologist in modern times, Paul Pelliot, suggested that Marco Polo may have held a significant position within the Mongolian Empire, potentially as an officer of the government salt monopoly in Yangzhou. And that was big business, by the way. Well, this position, while significant, aligns with the historical context where Kublai Khan is known to have favored foreigners for certain administrative roles over his Chinese subjects. The practice is exemplified by recorded instances of a Nestorian Christian bishop known as Mar Sarkis, referred to in local gazettes as Ma Xue Li Ji Si, who served as an assistant supervisor in Zhenjiang and founded 2 Christian churches there during his tenure. Despite some skepticism about a European holding such a position in the Mongolian Empire, historical records do confirm that it wasn't uncommon for Kublai to employ foreigners. Some argue that against the notion that Polo exaggerated his importance in the Yuan dynasty, and clarify that Polo never maintained that he claimed rather that he maintained a high-ranking position, who would lead a military unit of 10,000 men, this position being the Darugachi. Instead, Polo described himself as an emissary of the Khan, suggesting a role with esteem, but not of top military or administrative leadership. Contradictory accounts exist regarding Polo's exact role in Yangzhou, with various manuscripts depicting him differently, from a mere resident to a governor, or even a temporary substitute for another official. Nevertheless, all accounts agree on one thing, that being his position as a respected emissary of Kublai Khan. So, on to one controversial claim in Polo's Book of the Marvels that relates to the siege of Xiangyang, where Polo, along with his father and uncle, allegedly offered to build powerful mangonels, which is kind of like a catapult, for the Mongol army. This assertion is problematic, as the siege concluded in 1273, and that was before the Polos even arrived in China. While the Mongol army did employ foreign military engineers from Baghdad during the siege, there's no evidence in the Chinese or other credible sources that suggest the Polos were anywhere near anything to do with it. Also, a number of inaccuracies in Marco's accounts have been highlighted by scholars. For instance, Polo described the Marco Polo Bridge as having 24 arches, where it actually has 11 or 13. I know, it's not a big deal, but it's still an inaccuracy. He also miscounted the gates at Khan Balik's city wall, stating that there were 12 instead of the actual 11. Additionally, his account of the 2 failed Mongolian invasions of Japan in 1274 and 81 seem a little confused, as he described ships with 5 masts, while archaeological evidence suggests they only had 3. Well, perhaps we could put this down to maybe a poor memory. Well, historian Francis Wood has criticized Polo for potentially appropriating the accounts of other people, suggesting that he may have relayed second-hand stories or drawn from Persian guidebooks. For instance, his detailed description of the Princess Kokochin's journey to China, from China rather to Persia, is confirmed by both a passage in the 15th century Chinese Yongle Encyclopedia and the Persian historian Rashid al-Din Hamadani in his Jami al-Tawarikh. However, neither of these accounts mention Polo or any European being part of the bridal party, leading Wood to argue that Polo was merely retelling a rather well-known story. Well, some come in, of course, and defend Polo, noting the absence of the princess in the Chinese source and Polo's presence in other independent sources, suggesting that Polo's account could fill in historical gaps. Furthermore, critics such as Herbert Frank have questioned whether Polo even got to China at all, citing his use of Persian expressions in his writing and somewhat inaccurate geographical descriptions of southern Chinese cities compared to northern ones. Polo's claim of serving as the governor of Yangzhou for 3 years has been doubted since there are no Chinese sources that corroborate it. And the German historian Herbert Frank noted the names similar to Polo found in Yuan text typically belong to people of Mongol or Turkic extraction. Well, in 2012, a sinologist by the name of Hans Ulrich Vogel provided a rather detailed analysis supporting Polo's presence in China by examining his descriptions of Chinese currencies, salt production, and tax revenues. He argued that Polo's accounts included unique details that simply could not have been known without actually being in China, such as the specifics about the paper money, and yes, they had it that early in China, and also regional variations in currency usage. Well, despite all the ongoing debates, the consensus among modern scholars, at least for now, leans somewhat towards the authenticity of Polo's accounts, attributing inaccuracies to the oral transmission of stories and variances in manuscript translations. Well, did you know Marco Polo, though not the first European to travel to China, he authored the most influential account of the Far East during his era, and this sparked a surge of interest in Asia among Europeans. For better or worse, if you know how the next few hundred years panned out. All of these detailed descriptions inspired the adventurers like Christopher Columbus, who carried a copy of Polo's book, annotated by his own hand, in hopes of reaching the East to explore and trade. Well, he ended up reaching a different landmass, but that's for another video. Similarly, Bento de Gois was motivated by Polo's account to journey across Central Asia, a trek that helped confirm that Cathay, as described by Polo, was indeed what the Jesuit Matteo Ricci referred to as China, linking Polo's Cathay with the China known to Europeans in the Renaissance. Well, his impact extended into European cartography as well, influencing map-making and navigation, which supported the age of European exploration that followed. The 1453 Fra Mauro map, a significant milestone in medieval cartography, was allegedly influenced by maps brought from Cathay by Polo, as noted by Giovanni Battista Ramusio. And though Polo himself did not produce maps, his accounts and possibly maps associated with him informed European knowledge about the geography of Asia and beyond. Moreover, his account contributed directly to the European knowledge about routes to Japan, the Kamchatka Peninsula, the Bering Strait, and even the coastlines of what would be known as Alaska, showing a remarkable breadth of knowledge, don't you think? Well, despite his substantial contributions to the European understanding of Asia, I'm afraid that there are many aspects of his legacy that will remain a myth. One that you may have heard of is the often repeated but incorrect claim that he introduced pasta from China to Italy. This story, popularized by a trade association's promotional efforts in the 20th century, conflicts with the historical evidence that pasta was already known in Italy long before Polo's travels, having been introduced by Arabs during their rule over Sicily in the late 9th century. And there you have it, the life and the legacy of Marco Polo, a great explorer, and maybe a great liar. But good luck trying to prove it. Either way, I believe him. Galileo Galilei, 1564 to 1642, an Italian astronomer, engineer, and physicist, often credited with founding modern science due to his pioneering use of experiments to validate physical theories. His significant contributions include the improvements of the telescope, through which he made many monumental astronomical discoveries. For example, the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and of course the detailed observations of sunspots and the rugged lunar surface. Galileo's advocacy of the Copernican theory, which posits that the Earth and planets revolve around the Sun, brought him into an unwanted conflict with the Roman Catholic Church. Thus, in 1633, he was tried by the Inquisition and found vehemently suspect of heresy. This led to his house arrest, where he remained until his death. But despite these challenges, his work laid the foundation for modern physics and astronomy. He's often referred to as the father of modern physics and even the father of science. And if you want to learn all about him, you've certainly arrived in the correct place to do so. Welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want YouTube to push the video out to more people and share this glorious channel with others, a like, comment, and subscribe certainly pushes them in the correct direction. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself comfortable as we go through the life of Galileo Galilei. Do keep in mind that while this is purely a biographical text, we are going to be interspersing it with a lot of different tidbits about his scientific experiments and discoveries and some inventions. So if it goes off course a little bit, please do remember that it will gradually drift back on track. Now, let us begin. Galileo Galilei's early life in Pisa and subsequent move to Florence set the stage for his future contributions to science and his questioning of the established authority. And that's where we're going to begin, from his education, which began under the care of Muzio Tedaldi and continued in Florence under Jacopo Borghini, emphasizing logic, a foundation that would significantly influence his methodological approach to scientific inquiry. Educated at the prestigious Vallombrosa Abbey, he was exposed to a rigorous curriculum that prepared him for his latter studies at the University of Pisa, where he would famously challenge Aristotelian physics, something deeply entrenched in the scientific mind at the time. Of course, his family had played a crucial role in shaping his character and career up to this point. His father, Vincenzo Galilei, was a musician and a critical thinker about music theory. From a young age, he instilled in Galileo a sense of skepticism toward established norms. This critical approach to knowledge would later manifest in Galileo's revolutionary scientific ideas, which, of course, we will get to later. Moreover, Galileo's relationship with his younger brother, Michelangelo, who was constant if financially burdening him, highlighted the practical aspects of Galileo's pursuits, seeking inventions that could provide a stable income. Now, Galileo's early life thus intertwined a rich cultural upbringing with the practicalities of financial responsibilities, nurturing both his intellectual curiosity but also his need for practical applications of his knowledge. If you're good at something, don't do it for free. Galileo knew this much. These dual influences are evident in his later work, where he not only developed theories that challenged the very foundations of contemporary scientific understanding, but also invented devices that had significant practical use, such as his improvements to the telescope. His formative years were thus a prelude to a life of intellectual rebellion and innovation, deeply influenced by the blend of musical creativity and logical rigor that he was exposed to from such an early age. Thus his personal life and family background are as fascinating as his scientific achievements. His choice to refer to himself simply as Galileo underscores a distinctive aspect of Italian cultural norms regarding names at the time. You see, the connection of his name to his notable ancestor, Galileo Bonaetui, and the biblical significance of Galilee link him to both a rich family history and a deeper cultural and religious heritage. This connection was famously highlighted in the sermon by Tommaso Cacciuni during the Galileo affair, using the biblical text to critique Galileo's astronomical pursuits in a pun that played on his name and activities, looking up to the heavens through the telescope. Galileo's membership in the Accademia dei Lincei was another point of pride and identifier that he sometimes used, reflecting his commitment to advancing science within an elite group that supported and encouraged his resources, along with sharing his intellectual curiosity. But what about Galileo in private? Well, of course, a private life is thusly so, private. But what we do know paints a picture of a man who, despite his religious faith and contributions to science, faced many personal and societal changes. His relationship with Marina Gamba and their 3 children were a major part of his life. The fate of his daughters, Virginia and Livia, entered a covenant due to their illegitimate birth, reflects a harsh reality of societal norms at the time concerning marriage and dowries. His son, however, Vincenzo, was later legitimized and integrated into Galileo's scholarly legacy, suggesting a reconciliation of his personal duties and his scientific career. Galileo's journey through academia and his eventual pivot from medicine to mathematics and natural philosophy was not just a personal choice for him, but a significant turn in the history of science itself. Who knows what would have happened if he had just continued on the original course? Initially, enrolling at the University of Pisa for a medical degree, Galileo's curiosity and intrinsic interest in the natural world quickly redirected his path towards scientists, influenced by encounters with the ideas of thinkers such as Girolamo Borro and Francesco Buonamici. The incident with the swinging chandelier around 1581 illustrates Galileo's early engagements with empirical observation, a hallmark of his scientific method. This insight into the pendulum swings, a discovery that paved the way for more accurate timekeeping, reflects his knack for connecting practical observations with theoretical implications. You know that thing inside the big grandfather clocks, swinging back and forth, keeping the time? Well, you can thank Galileo for that original theory. His accidental exposure to a geometry lecture sparked a lifelong passion for mathematics, which not only changed his career trajectory, but also his father's plans for him. Well, later on, Galileo's invention of the thermoscope and his design of hydrostatic balance show early prowess in both experimental and applied sciences, bringing him recognition among scholarly circles. His appointment as an instructor at the Accademia dell'Arte del Disegno in Florence marked another significant phase in his life, where he had the opportunity to mingle with the artistic elite and infused his scientific pursuits with an aesthetic sensitivity learned from Renaissance art. His lectures on Dante's Inferno, a work by the renowned Dante Alighieri, reflect an interdisciplinary approach that combined his technical knowledge with cultural and literary analysis. By the year 1589, Galileo secured a more formal academic position as the chair of mathematics at the University of Pisa. His responsibilities expanded significantly after the death of his father in 1591, taking on the care of his younger brother Michelangelo. His move in 1592 to the University of Padua was another turning point. It was there where he expanded his research into mechanics and astronomy, laying the groundwork for future astronomical discoveries that would revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos. His subsequent engagement with astrology, not astronomy, astrology, a common scholarly pursuit at the time, tied his studies in mathematics and astronomy together quite nicely, and it highlights the period's integrated approach to science and the humanities. Now, on to his astronomical observations with his telescopes, which marked another pivotal point in the history of science, seeing things that people had never seen before, and challenging established views, adding key data to the debate about the structure of the universe. His observation of the supernova of 1604 and the novae of 1572 and 1601 were significant because they challenged the Aristotelian belief in the unchangeability and perfection of the heavens. The lack of detectable diurnal parallax in these new stars indicated that they were distant objects, and that contradicts the Aristotelian model that stars were fixed to a celestial sphere, and that all change was simply limited to the sub-lunar world. The development of the telescope, although not originally invented by Galileo, was significantly advanced and improved upon by him. By 1609, He had developed a telescope with about 30 times magnification, and this was huge for the time. His demonstrations of this technology to Venetian lawmakers not only provided him with a valuable source of income, as they were very excited to support this research, but it also enabled his pioneering astronomical observations. Thus his publication, Siderius Nuncius, Starry Messenger, which detailed his telescopic observations of the moon, Jupiter's moons, and countless stars, came out and had profound implications on astronomy and physics. And also, as a side note, and just my personal opinion, what a beautiful name for a book, Starry Messenger, Siderius Nuncius. Now, his discovery of the moons orbiting Jupiter in particular provided a robust challenge to the geocentric model of the universe, which suggested that all celestial bodies revolved around the Earth. He was very happy to make this discovery. What could possibly go wrong when he began explaining it to others? Well, the observation of Jupiter's moons, namely Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, offered tangible evidence of a center of motion that was not centered on the Earth. This discovery was crucial in the gradual acceptance of the heliocentric model of the solar system, which was proposed by Copernicus. However, as you probably know, the revolutionary nature of his findings met with skepticism and outright resistance from the establishment, and not just scientific but also ecclesiastical. Well, the scientific part of it was partly due to the limitations of early telescopic technology, which made it difficult for others to confirm his observations. Of course, not everybody had the significantly advanced equipment that Galileo had. Well, Galileo's efforts to use the regular movements of Jupiter's moons to solve the longitude problem in navigation once more showed his penchant for applying scientific discoveries to the world's practical problems. Although the practical application to navigation at sea was limited due to the difficulty of making precise astronomical observations while on a moving ship, certainly tends to make things a little bit hard for the measurements. The method did, however, prove valuable for land-based applications, and was a precursor to more accurate timekeeping solutions that would eventually solve the longitude problem. Galileo's telescopic observations of Venus and its phases were very crucial in challenging this geocentric model of the universe. This model had, after all, been so deeply entrenched that people were not willing to let it go. In fact, it had been there since antiquity, and it was much like the concepts of Galenic medicine and the old ways of this sort of thing when people were moving out into more modern medicinal theories. It's hard to change old habits. Well, the Ptolemaic model, which placed Earth smack bang at the center of the universe, could not accommodate the full range of phases of Venus that Galileo had observed. These observations supported the heliocentric model proposed by Copernicus, where both Earth and Venus orbit the Sun, allowing Venus to exhibit a full cycle of phases, quite similar to those of the Moon as viewed from Earth. This was a significant piece of evidence that helped shift the consensus from a geocentric to a heliocentric understanding of the universe. And the more time went on, the more people were convinced. Unfortunately, it's difficult to convince the people who are going to put you on trial for being a heretic, but, well, we'll get to that soon. Galileo's observations of Saturn and its rings further exemplifies his pioneering contributions to astronomy, although it also highlights the unfortunate limitations of early telescopic technology. Initially mistaking the rings for separate bodies due to their appearance, or as ears, as he called them, appendages on either side of Saturn, Galileo was puzzled when these features seemed to disappear in later observations. This was due, of course, to the rings being edge-on to Earth, making them virtually invisible with his telescope's resolution. His continued observations and the changes in appearance he noted laid the groundwork for future astronomers to better understand the complex ring system of Saturn. But for Galileo's time, it seemed to be a bit of a bridge too far, even for a genius such as himself. The sighting of Neptune in 1612 as a fixed star, not recognized as a planet, illustrates the nascent stage of telescopic astronomy, where even significant discoveries such as a new planet could go completely unrecognized. Galileo's recording of Neptune's position and motion, though he did not identify it as a planet, was part of the extensive celestial cataloging work that would be essential for the future celestial mechanics. Galileo's studies on sunspots were also revolutionary. They not only challenged the Aristotelian view of an unchanging and perfect heaven, but also provided empirical evidence against geocentric and geoheliocentric systems. His dispute with Christopher Scheiner over the nature and interpretation of sunspots reflected the scientific debates of the period, showing the shift from philosophical reasoning to empirical evidence in understanding not just celestial phenomena, but science in general. Furthermore, his detailed observations of the Milky Way galaxy, which resolved into countless individual stars, overturned the belief in its nebulous nature and suggested a more complex structure of the universe. His observations of stars' apparent sizes and his methods for measuring them, despite being influenced by atmospheric distortion, represented significant advances in observational astronomy. These measurements also provided arguments against the Tychonic system, which basically suggested that stars would appear much larger if they were as distant as heliocentric models suggested. Just a side note, I don't admit to understand much about astronomy, so I'm doing my best to explain things the best way that I can. Perhaps my understanding of astronomy will be a little bit more enlightened by the end of this video, but that remains to be seen. Now, Galileo's conflict with Father Orazio Grazi regarding the nature of comets spiraled into a broader debate about scientific methods and the principles underlying celestial phenomena in general. Galileo's engagement in this debate through publications such as The Assayer highlights his role not only as a scientist, but as a critical philosopher of science, who emphasized empirical evidence and rational argumentation over established authority, or simply speculative reason. He wasn't just doing science, but he was changing how science was done. Well, the dispute began with Grassy's assertion in 1618 that comets were celestial bodies following predictable paths, which contradicted the Aristotelian belief that comets were atmospheric phenomena. In comes Galileo to challenge Grassy's conclusions, initially via a proxy publication by Mario Guiducci, where he critiqued Grassy's methods and findings without offering a definitive explanation of his own, reflecting the uncertain state of comet science at the time. Galileo's critique escalated in the Assayer, published in 1623, where he argued that science should be a pursuit of observable truths and verifiable hypotheses. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it? This work is often seen as his kind of a scientific manifesto, because it articulates his views on precisely how science should be practiced, emphasizing observation, mathematical description, and crucially, the independence of scientific discovery from philosophical or religious dogma. And I'm sure you can see how that became a problem for some people to deal with. In the Assayer, Galileo famously stated that mathematics is the language in which the universe is written, arguing that understanding the universe requires reading this language through scientific investigation. This represents a pivotal moment in the development of what we now consider the scientific method, moving away from reliance on Aristotelian philosophy and towards a more empirical approach that values observation and mathematical rigor. Believe me, it's much better that way. Well, Galileo's dispute with Grassi and his defense of his methodological approaches in the Assayer didn't just mark a significant development in the philosophy of science, but it was also playing a key role in the eventual acceptance of heliocentrism. By arguing that physical evidence gathered through observation should guide scientific understanding, Galileo set the stage for modern physics and astronomy. However, these controversies also sowed the seeds with a rather more powerful entity, that being the Roman Catholic Church, who were a little bit upset with Galileo. You see, while Galileo's ideas found favor with some, including Pope Urban VIII, they also alienated others, particularly among the Jesuit sect, who felt that Galileo's dismissive attitude towards traditional philosophical approaches undermined their own blend of science and philosophy. This alienation would contribute to the hostile environment that eventually led to Galileo's trial and condemnation in 1633 for defending the heliocentric model, which of course was seen as contrary to Scripture based on the prevailing interpretations at the time. And I do say interpretations, because not everybody was on the same page. In fact, just like in our modern day, after Martin Luther's time at least, where everybody is allowed to read the Bible and we don't have heresy trials anymore, everybody holds different views on different things, and sometimes the views they held are either rigid views or somewhat flexible ones. especially regarding the Trinity, but that's for a different video, isn't it? Back to Galileo. In 1616, the Roman Inquisition officially condemned heliocentrism, citing it as being foolish and absurd in philosophy, and formally heretical since it explicitly contradicts in many places the sense of Holy Scripture. This decree was a significant blow to Galileo, who had been advocating for the Copernican system based on his astronomical observations. But what about this condemnation of heliocentrism? Well, it wasn't just based on theological grounds, but also it incorporated physical and mathematical arguments, largely derived from Tycho Brahe's geocentric model. Brahe's model cleverly amalgamated traditional biblical interpretations with new astronomical observations, without necessitating the Earth's motion. His primary argument against heliocentrism was the absence of observable stellar parallax, which he claimed would be evident if the Earth orbited the Sun. From a technical perspective, Brahe argued that if the stars were distant enough to make their parallax unobservable with the naked eye, then they would have to be unimaginably large to appear as bright as they do in the night sky, larger even than the Sun, which seemed absurd at the time. Well, Galileo's defense of heliocentrism extended beyond mere scientific assertion. He attempted to reconcile the system with Scripture by proposing that the Bible was not meant to serve as a scientific authority, but rather as a guide to spiritual salvation. Good luck with that. He articulated these views in his letter to the Grand Duchess Christina and in various other correspondences, arguing that scriptural texts were often written metaphorically and should not be taken as literal scientific explanations. Well, you can imagine how people took this. This position placed Galileo very much at odds with the Church's traditional view that Scripture was the ultimate authority on all matters, and that, of course, includes the natural world. The situation escalated with the publication of Galileo's dialogue concerning the two chief world systems in 1632, which ostensibly compared the Copernican system with the Ptolemaic, but was seen as openly favoring heliocentrism. Despite having received approval from the Roman censor, the dialogue led to Galileo being summoned to Rome by the Inquisition in 1633. You can imagine how that felt, sort of hearing your name announced over the school intercom. ASMR historian to the principal's office, in a very angry voice. This can't be good news. Now, the trial that followed resulted in Galileo being found, and this was the wording of the charge, vehemently suspect of heresy. Of course, he was then forced to recant his support for heliocentrism. And contrary to what a lot of people think, the Inquisition didn't just grab him and hand him over to secular authorities to burn him at the stake. No, he was just put under house arrest, which I understand is not good, but a lot of people tend to think that he was executed for heliocentric beliefs. This is simply not the case. Well, a little bit more about the trial. His trial and condemnation seem to highlight this critical period in the history of science where observational science began to challenge more deeply the philosophical and theological underpinnings of the society at whole. Therefore, this conflict with the Church wasn't just about the placement of the Earth in the cosmos, but effectively it was about who held the authority to interpret reality, who decides what is real and what isn't, religion or science. Well, we can have a bit of both, can't we? Well, perhaps they shouldn't step on each other's toes. I think they both have a place, regardless of your beliefs, as long as we all take them and have a look at what each one has to offer. Anyway, Galileo's trial by the Roman Inquisition in 1633 is one of the most famous episodes in the history of science. It culminated after a series of events that began with Galileo's advocacy for the Copernican system, which suggested that the Earth and other planets orbit the Sun. And it was controversial because it contradicted this geocentric model, and the Catholic Church were definitely in support of that, matching it up with their scripture and basing it in the Aristotelian cosmology. Well, almost everyone. Pope Urban VIII, who had been an admirer and even a supporter of Galileo, asked him to write a book discussing the Copernican system and the traditional geocentric system, but he would prefer if he was to treat them as purely hypothetical. You see, the Pope didn't want to step on any toes either, and perhaps he was trying to give Galileo a little bit of a hushed warning. Well, in 1632, he published that work, the aforementioned Concerning Two Chief World Systems, which ostensibly presented the arguments for both sides, but, as we know, it was considered to be advocating heliocentrism through the character of Salviati, who effectively argued for Copernicanism. While the reaction to the dialogue was swift and severe, Galileo was summoned to Rome by the Inquisition. And despite his old age and health, well, he was deteriorating a little bit at this time. He faced a rather hostile tribunal that was reluctant to accept his claims that the book was written in a purely hypothetical context. It's just a prank, bro. The Inquisition found that Galileo's writings made him a heretic, and that is just too bad. Well, after being forced to recant his views under the threat of torture, he was placed under house arrest. His dialogue was then banned, and further publications of all of his work were simply prohibited. Don't talk about Galileo anymore. The sentence, while it was harsh, indeed spared him from more severe physical punishment, reflecting his previously high standing with the church officials, but also because he was rather an old man at this point, and it just would not have looked good. The legend that Galileo muttered the words, "and yet it moves," after his recantation, epitomizes the view that personal conviction cannot be silenced by authority. And it's a nice little story, but it's a story that appeared only a century after his death, and is considered apocryphal. Once again, sorry to ruin your fun. Now, despite his condemnation, Galileo continued his scientific work. Of course, when you're stuck in the house all day, you have to do something, and something was what he did. Under house arrest, he wrote 2 new sciences, which laid the foundations for modern kinematics and materials science. His work had a profound impact on the later science, too. Albert Einstein even praised his contributions to physics, and Galileo is often heralded as the father of modern physics, something that Albert Einstein certainly seemed to agree with. And if you've got Einstein on your side, well, can't be all that bad. Of course, the trial itself also had long-term implications for the relationship between science and religion. It became kind of a symbol of the conflict between free inquiry and religious orthodoxy. This affair reflects the broader themes of an intellectual authority and the freedom to explore and validate new ideas, even if they go against traditional beliefs. And don't get too ahead of yourself, because this is a conflict that continues in various forms to this very day. Well, Galileo's death on January the 8th, 1642, certainly marked the end of an era, not only for science, but also for his chaotic relationship with the Catholic Church. Despite his contributions to the scientific community, his condemnation for heresy profoundly influenced the circumstances surrounding his burial. Initially, there were indeed grand plans for Galileo's final resting place, reflecting the status he had. Ferdinando II, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, intended for Galileo to be buried in the main body of the Basilica of Santa Croce in Florence, right next to his ancestors. This was also to be accompanied by the erecting of a lavish marble mausoleum, a testament to his legacy. However, was there somebody you forgot to ask? The plans were swiftly curtailed by the objections from Pope Urban VIII and his nephew, Cardinal Francesco Barberini, highlighting the lasting impact of Galileo's conflict with the Church. Of course, they couldn't have a heretic with such a great monument, right? Instead of the prestigious burial that was initially planned, Galileo was interred in a much more modest location, a small little room next to the novices' chapel, at the end of the corridor from the southern transept of the basilica to the sacristy. This was a stark contrast to the recognition he had hoped to receive from posterity, and reflected the Church's continued disapproval after his death. In comparison, it's basically like throwing him in the broom closet. Not very nice at all. Now fast-forwarding a little bit later, in 1737, almost a century after his death, his contributions to science were finally recognized in a manner that befitted his legacy. His remains were moved to the main body of the Basilica of Santa Croce, where a monument was erected in his honor. During this reburial, relics including 3 fingers and a tooth were removed from his remains, one of which is currently displayed at the Museo Galileo in Florence. This later ceremony did much to rectify the earlier understated burial, serving as a posthumous rehabilitation of his status as a pioneering scientist. After his death, the contentious issue surrounding his advocacy for heliocentrism gradually receded from the forefront of public discourse. The prohibition on reprinting Galileo's works, initially imposed by the Inquisition, was finally lifted in 1718, enabling the publication of his collected works, and I mean everything except the controversial dialogue. Well, in 1741, Pope Benedict XV sanctioned the publication of Galileo's complete scientific contributions, which included a modified version of the dialogue, and by modified I mean censored. A broad ban on heliocentric writings was somewhat eased in 1758, when the general prohibition was removed from the index of prohibited books, although the dialogue and the De Revolutionibus of Copernicus remained specifically banned. It wasn't until 1838 that all official opposition to heliocentrism was eliminated from the index, reflecting a significant shift in the Church's stance towards the scientific concept. The narrative of the Galileo affair experienced a resurgence in interest during the early 19th century, particularly among Protestant polemicists who utilized the incident to critique Roman Catholicism. In 1939, Pope Pius XII, in one of his initial addresses to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, praised Galileo as a bold pioneer of scientific endeavor. His advisor, Professor Robert Lieber, noted that Pius XII was keen on maintaining an open dialogue with the scientific community, and expressed quite a bit of regret over the historical treatment of Galileo. The controversy was revisited in 1990 by Cardinal Ratzinger, later becoming Pope Benedict XVI, during a speech at Sapienza University of Rome. He referenced the philosophical views of poor Feyerabend, who argued that the Church's condemnation of Galileo was justified based on the standards of rationality and justice prevalent at the time. Ratzinger highlighted the complexity of forming an apologetic based on the modern perceptions of these historical events. Significant progress in rectifying this historical wrong was made on October 31, 1992, when Pope John Paul II officially acknowledged the Church's error in condemning Galileo's heliocentric theory. This acknowledgement was part of a broader discourse recognizing the need to distinguish the Bible's scriptural authority and its interpretations. Galileo's legacy is extensive and varied. He's credited with the discovery of the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, collectively known as the Galilean moons, being Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Beyond these celestial discoveries, his name has been commemorated in various scientific contexts. The Galileo spacecraft, notable for being the first to orbit Jupiter, and the Galileo Global Satellite Navigation System, which provides GPS services worldwide. Both honor his contributions to science. Additionally, the Galilean transformation in classical mechanics, which describes the transformation between inertial systems, and the Gal unit, a non-SI unit of acceleration, are also named after him, reflecting his broad scope of his influence and his lasting legacy. Furthermore, Galileo's name graces celestial features, such as planet Galileo and asteroid 697 Galileo, ensuring his legacy continues to be celebrated within and beyond the scientific community. I suppose we can say that he reached for the stars, but he flew a little bit too close to the sun. Well, thank you very much for listening. Galileo Galilei, What a topic, and what a man. Alfred the Great, the King of Wessex from 871 to 899, and one of the most celebrated English monarchs. His reign marked a series of vigorous military campaigns against the Viking invaders who had overrun much of England. He's particularly noted for his defense of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of southern England against these invaders, becoming the only English king ever to be awarded the epithet the Great. But that wasn't all. He also initiated wide-ranging reforms that included the revival of learning and education that laid the groundwork for the renaissance of literature and arts in his kingdom. And if that wasn't enough, his legal reforms solidified the administration of justice, and he's also credited with the foundation of the English Navy. If you want to learn about Alfred the Great, then you're in the right place today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to have you back here again. As always, if you like what I do and would like to support the channel and keep me going, link to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, let YouTube know that you want more people to see the video and enjoy the content by liking, subscribing, and perhaps leaving your comments down below. Now, with all that out of the way, I'd like you to get yourself relaxed, and we're going to begin our full biography of Alfred the Great. Let's start by tracing his family lineage. Alfred the Great's grandfather, Egbert, ascended to the throne of Wessex in 802, establishing what seemed an unlikely dynasty, given the turbulent history of West Saxon succession. Prior to Egbert, for 2 centuries, the throne had seen a kind of revolving door of different families, none of them really having any direct father-to-son succession. Egbert, who traced his paternal lineage to Cerdic, the founder of the dynasty, was considered an aetheling. That's the word for someone eligible to be king. His reign marked a turning point, because after him, being a descendant of Cerdic alone was insufficient to claim aetheling status. Well, under Egbert's rule, Wessex got stronger and rose to prominence, notably after his defensive victory against Mercia at the Battle of Ellendoon in 825. Which effectively ended Mercian dominance in southern England. This victory led to an alliance between Wessex and Mercia, crucial for future defenses against the Viking incursions, which at this time were becoming more of a problem than internal issues. Egbert's influence expanded as he took control over Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex, leading him to appoint his son Aethelwulf as the King of Kent. Now on to this Viking threat, which became more pronounced during Egbert's reign, culminating in various battles, including a notable victory at Hingston Down in 838 against a combined force of Cornishmen and Vikings, which solidified Egbert's control over Cornwall. Well, upon Egbert's death in 839, his son Aethelwulf ascended to the throne, continuing his father's policies, and of course facing ongoing Viking challenges. Aethelwulf's reign saw significant military engagements also, including the notable Battle of Aclea in 851, where he and his son Aethelbald inflicted a massive defeat on the Vikings. The transition of power from Aethelwulf to his sons was quite smooth, with his territories divided among them, ensuring a continuation of his lineage and policies. Aethelbald and Aethelbert, his sons, successively ruled Wessex and Kent, eventually uniting them under a single crown. So that's the background. Let's get on to Alfred the Great, whose early life was marked by a significant event that underscored his interest in learning and intellectual pursuits. A Welsh monk, Acer, and Alfred's contemporary biographer, records an anecdote from Alfred's childhood, where he won a book of English poetry. This prize was offered by his mother to whichever of her sons could memorize it first. Alfred, who was not yet literate and had his mother read to him until her death when he was around 6 years old, eventually learned to read at the age of 12, demonstrating early signs of scholarly inclinations. And indeed, at the time, it was a big deal in and of itself to learn how to read. Well, in 853, Alfred's royal status was further highlighted when they sent him to Rome. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Pope Leo IV confirmed him and anointed him as king. However, this episode has been subject to various interpretations. Historians in Victorian times mistakenly took this anointing as a form of anticipatory coronation, speculating that it was preparation for his future ascension to the throne. Such an interpretation is considered kind of unlikely today, since Alfred had 3 living elder brothers at the time, marking his immediate succession somewhat improbable. It is more plausible that the title conferred by Pope Leo IV referred to a designation as consul, a title of honor rather than a papal preparation for kingship. During his time in Rome, Alfred may have also spent time at the court of Charles the Bold, that was the king of the Franks at the time, which of course would have provided him with exposure to wider European politics and the culture of the mainland. After his return from Rome, Alfred witnessed the turbulent political shifts in Wessex. His father, Aethelwulf, was deposed by Alfred's elder brother Aethelbald in 856. The resolution of this conflict involved a power-sharing agreement, where Aethelbald retained control of the western shires of Wessex, and Aethelwulf the eastern part. Now, upon Aethelwulf's death in 858, the kingship of Wessex passed successively to Alfred's brothers, Aethelbald, Aethelbert, and Aethelred. Each of these successions moved Alfred closer to the throne. Now, Alfred the Great's early public life was largely unrecorded during the reigns of his elder brothers. But it was not until the significant threat posed by more Viking invasions that Alfred's role became somewhat more pronounced. In 865, when Alfred was around 16 years old, the Great Heathen Army, a formidable group of Danes, landed in East Anglia with ambitions to conquer the various kingdoms of Anglo-Saxon England. It was this period that marked the beginning of Alfred's formal public involvement in royal affairs, coinciding with the accession of his brother Aethelred, who wasn't much older. He was only 18. During the reign of Aethelred, Bishop Acer bestowed upon Alfred the title of Secundarius. This title suggested a role akin to that of a tanist, a recognized heir apparent who was closely associated with the king, ready to assume leadership if the time was necessary. This was particularly important given how volatile and dangerous things were getting, where the risk of a king falling in the heat of battle was ever more of a threat. Such arrangements were not uncommon among Germanic peoples, reflecting a tradition of establishing clear lines of succession to prevent disputes and ensure continuity of leadership during periods of crisis. By 868, the Viking threat had escalated significantly, leading Alfred to go out and fight alongside Aethelred in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the Danes, led by Ivar the Boneless, from invading the neighboring kingdom of Mercia. This period was marked by frequent and fierce conflicts with the Danes, who advanced into Alfred's homeland at the end of 870. The year 871 was particularly tumultuous, featuring a series of battles with varying outcomes, and highlighting the desperate struggle of the Anglo-Saxons against the Viking invaders. One notable engagement was the Battle of Englefield in Berkshire on the 31st of December 870, where Anglo-Saxons achieved quite a victory. However, the success was quickly overshadowed by a devastating defeat at the siege and the subsequent Battle of Reading by Ivar's brother Halfdan Ragnarsson on the 5th of January 871. Despite these setbacks, the Anglo-Saxons managed a victory at the Battle of Ashdown shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, subsequent defeats at Basing on the 22nd of January and Merton on the 22nd of March further demoralized Aethelred's forces. Aethelred's death in April of 871 brought Alfred to the forefront, as he succeeded his brothers as king during a time of great national crisis. In the April of 871, upon the death of his brother King Aethelred, Alfred officially ascended to the throne of Wessex, amidst the existential threat posed by the Danes. Despite Aethelred leaving behind two young sons, Aethelhelm and Aethelwold, the succession of Alfred was uncontested, likely due to the dire circumstances and Alfred's adult status, which was critical for leadership during ongoing warfare. The smooth transition was supported by a previous agreement made with Swinburg, where Aethelred and Alfred had resolved that the survivor between them would inherit their father King Aethelwold's personal properties, leaving their respective children with only the lands settled upon them. Alfred's initial days of king were marred by immediate military changes. While engaged in the funeral rites for Aethelred, the Danes seized the opportunity to strike, defeating the Saxons first in Alfred's absence at the Battle of Wilton in the May of 871. The loss of Wilton dashed any hopes of quickly expelling the invaders from Wessex, compelling Alfred to negotiate a peace. the terms of which were not detailed in the historical record, but we do know that they included an agreement by the Vikings to leave the realm. Following the peace agreement, the Viking forces withdrew to London for winter, marking a temporary halt to their advance. Historical evidence suggests that Alfred likely had to pay a substantial amount of silver to persuade the Vikings to retreat, a common practice of the time, as evidenced by similar actions in Mercia the following year. The respite, however, was brief, as in 876 the Danes, led by Guthrum, Oscetal, and Anwend, bypassed the Saxon defences to seize Wareham in Dorset. Alfred's attempts to reclaim Wareham through a blockade ended in a negotiated peace involving the exchange of hostages and oaths on a sacred ring. However, the Danes soon violated this peace, killing the hostages and retreating back to Exeter. Alfred's strategic persistence was evident in his blockade of the Danish ships at Exeter, which, coupled with a fortuitous storm, led to the Danish capitulation. They withdrew to Mercia, but resumed their aggression in January of 878 with a surprise attack on Chippenham, where Alfred was residing for Christmas. This attack forced Alfred into a dire situation, fleeing to the marshes of Somerset, where he established a base at Athelney. It was from there that Alfred orchestrated a guerrilla war against the Danes, culminating in a significant victory at the Battle of Edington in 878. Following the victory, he besieged the Danish stronghold at Chippenham, leading to their surrender and Guthrum's conversion to Christianity, a notable event where Guthrum and his chiefs were baptized, with Alfred as a sponsor. The aftermath of these events led to the formalization of boundaries between Alfred's Wessex and Guthrum's East Anglia with the Treaty of Wedmore, and later the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum, which delineated the Danelaw boundary and reaffirmed Alfred's control over London. These treaties marked a turning point in Alfred's reign, establishing a relatively stable boundary and allowing for a focus on internal consolidation and cultural advancements in his kingdom. This period of relative peace was crucial for Alfred's establishment of legal and educational reforms that would underpin the resurgence of Wessex and the eventual unification of England under his descendants. Following the Treaty of Alfred and Guthrum around 880, which substantially mitigated the threat from Guthrum by settling his forces in East Anglia, King Alfred of Wessex experienced a period of relative peace. However, it did not signal the end of Viking incursions in England. The army that had wintered in Fulham during 878–79 left for the continent and continued their operations there until around 892. Despite the treaty, the 880s were marked by persistent local raids along the coast of Wessex. In one notable incident in 882, Alfred engaged in a naval battle against 4 Danish ships, managing to destroy 2 and capture the remaining 2. This engagement was part of a broader pattern of smaller skirmishes that Alfred contended with, similar to those that had occurred for decades. Now, the relationship between Alfred and the papacy during this time also strengthened. In 883, Pope Marinus gained a tax exemption to the Saxon quarter in Rome. likely in response to Alfred's commitment to send annual alms to Rome, a practice that may have laid the foundation for the medieval tax known as Peter's pence. Additionally, Alfred received sacred relics from the Pope, including what was believed to be a piece of the true cross. Well, despite all of these moments of peace and all of the little gifts, Alfred was forced to address a significant Danish raid and more incursions. In 885, a considerable Viking force raided Kent, seizing the city of Rochester and constructing a temporary fortification. Alfred's response was swift. He mobilized an Anglo-Saxon force that drove the Danes back to their ships. They eventually fled to another part of Britain, and by the following summer, they had completely left the country. The ongoing threat posed by the Danes prompted Alfred to take proactive measures. Shortly after the raid on Rochester, he dispatched his fleet to East Anglia, ostensibly for plunder, according to his biographer Asser, though this rationale is debatable. The expedition encountered a Danish fleet of around 13 or perhaps up to 16 ships, which led to a naval battle in which Alfred's forces triumphed and captured a considerable amount of spoil. However, as Alfred's fleet attempted to depart, they were ambushed at the mouth of the river Stour by a Danish force, resulting in a defeat for the weakened Anglo-Saxon fleet. In 886, Alfred made significant strides in urban recovery and defense by reoccupying and beginning the restoration of London. He entrusted its care to his son-in-law, Aethelred, the earldom of Mercia. During this time, Alfred notably changed his title to King of the Anglo-Saxons, reflecting a broader sphere of influence beyond Wessex. The refurbishment efforts in London likely included a new street layout and strengthening of its defenses, possibly extending the existing Roman fortifications and adding new ones along the south bank of the Thames River. By 888, 2 years later, Alfred's leadership had garnered the allegiance of the Saxon people across what was likely then a rather fragmented England. This period also saw the deaths of prominent figures like Aethelred, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and in 889, Guthrum, also known as Aethelstan after his baptism. Alfred's one-time adversary turned ally and the ruler of East Anglia. Guthrum's death created a power vacuum that attracted new contenders for control, and of course altered the politics of the region. The peaceful interlude was broken in the 890s, when Viking forces, finding their European holdings unsatisfactory, launched another major incursion into England. In 892, or perhaps early 893, a large contingent of Danes, including families indicating plans for a settlement, split into two groups and fortified themselves in Kent, at Appledore and Milton, under leaders including the notorious Hastin. Despite ongoing negotiations, the Vikings from Appledore initiated a series of movements that led them into conflict with Alfred's forces directly. Initially repelled and forced to give hostages at Thorney, they soon regrouped with their comrades at Shoebury after additional defeats. Alfred, Upon learning of a simultaneous siege on Exeter and another location in North Devon, swiftly mobilized to relieve Exeter and successfully lifted the siege. The Danes' subsequent maneuvers across England were strategically countered by Alfred and his ealdormen, culminating in their blockade and near starvation at Bootington. The Danish forces ultimately retreated to Chester, where they endured a harsh winter with very few supplies, courtesy of Alfred's scorched earth tactics. By 894 or 95, the Vikings were compelled to withdraw to Essex due to food shortages. In a strategic shift, Alfred decided to block their escape routes on the Thames and Lee rivers, forcing them to abandon their positions and move to Quatbridge near Bridgenorth. By 897, exhausted and unable to sustain their campaigns, the remaining Danish forces either settled in Northumbria and East Anglia or returned back home to the continent, marking a significant downturn in the large-scale Viking threats to Alfred's realm. The Anglo-Saxon military system that King Alfred inherited was traditionally built on the levy of local militias known as the Fyrd, that's F-Y-R-D, where each freedman was required to serve and face severe penalties for non-compliance. This system, which had been effective in its time, proved to be insufficient against the tactics employed by Danish invaders, who utilized quick raids from fortified bases, leading to significant challenges for the Anglo-Saxons who struggled with mobilization and logistics. Under King Ian of Wessex's law code around 694, the penalties for neglecting military service were harsh, reflecting the importance of military readiness. Landholding nobles could face fines of up to 120 shillings and forfeiture of land, a significant deterrent aimed at maintaining a ready and responsive military force. However, the Viking raids of the 9th century exposed the vulnerabilities of this defense system. The Danes' strategy of utilizing fortified bases and quick raids and retreats gave them a tactical advantage over the Anglo-Saxons, who traditionally massed in shield walls for direct combat in the open area. The static nature of the Anglo-Saxon response often led them to being outmaneuvered and their resources drained during prolonged engagements. Recognizing these issues, Alfred initiated comprehensive military reforms following his victory at Edington in 878. Inspired possibly by his observations of Carolingian strategies against similar threats and the existing fortification systems in Mercia, Alfred implemented a more centralized approach to defense and military readiness. This included the development of a network of burhs, that's a word for fortified town, and the reorganization of the Fyrd into a more mobile and standing army that could respond more swiftly to threats. Additionally, Alfred established a small naval fleet to better secure the waterways and coasts against the Viking fleets. Alfred also reformed the administrative and taxation systems to support these military reforms. The Trinota Necessitas required landholders to fulfill military service, participate in fortress work, and maintain bridges, essential duties that supported both defense and also infrastructure. The Hide, a land measurement unit representing the land needed to support a family, became the basis for assessing these obligations. Landowners were thus conscripted into military service based on the size of their holdings, ensuring a reliable source of manpower for the king's campaigns. Alfred's military reforms included the establishment of a network of fortified sites known as burhs. These were situated approximately 30 kilometers apart in strategic locations, allowing forces to respond quickly to any attack within a day's march. The Burgal Hittij, a contemporary document, details these defenses, specifying the number of men required for each burh's maintenance based on its size, a system that reflected a sophisticated approach to logistical planning in military defense. The burhs themselves, of course, varied significantly in form and size, from refurbished Roman towns like Winchester, enhanced with additional fortifications, to newly built earthwork fortifications like Bertham. The larger fortifications could be quite substantial, as in Winchester, while smaller sites served more as lookout points or minor defensive positions. These fortifications were not isolated, but connected by a network of roads known as herepaths, designed for rapid military communication and deployment. The roads inhibited Viking movements and facilitated the quick assembly of forces from multiple burhs, complicating the raiders' ability to execute their hit-and-run tactics. The Vikings, who were accustomed to quick looting raids followed by retreats to their fortified camps, found it increasingly difficult to penetrate deep into Wessex without facing organized and sustained resistance. Alfred's innovations extended to naval warfare also. Recognizing the importance of naval power in countering Viking threats, Alfred commissioned a fleet of ships that were significantly larger and better designed for combat than the typical Viking vessels. These ships were intended to intercept Viking raiders before they could land, aiming to prevent raids altogether. However, despite their advanced design, Alfred's ships proved less maneuverable in the confined waters, where naval engagements typically occurred, illustrating the practical limitations of his naval innovation. In one notable naval engagement in 896, Alfred's fleet managed to trap several Viking ships at the river's mouth. The engagement highlighted both the strengths and weaknesses of Alfred's naval strategy. His ships succeeded in blocking the Vikings' escape and captured or destroyed several enemy vessels, yet their size and design also proved to be a disadvantage, as some of Alfred's ships ran aground. The battle concluded with heavy losses on both sides, but the Vikings' inability to sustain their raiding campaign was a testament to the increasing effectiveness of Alfred's military strategy. Alfred's compilation of the Dombok, or Law Code, is a significant example of early medieval legal practices and the role of kingship in legislative activities. His laws were a blend of earlier Anglo-Saxon laws, biblical texts, and his own additions and reforms. The Law Code began with an introduction that included translations of biblical laws, such as the Ten Commandments, and excerpts from the Book of Exodus and the Apostolic Letter, which were meant to provide a divine justification for the secular laws that followed. Alfred's Code was notable not just for its content, but also for its structure and the rationale behind it. The Code was organized into 120 chapters, mirroring the age of Moses at his death and symbolically linking Alfred's laws into the Mosaic law, emphasizing a continuity from divine law to human secular legislation. This symbolic linkage was underscored by the integration of the apostolic letter, which reinterpreted Christ's teachings to affirm the law codes of the Old Testament rather than to replace them, thereby grounding Alfred's legal reforms in a more broader Christian context. Well, what about the laws themselves? Well, they range from penalties for breaches of the peace to regulations on public behavior and the management of property. Among these, Alfred emphasized the importance of oath-keeping and the faithful execution of legal commitments as foundational to societal order and justice. The focus reflects Alfred's concern with maintaining social stability and justice through a reliable and respected legal system. However, the laws were not merely practical. They also served an ideological purpose. They were intended as a manifesto of Christian kingship, presenting Alfred not only as a secular ruler, but as a divinely guided legislator whose authority was modeled on biblical prophets and kings. This is evident from his introduction, which stresses the king's role in defining and enforcing just laws as a reflection of God's will. Despite their comprehensive nature, the laws sometimes conflicted with those of his predecessors, like the aforementioned King Ine of Wessex, which suggests that the Domboc was also a statement of political authority aimed at consolidating legal practices and enhancing the king's role as the central figure in governance. Alfred's reforms extended beyond lawmaking into the realm of judicial administration. He took an active interest in judicial proceedings and insisted on reviewing decisions made by his ealdormen and reeves, emphasizing the need for fairness and the careful application of laws. His insistence that judges be literate so that they could engage with the laws directly illustrates his unique commitment to a knowledgeable and effective judiciary. His commitment to reviving learning and religious life in Wessex during his reign was a multifaceted endeavor, aimed at restoring the cultural and spiritual foundations of his kingdom in the wake of the devastating Viking invasions. This initiative was not only a response to the physical and economic damage inflicted by the raids, but also addressed a perceived moral and educational decline that Alfred believed had weakened the kingdom. Recruitment of scholars. Understanding the importance of knowledge and education in governance and society, Alfred looked beyond Wessex for intellectual support. He attracted scholars from Mercia, Wales, and even the continent, enhancing the intellectual environment of his court. And these scholars were pivotal in Alfred's court school and his broader educational reforms. Establishment of a court school. His establishment of a court school was a landmark in Anglo-Saxon education. It served not only his children, but also the children of the nobility and promising students of lesser birth. The curriculum was comprehensive, including both Latin and Old English, and focused on writing and the arts. This initiative reflected Alfred's recognition of the role of education in leadership and governance, and aimed to cultivate a learned advisory class. Focus on clerical education. Alfred's efforts extended to clerical education, emphasizing the need for a knowledgeable and effective clergy capable of guiding the spiritual life of the community. He distributed translations of key religious texts, such as Gregory the Great's Pastoral Care, to ensure that priests were well prepared for their pastoral duties. Now, this also involved using bishops as royal officials and even judges, which blurred the lines between the secular and spiritual authority, but also leveraged their roles to strengthen the kingdom's administrative and judicial systems. Manuscript production and learning. The revival of learning in general under Alfred also meant the revival of manuscript production, which had suffered greatly due to Viking attacks, especially at Lindisfarne. Churches and monastic schools were the centers of learning and manuscript production, and their destruction had a severe impact on education. Alfred's support for these institutions was crucial in restoring their educational function. Do remember that this was long before the printing press. If you wanted a book, it had to be wrote by hand. But they took a great deal of pride in doing this. And, well, they're fun to look through. Challenges and legacy. Despite all of these efforts, Alfred faced significant challenges. The scale of destruction brought by the Viking invasions meant that the rebuilding was going to be slow and arduous. The educational decline had been severe, and many church lands had been lost or were under threat. Alfred's pragmatic approach sometimes involved reallocating church lands to defend against further Viking attacks, which shows the difficult choices he faced in balancing his spiritual obligations with the practicalities of defense. Well, all in all, Alfred's revival of learning was not merely about restoring old institutions, but adapting and strengthening them against future threats. His strategic establishment of educational and religious centers, along with his fostering of a learned class, contributed to the cultural administrative resurgence that would characterize later Anglo-Saxon England. This period laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing of the 10th century and beyond, making Alfred not just a warrior king, but also a patron of education, whose legacy shaped English identity and governance long after his reign. The reforms reflect a visionary approach, blending pragmatic governance with a profound respect for learning and education, aimed at revitalizing a society that was so weakened by warfare and cultural decline. His push to establish schools and promote literacy among the English nobility and free men, especially for its time, was nothing short of revolutionary. By advocating for primary education in English, Alfred made learning accessible to a broader segment of society, not just the ecclesiastical elite. This policy not only democratized knowledge, but also fortified a cultural identity that united his people against external threats. His focus on educating those in positions of authority, ensuring they could fulfill their roles with wisdom and justice, was particularly astute, linking the stability of his realm directly to the education of its leaders. Alfred's translation initiative where he targeted essential texts for translation from Latin into English, was pivotal in preserving and extending knowledge. The works chosen, including philosophical and religious texts, were intended to provide moral guidance, but also practical wisdom to the people. This effort not only made significant knowledge accessible, but also helped in establishing a vernacular literature that would influence English culture for generations. The translations of these works, often termed Alfredian, if not directly penned by him, underscore his role as a patron of scholars and scholarship. His personal involvement in the translation of these works, like Gregory the Great's pastoral care, illustrates his personal commitment to the people's spiritual and moral welfare. This work in particular, circulated widely among bishops, was intended to enhance the care of pastors across Wessex, directly reflecting his policy of using spiritual authority to reinforce the stability of society. His translations are marked by an intent to clarify and adapt the original texts to reflect the local needs and modern realities, often incorporating his own interpretations and additions that align with his philosophic and kingly responsibilities. Thus, the lasting impact of Alfred's educational reforms is evident in the sustained production of literature and the maintenance of a learned culture in the centuries that followed. Manuscripts from this time became foundational texts in English religious and philosophical thought. Moreover, Alfred's establishment of a court school laid the groundwork for educational institutions that would eventually emerge in medieval England, fostering a tradition of educated governance. His death on October the 26th, 899, at the age of 50 or perhaps 51, marked the end of a reign that significantly shaped England. His death, attributed to a painful and chronic illness that modern doctors suspect may have been either Crohn's disease or hemorrhoids, highlights the human side of a king often revered for his military and scholarly achievements, just as vulnerable as the rest of us. After his death, Alfred was initially laid to rest at the Old Minster in Winchester alongside his wife, Ailswith, and later his son, Edward the Elder. In life, he had planned for a more permanent family mausoleum, leading to the construction of the new minster in Winchester. His foresight for a family burial place shows his commitment to his own family and understanding of legacy, which was not just about kingship, but also establishing a familial dynasty. However, the turmoil of the subsequent centuries saw Alfred's remains, and those of his family, exhumed and moved multiple times. About 4 years after his death, as the new minster was completed, his and his family's bodies were relocated there. This rest was unfortunately disrupted by the Norman conquest of 1066, which led to widespread demolition of Anglo-Saxon structures, including the new minster. The monks, foreseeing the destruction, preemptively moved the royal remains to Hyde Abbey, a new site they established to the north of the city. Hyde Abbey's fate was sealed during the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII. In 1538, the abbey was demolished, and its materials repurposed for local construction. Mirroring the fate of many religious sites at this period. The site was then used for agriculture until 1788, when it was earmarked for a new jail. During the preparation of the site for constructions, convicts unearthed numerous stone coffins, including those believed to belong to Alfred and his family. The discovery was overseen by Dr. Milner, who lamented the desecration in his writings, noting the disrespectful treatments of the remains and associated artifacts by convicts, who sold what they could for a quick profit. This was not, however, the final indignity for Alfred's remains. The jail built over his supposed resting place was demolished between 1846 and 1850. Subsequent archaeological investigations in 1866 and 1897 tried, unsuccessfully, to conclusively locate Alfred's remains. In 1866, an amateur antiquarian claimed to recover the bones from the site, which were buried by the vicar of St. Bartholomew's Church in an unmarked grave. Modern archaeological efforts in 1999 at the site of Hyde Abbey unearthed foundations and some bones, initially hoped to be Alfred's, but later proven not to be. In 2013, in the light of new interest sparked by the identification of Richard III's remains, the bones in the unmarked grave were exhumed and placed in secure storage for further analysis. However, radiocarbon dating revealed that they were from the 1300s, thus not Alfred's. In 2014, a pelvis bone found in the 1999 excavation was dated to Alfred's period, suggesting that it might belong to him or perhaps his son Edward, though this remains, to this point, unproven. Frederick Barbarossa, or Frederick I, the Holy Roman Emperor from 1155 until his death in 1190. A member of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, he is one of the most famous and charismatic rulers of medieval Germany, known for his ambitious attempts to consolidate and expand imperial power in the German territories and Italy. His reign was one marked by a series of military campaigns into Italy as part of the long-standing conflict between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, which were factions supporting the papal party and the empire respectively. His efforts to assert control over the Italian city-states often brought him into conflict with the papacy and the Lombard League, a coalition of northern Italian cities. And if you want to learn all about him, you are in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, then it's a great thing to meet you, and if you are returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you would like to support the channel and help keep me going, links to the Patreon are down below. Or if you want to tell YouTube that you want more people to see this video, putting a like and leaving your comments down below certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, I would like you to make yourself very comfortable as we begin our full biography of Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick was born in mid-December 1122 in Haguenau into a union of two of the most influential families in German history. His father, Frederick II, Duke of Swabia, belonged to the Hohenstaufen family, and his mother, Judith of Bavaria, came from the Welf family. These families were so influential in Italian politics that their names were Italianized into Ghibellines from Waiblingen, the Hohenstaufen castle, and Guelphs, respectively. Frederick's lineage connected him to significant imperial bloodlines. Through his paternal grandmother, Agnes, Frederick was a descendant of the Salian dynasty, and that was a big deal as she was the daughter of Emperor Henry IV. Similarly, his maternal lineage traced back to Emperor Otto II and his wife Theophanu, connecting him to the prestigious Ottonian dynasty. These connections made Frederick a direct descendant of Emperor Otto the Great. Now, from a young age, Frederick was trained in the knightly arts of riding, hunting, and weaponry, although his formal education did not include reading, writing, or Latin, but these were skills that he acquired later on in life. His upbringing was marked by his participation in the Hoftag, informal and irregular assemblies of nobles that were a staple of political life in the Holy Roman Empire. These meetings were crucial in the political landscape of the time, providing young Frederick with essential exposure to the workings of imperial politics and governance. Notable Hoftag he attended during the reign of his uncle King Conrad III, including those of Strasbourg in 1141, Ulm in 1143, followed by Wurzburg and Worms in the following years of 1144 and 45. Now each time he went to one of these, it contributed to his deeper understanding of the empire's complex feudal structure. Kind of like when your dad takes you to the golf club and you hear how all the other grown-ups talk. Maybe a little simplified, but that's kind of how I imagine it. Either way, after all of these events and sort of listening more than speaking, he gained this understanding of that delicate balance of power that existed among the German nobility. In the early days of 1147, Frederick of Swabia made a significant decision. That decision was to join the Second Crusade, an undertaking initiated by his uncle. Rather after his uncle, Conrad III of Germany, publicly took the Crusader vow on the 28th of December, 1146. This decision came against the wishes of his father, Duke Frederick II of Swabia, who was terminally ill and disapproved of his son's participation in the crusade. Duke Frederick II was concerned about the responsibilities Frederick would need to shoulder after his death, particularly the care of his widow and young half-brother. Despite his father's concerns, Frederick proceeded with his plans, influenced perhaps by his impending responsibilities and the desire to establish his own legacy. Well, before his departure, Frederick married Adelaide of Vohburg, solidifying his position and alliances within the realm. His father passed away on April 4th or perhaps April 6th of 1147, leaving Frederick to succeed him as the Duke of Swabia. Within mere weeks of his succession, Frederick set out with the German Crusader army from Regensburg. Of course, if you know anything about the Second Crusade, which you'd know a lot if you watched my video on it, the Crusade journey was fraught with challenges from the very onset. While crossing the Byzantine Empire, an incident involving the murder of an ill crusader at a monastery outside Adrianople prompted King Conrad to order Frederick to take revenge. The subsequent actions taken by Frederick against the monastery and the perpetrators of the crime heightened tensions, but they were quickly contained through the intervention of the Byzantine general Prosuch, preventing a larger conflict. Well, it wasn't over for the German crusaders as they faced further adversary when a flash flood struck their main camp in September of 1147, and it resulted in significant casualties. Fortunately, Frederick and Welf VI had encamped separately on a hill, sparing them from the disaster. The survivors regrouped and continued on to Constantinople. The journey across Anatolia proved perilous, mainly due to being constantly attacked by the Turkish, forcing Conrad to reconsider their route. After a disastrous engagement near Dorylaeum, Conrad, falling ill and recognizing the untenable situation, retreated to Constantinople with a small retinue that included Frederick. Meanwhile, Frederick was tasked with seeking assistance from King Louis VII of France, leading to a brief coordination between the French and German forces. The Crusaders eventually regrouped and departed Constantinople again in the March of 1148, and they arrived in Acre in April of the same year. Visits to Jerusalem and participation in the Council of Acre followed, where plans were made to attack Damascus, and that's a very tall order, mainly because of the very intimidating walls that Damascus had. However, the subsequent siege of Damascus ended in failure, despite Frederick's rather notable performance, which was later recorded by Gilbert of Mons. Well, following the unsuccessful siege, Frederick and Conrad made their way back to Europe. In Thessaloniki, they reaffirmed a treaty with the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos to cooperate against King Roger II of Sicily. Frederick then returned to Germany, passing through Bulgaria and Hungary, and arrived back home in April of 1149, having gained considerable experience and recognition for his efforts during the Crusade, albeit amid significant challenges and setbacks. When Conrad III of Germany was on his deathbed in February of 1152, only Frederick, his nephew, and the Prince Bishop of Bamberg were present. At this critical juncture, both witnesses later claimed that Conrad, fully lucid, passed the royal insignia to Frederick, effectively bypassing his own son, Frederick IV, Duke of Swabia, and designating his nephew as successor to the throne. How convenient. Of course, this move was seen as strategic, prioritizing the stability and continuity of leadership over dynastic succession. Now, following Conrad's death, Frederick acted swiftly to secure his position. Not Frederick IV, Frederick I. I know, it's all a little confusing. There's too many Fredericks. Well, at a gathering in Frankfurt on March the 4th, 1152, the kingdom's princely electors, recognizing both his lineage and leadership capabilities, chose him, Frederick, as the next German king. And just days later, on the 9th of March, 1152, Frederick was crowned King of the Romans at Aachen, marking the official beginning of his reign. Well, the German Empire before Frederick's accession was in quite a sorry state, significantly weakened by the investiture controversy and the ineffective reigns of Henry IV and Henry V. Since Henry V's death in 1125, the German monarchy had largely become a nominal title, without any real power behind it. As the royal authority had been continuously undermined, and the crown was passed around from person to person to prevent any single family from establishing a dynasty. Consequently, when Frederick came to the throne in 1152, the German monarchy had been lacking effective leadership for over 25 years, and the real power, if there was any of it, had been fragmented for more than 80 years. Well, one of Frederick's primary challenges from the outset was the fragmented nature of Germany itself. It wasn't just one country. It comprised of more than 1,600 individual states, at least at the time of his accession. That's a lot, by the way. Well, while a few states like Bavaria and Saxony were relatively large, many others were so small as to be nearly insignificant on a map. The titles that came with the German crown, Caesar, Augustus, and Emperor of the Romans, had become more symbolic than practical, reflecting a grandeur that the monarchy no longer possessed in reality. Well, unlike his predecessors, Frederick approached the complexities of his empire not through attempts to dismantle the feudal system, but by seeking to restore and stabilize it. He recognized that his power base was limited, mainly comprising his own personal territories of Swabia and Franconia, and his forceful personality, of course. Thus, he engaged with the German princes, not by confronting them, but by aligning with their interests, fostering mutual benefits to secure their loyalty and cooperation. He even passed every single one of them out a little piece of candy and gave them all a kiss on the cheek. I'm just joking. I'm just seeing if you're still listening. Back to the video. The backdrop of Frederick's reign was also shaped by ongoing feuds between the Welfs and the Hohenstaufens. Frederick's Welf connections through his mother initially presented an opportunity to mend this long-standing division. However, figures like Henry the Lion, the Welf Duke of Saxony, remained staunch adversaries, completely unwilling to reconcile with the Hohenstaufen monarchy. This internal discord continued to complicate Frederick's efforts to consolidate his rule and strengthen the empire. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, don't they? Thus, his reign began under these complex and challenging circumstances, with the overarching task of navigating the treacherous waters of imperial politics, regional loyalties, and of course the overarching ambitions of the papacy and other regional powers. And of course, the papacy had to always put their 2 cents in. You know, it's kind of like when you're in school sitting down doing your work, and the teacher comes behind you and looks over your shoulders with one hand on the desk either side of you. That's kind of what the papacy was like. Anyway, in addition to these domestic policies, Frederick looked outward, engaging in international affairs that underscored the empire's role on the European stage. He intervened in the Danish Civil War, supporting Sven III against Valdemar I, which illustrated his readiness to project imperial influence beyond the German borders. He also initiated negotiations with Manuel I Comnenus, the Byzantine emperor, reflecting his interest in the political dynamics of Eastern Europe and the broader Mediterranean. Frederick's personal life and its intersection with his political maneuvers also came to fore early in his reign. He sought the annulment of his marriage to Adelaide of Vohburg, which was childless and thus politically inconvenient. Poor girl. Claiming consanguinity based on distant shared ancestry, Frederick aimed to free himself from this union, to possibly forge a more advantageous marital alliance through his attempt to secure a bride from the Byzantine court, which initially failed. His relationships with the papacy was another critical aspect of his rule. Upon his election, Frederick had informed Pope Eugene III of his new position, but had notably left out requesting the papal confirmation traditionally sought by German kings. This oversight was addressed in March of 1153, when Frederick secured the Treaty of Constance with Pope Eugene. The treaty was a significant diplomatic achievement, as Frederick promised to defend the papacy and to consult the Pope before making peace with common enemies like King Roger II of Sicily. In return, he received papal approval for his coronation as the Holy Roman Emperor. The agreement also included a commitment to assist in reasserting papal control over Rome. Barbarossa initiated his reign with ambitious campaigns into Italy, marking his intent to restore imperial influence over the entire Italian peninsula. His first expedition in October of 1154 aimed to subdue the Norman king William I of Sicily, whose power was perceived as a threat to imperial authority. As Frederick marched through Italy, he quickly took Milan and then decisively destroyed Tortona for defying his rule. Do as you're told. Now he continued his campaign southward, and in either Pavia or Monza, one of the two, he was ceremonially crowned King of Italy, solidifying his authority in the region, regardless of what the other Italians thought of it. Well, the big prize, of course, was Rome, and upon approaching the city, Frederick found Pope Adrian IV contending with Arnold of Brescia, leader of a communal revolt. In a display of loyalty to the papacy, Frederick assisted in suppressing the revolt and ensuring Arnold's execution. However, his relationship with Adrian was tested when Frederick initially refused to perform the humble act of holding the Pope's stirrup, which led to a brief standoff. The situation was, however, resolved when Frederick relented, symbolizing his submission and respect towards papal authority. Sometimes you've just got to do what you can at the moment and get 'em back later. Well, this act allowed his subsequent coronation as Holy Roman Emperor by Adrian IV in June 1155, amidst tumultuous conditions, as his coronation actually sparked riots in Rome, and rather angry ones, which he had to suppress with brute force. The Italian campaign, however, wasn't all good news. It strained resources and exposed Frederick to the complexities of Italian politics, including the challenge of managing relations with the Byzantine Empire, and, of course, the internal strife within the German territories that he had left behind. His brief return to Germany was marked by efforts to consolidate power, including the transfer of the Duchy of Bavaria from Henry II Jasamirgott to his cousin Henry the Lion, a maneuver that stabilized the region, but also set the stage for conflicts down the line. And finally, Frederick found a new wife. Congratulations. His marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy in June of 1156 was not just a union of love, but also a strategic alliance that expanded his influence further into Western Europe. His declaration as the sole Augustus of the Roman world was a bold statement, asserting the Holy Roman Empire's supremacy over the Byzantine Empire. I'm sure the Byzantines really enjoyed hearing that. And it also indicated his imperial ambitions were not simply confined to Germany and Italy alone. Frederick was going after the world. These early actions of Frederick highlight his skill as a military leader and diplomat, his commitment to restoring the glory of the Holy Roman Empire, and his complex relationship with the papacy. They effectively set the tone for a reign that would be characterized by both brilliant success and formidable challenges, together hand in hand. Well, the failure of Frederick's initial Italian campaign and the subsequent peace terms that Pope Adrian IV negotiated with William I of Sicily left Frederick feeling somewhat slighted, particularly by the Pope's implication that the imperial crown was merely a papal gift. This strained the relationship between Frederick and the papacy, setting the stage for another conflict. In June 1158, seeking to assert his dominance and driven by a desire to subdue the Norman influence in southern Italy, Frederick embarked on his second Italian campaign. This expedition proved significant, culminating in the capture of Milan and the instigation of the Diet of Roncaglia. This assembly reasserted imperial control over northern Italy and initiated ecclesiastical reforms, marking the start of a prolonged conflict with the new pope, Alexander III. Following the death of Adrian IV in 1159, the papal election resulted in a schism, producing two rival popes, that being Alexander III and the anti-pope Victor IV. The imperial support was crucial for legitimacy, and while Frederick was preoccupied with military operations, including the siege of Crema, he demanded that Alexander III submit to his authority, a demand which, after a little bit of confusion, Alexander staunchly refused. Subsequently, Victor went to the other guy and recognized Victor IV as the legitimate pope in 1160. This, of course, led Alexander to excommunicate both Frederick and Victor, but I'm fairly sure they saw this coming. The conflict with Alexander III significantly impacted the politics of the region, aligning the Norman king of Sicily with Alexander against Frederick. The struggle for papal recognition continued with an attempted council in 1162, which ultimately faltered when King Louis VII of France withdrew, upon realizing that Frederick had manipulated the proceedings, of course in favor of Victor and against Alexander. Not fair. Well, amidst all the ecclesiastical disputes, Frederick faced repeated rebellions in Milan, leading to its surrender and subsequent destruction in 1162. This harsh treatment of Milan coerced other northern Italian cities into submission as well, further solidifying imperial control, but also fostering a kind of resentment. In the summer of 1162, Frederick's entry into Turin and the coronation that followed were meant to cement his status in Italy. And upon returning to Germany, Frederick managed internal disputes, notably curbing the ambitions of Henry the Lion and punishing the citizens of Mainz for their insurrection. His third Italian expedition in 1163, aimed at conquering Sicily, was thwarted by a coalition of cities opposed to his rule, largely provoked by his imposition of imperial taxes. A significant, yet controversial act of Frederick during this period was the removal of the relics of the biblical Magi from Milan in 1164, which he then gifted to the Archbishop of Cologne. Now this move not only endowed Cologne with valuable religious attraction, but also demonstrated Frederick's use of sacred symbols to bolster his political and spiritual authority. Now back in the Rhineland, during a period of relative peace, Frederick organized the canonization of Charlemagne at Aachen, an event presided over by the anti-pope Pascal III. This event was significant not only for its religious implications, but also as a demonstration of Frederick's influence over the Church through his support of Pascal, who was not, of course, recognized by the mainstream Catholic Church, which was still led by Pope Alexander III, and who was still very, very annoyed with Frederick. By October 1166, amid concerns about a potential alliance between Alexander III and the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I, Frederick embarked on his fourth Italian campaign. This campaign was crucial for securing the position of Pascal III, and also aimed at having his wife, Beatrice, crowned as Holy Roman Empress. However, his longtime ally and powerful vassal, Henry the Lion, opted out of the campaign to focus on his own territorial disputes and expansion efforts into Slavic lands in northeastern Germany. Well, Frederick's campaign initially focused on Ancona, which had pledged allegiance to the Byzantine Emperor, underscoring the broader conflict between the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire over influence in Italy. However, after achieving a significant victory at the Battle of Monteporzio against Roman forces loyal to Pope Alexander III, Frederick abandoned the siege of Ancona and moved swiftly to Rome. It was there that Beatrice was crowned empress, and Frederick received a second coronation from Pascal III, reaffirming his claim and authority as the emperor. This campaign, however, took a dire turn when a sudden epidemic, which was probably malaria or the plague, struck the imperial army, causing significant casualties and forcing Frederick to run back to Germany. The epidemic marked a significant setback. It halted his progress into Italy and forced him to shift his focus back to northern Europe, and not temporarily either, but for the next 6 years. Putting plans on hold, it seems. Well, you can't keep a good man down, can't you? During this period in Germany, Frederick engaged in consolidating his rule and settling various ecclesiastical disputes, and there were plenty of them. He asserted imperial authority over the regions of Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary, and sought to improve diplomatic relations with other European powers, including Manuel of Byzantium, Henry II of England, and Louis VII of France. This time also saw internal reorganization within the empire, especially after the death of many Swabian counts and nobles in the 1167 epidemic, including his cousin, the young Duke of Swabia. Frederick managed to reorganize this territory, installing his younger son, Frederick V, as the new Duke of Swabia. In 1169, among all of these internal and external challenges, Frederick took a significant step by having his eldest son, Henry, crowned King of the Romans, a title indicating the heir to the empire, while he himself retained the title of emperor. The act was aimed at securing succession and stability within the empire. Well, Frederick wanted to go back to Italy, and he certainly did in 1174, and it marked a crucial juncture in his reign. Reflecting the growing power and autonomy of the northern Italian cities, which at this time had begun to really prosper through their trade. This economic prosperity contributed to a shift away from medieval feudalism, at least in its traditional political form. In a practical sense it remained, but it also helped fuel the increasing anti-German sentiment throughout Lombardy. This sentiment culminated in the restoration of Milan in 1169, a city that was previously razed by Frederick, which became a symbol of the resistance of the Lombards. By 1174, this resistance coalesced into the Lombard League, a coalition including not just Lombard cities, but also external powers such as Venice, Sicily, and the Byzantine Empire, all united together against Frederick. Divided by race, united by hatred. Well, this broad alliance reflected the shifting power dynamics in Italy and the broader Mediterranean region as a whole. Frederick had worked up quite a reputation. During this expedition, Frederick aimed to assert his control, but he was of course met with stiff resistance, leading to the stunning defeat at the Battle of Alessandria in 1175, which shocked the European continent due to the emperor's loss to city-states. Indeed, this is the emperor. He's not meant to lose. It would be like the United States losing against, I don't know, the Republic of the Congo and Gabon. Throw in Benin for good measure, and perhaps Equatorial Guinea. Well, the conflict reached a critical point at the Battle of Legnano on the 29th of May 1176, where Frederick was not only defeated, but also wounded, and a rumor began to spread that he had fallen in battle, for a time at least. Either way, the battle decisively weakened Frederick's position in Italy and forced him into peace negotiations, not only with the Pope, but the Lombard League as well. The subsequent Peace of Anagni in 1176 and the Peace of Venice in 1177 marked significant concessions by Frederick, including the formal recognition of Alexander III as Pope, effectively nullifying the decisions of the anti-Pope Pascal III, and ending Beatrice's tenure as Empress. Heartbreaking. These agreements echoed the resolution of the investiture controversy, seen a century earlier between Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV. The core issue, whether the Holy Roman Emperor could appoint popes and bishops, had been tentatively resolved in the Concordat of Worms, and was revised during Frederick's conflicts. The Peace of Venice symbolized Frederick's acknowledgement of papal authority over the papal states, while Alexander recognized imperial authority over the imperial church. Further reconciliation with the Italian city-states was solidified in the Peace of Constance in 1183. Frederick granted the Lombard cities the right to elect their own magistrates freely, which effectively conceded some of his control, but did secure his nominal overlordship over Italy, providing a basis to exert pressure on the papacy. To reinforce his rule after these setbacks in Italy, Frederick was crowned King of Burgundy in Arles on the 30th of June 1178. Although the German kings traditionally held this title since Conrad II, Frederick sought an official coronation by the Archbishop of Arles, underscoring his desire to strengthen his legitimacy and consolidate his reign following the tumultuous events in Italy. This act also reflected his ongoing efforts to stabilize his authority across the realm, addressing both internal challenges and the many complexities of Italian politics. Now back to Barbarossa's long-standing conflict with Henry the Lion, one of the most powerful German princes and the Duke of Saxony and Bavaria, reached its climax after Henry failed to support Frederick's Italian campaign earlier in 1176. By 1180, Frederick capitalized on the enmity that the other German princes felt towards Henry to orchestrate his downfall. Henry was tried in absentia at a court convened by Frederick, comprising bishops and princes, where he was stripped of his lands and declared an outlaw under the assertion that imperial law superseded traditional German law. Frederick then led an army into Saxony to enforce this judgment, leading to Henry's ultimate submission in Erfurt in November of 1181, after his allies abandoned him. Henry was then exiled for 3 years to Normandy, under the protection of his father-in-law Henry II of England, and upon his return to Germany, he was confined to a much reduced Duchy of Brunswick, leading a quieter life and engaging in arts and architectural patronage. Despite Frederick's official victory over Henry, the feudal structure in Germany meant that Frederick's control over Henry's former vassals was somewhat limited, as German feudal allegiance was owed directly to one's immediate lord and not to the emperor. This structural divergence significantly diluted the practical impact of Frederick's victory compared to what it might have been under the more centralized English feudal system. The Italian campaigns and ongoing conflicts left Frederick facing a disordered situation in the new German states, with ongoing civil wars among the princes who aspired to independence, or even the crown itself. German hegemony in Italy at this point was nominal at its best, with the Pope remaining the dominant force there. After his defeats in Italy, Frederick had returned to Germany rather bitter and disheartened. No daylights nor heel taps. Facing princes who were consolidating their power and wealth, thereby entrenching their autonomous control. In 1184, in an attempt to consolidate his position and display his influence, Frederick hosted the Diet of Pentecost, a grand chivalric ceremony where he knighted his two eldest sons and celebrated with thousands of knights from across Germany. It was a night to remember. All right, I'll stop. This event, however, did not yield significant financial gains as it might have in other feudal systems like England or France, where substantial fees were expected on such occasions. Well, continuing his efforts to assert control in Italy, Frederick embarked on another Italian expedition in 1184, allying with local rural nobility against the Tuscan cities. In a strategic move to secure his family's future and strengthen his own position in Italy, he arranged the marriage of his son Henry to Constance of Sicily in 1186, despite opposition from Pope Urban III. This marriage aimed at securing the inheritance of the Kingdom of Sicily for the Hohenstaufen dynasty. The death of Pope Urban III later that year brought Gregory VIII to the papacy, who was more inclined towards a conciliatory approach with Frederick, and focused on the more dire reports from the Holy Land than on continuing the contentious power struggles with the emperor. In the late 1187, Frederick received urgent appeals from the Crusader states, urging him to assist them in the aftermath of significant Muslim victories. In early December, he was publicly supportive of a crusade at a sermon in Strasbourg, but he had hesitated to commit fully due to ongoing conflicts with the Archbishop Philip of Cologne. By Christmas, he had engaged King Philip II of France to join the crusade efforts. The 27th of March, 1188, at the Diet of Mainz. After resolving his conflict with the Archbishop of Cologne, Frederick finally took the Crusader vow, spurred by unanimous support from the assembly. His son, the Duke of Swabia, also took up the cross, while his elder son was designated as a regent in Germany, hold down the fort, so to speak. Frederick then announced a crusade against the pagans and planned an extensive preparation period before the Crusaders would assemble in Regensburg the following April. In Strasbourg, Frederick had implemented a tax on the Jewish community to finance the crusade, but he also took measures to protect them, preventing potential massacres similar to those during the previous crusades. And it all sounds very nice, but perhaps he was just trying to protect the highest tax bracket people. Maybe, my own speculation. After disturbances in Mainz, Frederick intervened to ensure the safety of the Jewish community, reinforcing his commitment with a public display alongside Rabbi Moses, who was also paying a lot of tax. Now, Frederick had previously established a treaty with Saladin in 1175, but his new commitment to a crusade, he formally notified Saladin of the termination of their alliance. As the preparations continued, Frederick engaged with various Eastern European and Byzantine officials to ensure safe passage and support for his crusading army. On the 15th of April, 1189, Frederick ceremonially began his crusade from Hagenau, embarking on a well-organized journey that was unprecedented in scale and planning. Despite historical claims of his army's size reaching 100,000, which are frankly laughable, modern estimates suggest a more modest number of 12 to 15,000, including around 3,000 to 4,000 knights. This is probably a bit more realistic. Now, Frederick's route took him through the lands of Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, engaging with local rulers to secure their support or at least their neutrality. In Hungary, he managed to secure the cooperation of Prince Geza, who provided an escort through the lands of 2,000 Hungarian troops. By late 1189, Frederick had reached Byzantine territory, where he spent the winter to avoid the harsh Anatolian climate. In the spring of 1190, he moved to Gallipoli, preparing to cross into Asia Minor. His progress through Anatolia was marked by strategic victories at Philomelium and Iconium, significantly alarming Saladin, who had to adjust his deployments in response to the advancing wave of angry Germans. While on the Third Crusade, Frederick met his end in a tragic manner near Silifke Castle by the Salef River on June 10, 1190. How did he meet his end? Well, we've got a few different accounts, and I'll quickly go through them. According to a chronicler named Ansbert, despite warnings from his advisors, Frederick chose to go for a little swim across the river. It doesn't really mention why he chose to go for a little swim, just that he did. But unfortunately for him, he was overcome by a strong current, and he drowned. Now, there is another narrative that's more of an alternate version, as suggests while attempting to cross the river on his horse, he was thrown off. And of course he was wearing his heavy armor, which caused him to sink, and he drowned as a result. There is another account from a Muslim historian named Ibn al-Athir that offers a different perspective, stating that Frederick went into the river to take a bath. Despite the water being shallow, he unexpectedly drowned anyway, which Ibn al-Athir interprets as divine intervention. Another account, a letter from a churchman present with the crusading forces, detailed that after enduring the rigors of the campaign, Frederick sought relief by taking a bath in the river. Unfortunately, he drowned, described as a sorrowful event by God's inscrutable judgment of him. This account suggests exhaustion and the intense heat may have contributed to his death. And finally, the account of Jacques de Vitry, who was chronicling the Crusades and noted that Frederick's military campaign had been quite formidable, capturing several cities and causing Saladin to order the dismantlement of fortifications in anticipation of his approach. Vitry states that during a spell of intense heat, Frederick drowned while bathing in the river, an event he describes as a calamitous loss for Christendom. Well, of course, all of these have the same sort of event in common, that he drowned in a river. I would say that we can fairly easily conclude that that's how it happened. Whether or not it was divine intervention, that is a matter of opinion. Well, regardless, following Frederick's death, the morale and structure of the German crusading army were severely affected. Everyone knows it's very hard to win the battle after the general has been slain. Thousands of German soldiers abandoned the campaign and simply just began walking home. The force that remained, along with the Hungarian contingent led by Prince Geza, was further weakened by disease near Antioch, something else that the Muslim chroniclers thought was another little piece of divine intervention. Frederick's body could unfortunately not be preserved for transport back to Germany. Thus it was divided according to the medieval custom for royal burials. His flesh was buried in Antioch, his bones in Tyre, and his heart and organs in Tarsus. The leadership void left by Frederick's death complicated the Crusader state's political dynamic. The command fell immediately to his son, Frederick VI of Swabia, and the diminished forces struggled to maintain their objectives. The overall command of the Crusader forces saw increased rivalry between King Philip II of France and King Richard I of England, both of whom had arrived by sea. Ultimately, Richard signed the Treaty of Ramler in 1192, which concluded his crusading efforts. The treaty wasn't a bad deal. It allowed Christians to visit Jerusalem as pilgrims in complete safety, although the city did remain under Muslim control. The Latin kingdom was left with only a narrow coastal strip extending from Tyre to Jaffa. And that is it for our life of Frederick Barbarossa. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, what do you think? Is he a good guy, or is he a bad guy? Of course, it's always a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it? Always the villain in someone's story, no matter who you are. Kievan Rus, a federation of East Slavic tribes in Europe from the 9th to the mid-13th century, was centered around Kiev and founded by the Varangian prince Rurik. This medieval state laid the groundwork for the modern Slavic nations, including Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. It was marked by the adoption of Christianity from the Byzantine Empire in the year 988 under Prince Vladimir the Great. Kievan Rus was a major trade hub also, especially between the Baltic and the Byzantine Empire, which helped in developing a rich cultural mix along with a strong political organization. But it couldn't last forever. The state eventually declined due to internal disputes and was devastated by the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, leading to the rise of regional powers such as the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back for more, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, a comment, and if you're inclined to do so, subscribe. Helps YouTube know that more people need to see the video. So, thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our full history of Kievan Rus. Please make yourself relaxed. Before the rise of Kievan Rus in the 9th century, the lands north of the Black Sea were predominantly inhabited by Eastern Slavic tribes, alongside other groups. What is known as the Ilmen Slavs settled around Novgorod, with the Krivichi in nearby territories stretching across West Dwina, Dnieper, and the Volga rivers. The Finnic Chud tribe resided further north in the Lagoda and Karelia regions. Further toward the south, in the modern-day Kiev area, lived the Poliana, with the Drevliana and Severiane neighboring them on either side of the Dnieper. The Vyatichi were to the northeast, and beyond them lay lands transitioning from Slavic settled forests to the steppes of the nomadic herdsmen. The identity of the Rus, whether they were Varangians, Norsemen, or Slavs, has also been a subject of considerable debate, and will likely continue to be so for a great foreseeable future. Current scholarly focus has shifted from determining their exact origins to understanding the pace, and nature of the Norse assimilation into Slavic culture. This discussion, of course, is hampered by a scarcity of contemporary sources, and it leads researchers to rely simply on archaeological findings, descriptions by foreign writers, and later historical legends and literature. The debate isn't just academic, but it's intertwined with the foundation of myths of modern nations in the region, often colored by nationalist agendas. Now, during the Stalinist era, and I know we're jumping forward a little bit, but it's all relevant, Soviet historiography emphasized the Slavic origins of the Rus to counteract the German claims of a Germanic foundation of the Russian state. More recently, post-Soviet nationalism has influenced scholarly and political discourse, with some efforts to revise the narrative of the Rus' origins actually being supported by the state apparatus. This has led to the promotion of foundation myths that align with current national identities, even finding their way into educational materials like those in Russia. Such political involvement in historical interpretation gives us a complex relationship between history, identity, and state policy. And it just goes to show how the past can be reinterpreted to serve present-day objectives. Always be on the lookout for that one. Now, the question of the Rus origins, whether they were Norse traders and Vikings known as Varangians, or just Slavs, is another topic of debate, particularly against the backdrop of Russian and Ukrainian nationalist historiography. The debate is known as the Normanist versus anti-Normanist controversy, and it's centered around the interpretation of historical sources, linguistic evidence, and archaeological findings. Normanist theories draw heavily on the primary chronicle, a key 12th century source for East Slavic history, asserting that the Varangians, coming from Scandinavia, played a critical role in the formation of the Rus state. Anti-Normanists, of course, challenged this view, arguing that the Rus were Slavic in origin, predating Varangian influence. They point to the minimal presence of Scandinavian words in Russian, and the quick substitution of Scandinavian names with Slavic ones in historical records as evidence for their stance. Well, despite all the divergent views, there is significant evidence of the extensive Scandinavian settlement across Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, alongside clear Slavic influences in the Swedish language. We really cannot deny them. This suggests a more complex interaction between the Slavic and Norse people, which ultimately led to a rapid assimilation of the Varangians into Slavic culture, should the Proto-Rus have been Norse. There is a broadly accepted view, at least outside the ultra-nationalist narratives, of this cultural integration, a transformation from Swedish to Slavic identity within a couple of centuries. This perspective is supported by descriptions from contemporary observers like Aman Abin Fadlan, Liutprand of Cremona, and Leo the Deacon, who provide external accounts of the Rus. Ibn Fadlan noted their distinctive physical appearance and attire. Liutprand associated the Rusi, as he called them, with the Norse, but based on physical characteristics rather than cultural or linguistic traits. And Leo the Deacon referred to the Rus as Scythians, observing their adoption of Greek rituals. All makes it a little bit more confusing, doesn't it? Well, the primary chronicle, as we mentioned before, offers a narrative that depicts the early interactions between the Varangians, Slavic, and Finnic tribes, and also the Khazars in the 9th century, outlining a foundational moment in the history of Eastern Europe. According to this account, Slavic and Finnic tribes initially paid tribute to the Varangians, until 862, when they decided to rebel, wanting to govern themselves independently. The subsequent appeal to the Varangians for a prince to bring order to their rich but chaotic lands led to the invitation of the Varangian Rus, including the brothers Rurik, Cineas, and Truvor, to rule over them. This tale, which scholars consider to be crafted by 12th century authors to justify the Rurikid dynasty's rule and the swift Varangian conquests, established Rurik as the progenitor of the Rurik dynasty, with Novgorod as his seat of power. Rurik's associates, Askold and Dir, embarked on a journey to Tsargrad, which was Constantinople in their tongue, stopping at Kiev, which was then under Khazar tribute, and establishing their dominion there. Their venture to Constantinople in the mid-860s marked the first recorded military encounter between the Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The surprise attack led by Askold and Dir resulted in significant devastation in the suburbs and nearby islands of Constantinople. Various accounts detail the destruction and the Rus' eventual retreat, attributed to either a storm, the emperor's return, or perhaps divine intervention following prayers to the Virgin Mary. This episode spurred the Byzantine Patriarch Photius to send missionaries to the north, aiming to convert the Rus and the Slavs, setting the stage for the Christianization of the region, which is a saga on its own. This narrative from the primary chronicle, while reflecting the historiographical traditions and political agendas of its times, shows the complexity of diplomacy, warfare, and the region's early interactions between the Varangians, the East Slavs, and the Byzantine Empire. Now, what about Rurik? Well, his leadership certainly did lay the groundwork for the expansion and consolidation of Rus territories, although it was a task continued by Prince Oleg after Rurik's death in the 9th century. Oleg's military expedition southward significantly extended Rus control, culminating in the capture of Kiev, which he declared mother of Rus cities. His actions not only established Kiev as a pivotal political center, but also shifted the focus of the Rus expansion and trade from Novgorod to Kiev, thereby securing key trade routes across Europe. Oleg's conquests of neighboring Slavic tribes and the imposition of tributes expanded the Kievan state's influence, directly challenging the Khazars' dominance in the region. His successful subjugation of tribes such as the Drevlians and the Sevarian marked a significant expansion of Rus control, and managed to secure very lucrative resources along with their trade routes. The expansion was, of course, strategic, aiming to monopolize the rich resources and trade routes that passed through Rus-controlled territories, and there were plenty of them. The prosperity of the Kievan state under Oleg's rule was significantly buoyed by its control over these major trade routes. Novgorod, positioned on the northern trade routes, linked the Baltic to the rich markets of Central Asia and the Middle East via the Volga and across the Caspian Sea. The southern route, from the Varangians to the Greeks, facilitated trade between the Baltic and Black Sea, and onwards to Byzantium, which was a crucial link for trade with the wider Mediterranean world. Kiev emerged as a crucial commercial hub, benefiting from its strategic location along the Dnieper and its connection to both east-west overland trade route with the Khazars in Central Europe, and possibly serving as a key node for Radhanite Jewish traders. This extensive network of trade routes enabled the flow of goods such as furs, beeswax, honey, and of course slaves, enriching the Rus state and funding its military expansions, architectural endeavors, and of course further urban development. The economic boom facilitated by these trade networks fostered a vibrant production of luxury goods and jewelry, catering to the demand for such items within and beyond the Rus territories. It also likely led to the development of advanced financial practices, including credit and money-lending systems, further strengthening the economic foundation of the Kievan state. Under Oleg's rule, the Rus established a formidable state that leveraged its strategic geographic position to dominate the trade routes of Eastern Europe, and laid the foundations in general for the prosperity and influence of the Kievan Rus in the region. The expansion of the Rus southwards in the late 9th century not only transformed the politics of Eastern Europe, but also upended a balance of power across the Pontic steppe and the Black Sea region. The period marked a shift from the dominance of the Khazars, who had facilitated trade and maintained peace, at least a relative peace, known as the Pax Khazarica, Pax being the Latin word for peace, by the way, to an era of increased conflict and realignment among regional powers, including the Rus, Byzantines, Magyars, which are the Hungarians, Pechenegs, and others. The Rus challenged the Khazar control over these key trade routes, aligning and then conflicting with the Khazars to secure their own strategic advantages. The rivalry was part of a broader shift caused by the westward migration of Turkic peoples, including the Magyars and Pechenegs, following the collapse of the Göktürk Khaganate. These migrations introduced new military pressures on the Khazars and disrupted traditional trade networks, contributing to regional instability. The Byzantine Empire, of course, was watching very closely and capitalized on this turmoil, strengthening its commercial and political ties first with the Khazars and later with the Rus and other steppe groups. The establishment of the theme of Kherson in Crimea aimed to protect Byzantine interests, serving both as a defense against raids and a diplomatic bridge to the steppe. The fortress at Sarkel, built with Byzantine assistance, exemplified efforts to maintain the Khazar buffer against incursions by the Rus and other nomadic groups. Oleg's campaigns in the lands of the lower Dniester and Dnieper rivers around the year 890 show the ongoing contest for access to the Black Sea and its trade routes. The Byzantine manipulation of Magyar and Pecheneg movements against the Bulgarian Empire in 894 further shows this intricacy of the alliances and conflicts that were shaping the region in this time. The forced migration of the Magyars into the Hungarian plain opened the Black Sea to Rus expansion, marking a significant shift in the regional dynamic. The Rus raids into the Caspian Sea by the early 10th century, particularly the large-scale expedition in 913, signify a broadening scope of their ambitions, and also the decline of Khazar influence. As the century progressed, the Khazars' ability to command tribute and maintain alliances dwindled, with the Byzantines increasingly aligning with the Pechenegs against them. Relations between the Rus and the Pechenegs were characterized by alternating periods of peace and conflict, reflecting a fluid nature of steppe politics. The Pechenegs' strategic position between the Rus and Byzantine Empire made them pivotal in controlling access to trade routes, leading to a pragmatic, if uneasy, coexistence punctuated by bouts of sporadic warfare. The aftermath of the Rus raid on Constantinople in 860 catalyzed a significant shift in Byzantine diplomacy and religious outreach, leading to the mission of Cyril and Methodius to the Slavs. Sent by the Byzantine emperor at the request of Prince Rastislav of Moravia, the brothers aimed to evangelize the Slavic peoples, who at the time lacked a written language. Their creation of the Glagolitic alphabet, which later evolved into Cyrillic in the First Bulgarian Empire, and their standardization of Old Church Slavonic facilitated the translation of the Bible and the drafting of Slavic civil codes. This linguistic and cultural mission helped spread Byzantine influence throughout Slavic territories, including Kievan Rus, intertwining evangelical efforts with Byzantine foreign policy goals. By the time Oleg had seized Kiev, the Rus' interactions with the Byzantine Empire had grown increasingly complex, underpinning by a blend of commercial, cultural, and military dynamic. The Rus' economy was heavily reliant on trade with Byzantium, necessitating an annual journey by the princes of Kiev along the Dnieper to the Black Sea, bringing goods to trade in Constantinople. These expeditions were crucial not only for the wealth they generated, through exchange of goods such as furs for silk, fabrics, spices, and wine, but also for maintaining the political and economic stature of Kievan Rus. Disputes between the Rus and Byzantines often escalated into military confrontations, as evidenced by the Rus attacks on Constantinople in 907, interpreted by the primary chronicle as an attempt to secure trade access. While Byzantine records of this event is lacking, the subsequent treaties in 907 and 911 between the two powers show the military and diplomatic pressure applied by the Rus. These agreements afforded the Rus merchants quarters, supplies, and tax-free trading privileges in Constantinople, illustrating the leverage the Rus wielded over Byzantium due to the latter's reliance on their trade. The primary chronicle's recounting of Oleg's demise is steeped in quite a bit of mythology, with his death actually foretold by a sorcerer to be connected to a horse. Maybe you'll fall off the horse, or be eaten by a horse, who knows? Well, despite Oleg's efforts to avoid this fate by sequestering the horse, he ultimately met his end through a snake bite, said to emerge through the carcass of the horse. Okay. Well, obviously this narrative blends the themes of destiny and inevitability of fate which is common in historical myths, but I don't think we can really take it as historical gospel. Perhaps it is, but it certainly sounds a little far-fetched. Now, following Oleg, Prince Igor ascends to the rule, leading Kievan Rus into a period of relative peace, after the initial conflicts, of course, marking the continuation of the Rus leadership's lineage and their engagements with neighboring peoples. The year 941 saw Igor spearheading a significant Rus military expedition against Constantinople, driven by disputes likely tied to trading privileges. The timing of this assault, conducted with a formidable navy and Pecheneг allies, exploited the Byzantine Empire's preoccupations elsewhere, allowing the Rus to inflict considerable damage along the Bosphorus Asiatic shores. The Byzantine response, utilizing Greek fire against the Rus fleet, showcased the Empire's ingenuity and military capability, significantly diminishing the Rus' military and naval strength and curtailing their advance. And it was overall a shift in the dynamics since the 911 treaty with Byzantium. Igor's subsequent attempts to get his revenge, involved rallying a vast force comprising Slavic and Pecheneг allies, alongside Varangian reinforcements. However, the 944 campaigns against the Byzantines culminated not in further conflict, but rather a negotiated peace, with the Byzantines securing terms more favorable than in the past. This treaty, emphasizing trade regulations and merchant conduct, shows Byzantium's diplomatic acumen in mitigating the threat posed by a potential Rus-Pecheneг-Bulgarian alliance. Now, regarding Igor's reign, from his succession to the campaigns against Constantinople and the ensuing treaty, it shows the evolving power dynamic between Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. It shows the importance of trade and diplomacy in medieval statecraft, as well as the shifting balance of power that characterized interaction between emerging states and established powers. I mean, it's pretty hard to go up against Byzantium, but of course, that depends on the time period. Well, after Igor's death in 945, Olga assumed regency over Kievan Rus, steering the state until her son, Sviatoslav, could take the throne around 963. Sviatoslav's rule heralded a period of remarkable territorial expansion for the Rus, notably through conquest of the Khazars in the Pontic steppe and his own ventures into the Balkans. This era of expansion under Sviatoslav significantly altered the politics of Eastern Europe, and it was the moment that Kievan Rus became a formidable power by anyone's definition. Sviatoslav's decision to relocate the capital to Pereyaslawets on the Danube in 969 showed his ambition and a shift towards the Balkans and Byzantine Empire. However, his reign, while notable for its military achievements, was also marked by a steadfast adherence to pagan traditions, setting him apart from his Christianized mother, Olga. This divergence in religious paths between mother and son, it highlights a bit of a transitional nature of the Kievan Rus during this period, which was pretty much always a kingdom that was caught between its pagan roots and this emerging influence of Christianity, a veritable seesaw of theologians. Sviatoslav's untimely death in an ambush in 972 abruptly ended his expansionist projects. His conquests, as vast as they were, lacked the administrative framework needed to sustain a unified empire. It was all brawn, no brains, I'm afraid. And his oversight in securing a stable succession precipitated a destructive struggle among his sons. This internal discord, culminating in the death of two of Sviatoslav's three sons, fractured the unity of the Kievan Rus, and once again shows the fragility of the state amidst its own territorial expansion. The aftermath of Sviatoslav's rule illustrates the challenges of consolidating conquests into a lasting political structure, and the critical importance of stable succession mechanisms. If only people would learn, write a proper will. Now, the fratricidal conflict among his heirs didn't only just weaken Kievan Rus internally, but it diminished its standing and influence externally. People were beginning to talk, and of course this set the stage for even more political and territorial fragmentation. The snowball was beginning to roll down the hill. The emergence of the title Grand Duke within Kievan Rus is not precisely documented, yet it's recognized that the importance of Kiev Principality surged following Sviatoslav I's demise in 972. The intense struggle for power between Vladimir the Great and Yaropolk I showed once again Kiev's dominance, which persisted for another 2 centuries. The Grand Duke of Kiev wielded control over the territories around the city, with his relatives ruling over other cities and paying tribute, marking a period of consolidation and centralization of power within Kievan Rus. Which brings us to Vladimir the Great, whose ascent to power was dramatic. Fleeing to Scandinavia after his father's death, Vladimir garnered support from his uncle, Earl Hakon Sigurdsson of Norway, and returned with a formidable Viking force to reclaim Novgorod and Kiev from his half-brother, Yaropolk. This saga of exile, alliance, and conquest shows a volatile landscape of the time, and the vital role of martial prowess and strategic alliance. The Christianization of Kievan Rus, a pivotal moment in its history, was a gradual process and just as complicated, influenced by earlier religious developments in the region and diplomatic maneuvers. Despite the significant role played by Vladimir in adopting Christianity from Byzantium, the path towards Christianization had much earlier roots. From the first-century Christianization of Greeks in the Black Sea colonies to the influence of Arian Christianity among the Goths, the region had a multifaceted religious history. Notably, several Kievan princes and princesses, such as Oler of Kiev, had embraced Christianity, indicating a gradual inclination towards the faith prior to Vladimir's formal adoption. Vladimir's decision to convert to Eastern Christianity, after dispatching emissaries to explore various faiths, was influenced significantly by the splendor and rituals that he observed in Constantinople. His marriage to Princess Anna of Byzantium further solidified the adoption of Christianity, strategically enhancing his relations with Byzantium and ensuring Kiev's access to crucial trade routes. The introduction of Cyrillic liturgy in Greek translations and into the religious and cultural life of Kievan Rus facilitated widespread conversion and integrated them into the broader Eastern Christian tradition. This transformative period in Kievan Rus under Vladimir's reign not only aligned it with the Byzantine world, but it also laid the foundational stones for its religious, cultural, and political future. The adoption of Eastern Orthodoxy had profound long-term effects, shaping the region's identity and historical trajectory well beyond the Great Schism of 1054. Yaroslav the Wise, ascending from the position of Prince of Novgorod, faced familial contention for control over Kievan Rus after the death of his father, Vladimir the Great, in 1015. His ascent to power was not without challenge, however. It was only in 1019 that he managed to secure Kiev, and took until 1036 for him to have undisputed rule over the entirety of Kievan Rus. Yaroslav's tenure was marked by a strategic focus on enhancing diplomatic relations and aligning Kievan Rus with the broader European politics, notably through matrimonial alliances. His efforts to bind his lineage with the ruling houses of Europe, marrying off his progeny to the royalty of Poland, France, Hungary, and Norway, and his granddaughter Eupraxia to Henry IV of the Holy Roman Empire, were aimed at bolstering the prestige and influence of Kievan Rus on the European stage. His domestic policies were equally transformative. He is credited with promulgating the first East Slavic law code, the Ruskaya Pravda, laying foundational legal principles that would govern the social and economic parts of the Kievan Rus. His patronage extended to the ecclesiastical domain as well, with the construction of the St. Sophia cathedrals in Kiev and Novgorod standing as monumental endorsements of Christianity, reflecting the spiritual and cultural flourishings under his reign. These architectural masterpieces were not only religious centers, but also symbols of the state's authority and its deepening Christian identity. Moreover, Yaroslav's contributions to education and monasticism, including the development of the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra by his sons, underscore his commitment to fostering a literate and morally guided society. His reputed establishment of a school system further highlights the value he placed on learning and the dissemination of knowledge, advancing the intellectual capital of the Kievan Rus for years to come. Thus, his legacy is that of a ruler who adeptly navigated the challenges of his times, steering Kievan Rus towards greater internal cohesion, religious and cultural advancement, and an elevated status within the medieval European order. The succession dynamics within Kievan Rus, followed by establishment by Rurik's lineage, presented a complex and often disputed process that played a significant role in the state's gradual fragmentation. The mechanisms for transferring royal power among the Rurikid rulers still remain somewhat ambitious, with scholars divided over the existence or nature of any standardized succession system. Now, some have highlighted the uncertainty surrounding the actual practice, but others in our modern scholarship suggest the utilization of a rota system. Now, this system purportedly allowed princely succession to move among family members, including from elder to younger brother, from uncle to nephew, and of course from father to son. Typically, junior dynasty members would ascend through the ranks by initially governing less significant districts, progressing to more affluent principalities once they had a little bit more experience, and ultimately vying for control over Kiev, which was the most coveted throne. However, the lack of a clear and effective succession system, particularly after the reign of Yaroslav the Wise, 1019 to 1054, is cited as a catalyst for the Kievan Rus's incremental destruction. The absence of structured inheritance rules led to pervasive family conflicts and fostered an overall environment ripe for rivalry and contention. The period saw the frequent use of familicide as a means to usurp power, a tactic that became especially prevalent among Yaroslav the Wise descendants, the Yaroslavici. The succession to Vladimir II, monarch, as the Grand Prince of Kiev, which seemingly bypassed the established rota system, ignited significant disputes among various princely factions, including the Olegovici from Chernigov, the Monomarchs from Pereyaslav, and the Izyaslavici from Turov and Volhynia, and the Polotsk princes. The challenges of succession exacerbated existing divisions within the royal family and weakened the central authority of the Grand Prince of Kiev. Growing influence of regional clans further eroded the unity and strength of the Kievan state, setting the stage for its fragmentation into a patchwork of semi-autonomous principalities. The web of conflicts and alliances among the principalities of Kievan Rus in the 11th and 12th century show the challenges that beset the state. The competition for power was not only internal, among the descendants of Yaroslav the Wise, but also involved external threats. For example, the invasion of the Cumans, which dealt a significant blow to the Rus forces at the Battle of the Alta River in 1068. The aftermath saw the Grand Prince Izyaslav seeking assistance from Poland, marking a period of heightened instability and incessant warfare. The discord culminated in the Council of Lübeck in 1097, convened by Vladimir II Monomaque near Chernigov. The council aimed to reconcile the conflicting factions, but the peace was short-lived. By 1130, the descendants of Veseslav the Seer were exiled by Mstislav the Great, highlighting enduring power struggles notably against the Olegovici and the Rostislavici, with Vsevolod II's accession to Grand Prince of Kiev exemplifying the turbulent power dynamic. On to the decline of Constantinople, a pivotal trading partner, which severely impacted Kievan Rus as well. The trade route from the Varangians to the Greeks, crucial for the movement of goods and the prosperity of Kievan Rus, lost its significance as the Byzantine Empire waned and Western Europe established alternate trade routes. Now Mstislav the Great was the last ruler to maintain a semblance of unity, arguably, within the Kievan Rus. His death in 1132 heralded a period of decline, and Kiev actually got sacked in 1169 by Andrei Bogolyubsky of Vladimir, symbolizing the fragmentation of the state to its worst stage. The end of the 12th century saw the proper disintegration of Kievan Rus into this mosaic of different little principalities. But it wasn't quite fragmented enough. The Crusades in 1204 further isolated Kievan Rus, especially after the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204, rendering the Dnieper trade route completely obsolete. Meanwhile, the Northern Crusades threatened the Baltics, encroaching on Novgorod's territories. But Novgorod, by contrast, flourished by controlling trade from the Volga to the Baltic, gradually gaining independence from Kievan rule. By 1136, it had effectively become a self-governing republic, expanding its mercantile influence to the west and the north. Now in the west, the unification of Halych and Volhynia under Prince Roman Mstislavic in 1199, and the subsequent reign of his son Danilo, who sought support from the west and accepted a crown from the papacy, marked the continuing evolution of the former territories of Kievan Rus. Until, of course, the Mongol invasion, which significantly reshaped everything. The Kuman's flight into Rus territories due to the Mongol onslaught was a precursor to the widespread devastation that would soon follow. The Mongol invasion not only decimated the population through slaughter and enslavement, but also dismantled the region's economy, devastating its urban centers and agricultural production. But the disintegration of Kievan Rus paved the way for new political entities. The Principality of Galicia-Volhynia emerged in the southwest, finally falling under the influence of the Gediminids and becoming a part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This entity, which would later expand to include Ruthenia and Samogitia, heavily drew upon Rus's cultural and legal traditions, demonstrating the lasting influence of Kievan Rus on the region. And in the northeast, the Vladimir Suzdal Principality, and eventually Moscow, began to rise as significant centers of power, gradually absorbing the traditions of Kievan Rus and leading to the formation of a distinct Russian state. The Novgorod and Sukhov federal republics, with their less autocratic structures, remained somewhat independent until their incorporation into the expanding Grand Duchy of Moscow. And if you want to learn about the Grand Duchy of Moscow, I suppose you're just going to have to wait for the video on it. The Knights Templar, officially known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, was a prominent military order of the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. Founded around 1119, the Templars played a significant role in the Crusades, operating from their headquarters on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Initially, the Templars enjoyed widespread support and amassed considerable wealth and power through donations, bequests, and land acquisitions across Europe. However, as the Crusades faltered and the Templars faced challenges in maintaining control over their holdings in the Holy Land, their popularity began to wane. Rumors and accusations against the Templars began to circulate, particularly concerning their alleged secret initiation ceremonies and several discrepancies with their growing wealth. Hello everyone and welcome. You've arrived at the history channel that you've been looking for. I'm the ASMR historian, and if you'd like to support the channel, I have opened a Patreon, where all videos are ad-free. If you'd like to help out in a more practical way, leave a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel, so I can continue to grow in the algorithm. You know what it's like. Without further ado, let's begin our story for today. All you need to know about the Knights Templar. Firstly, I'm going to provide you with a brief explanation of who the Knights were before we go into real specifics of a chronological history. So let's begin from there. The Knights Templar were indeed an elite fighting force of their time, characterized by their rigorous training, superior equipment, and of course, unwavering dedication to their cause. Their religious convictions shaped their military ethos, emphasizing bravery, discipline, and self-sacrifice. Within the Templar ranks, there were 3 distinct classes, each serving a specific role in fulfilling the Order's mission. At the highest echelon of this were the Knights, the warrior monks who formed the core combat force. Sworn to poverty and obedience, they wore white robes, symbolizing purity, and served as the vanguard in battle. The Knights adhered to strict rules, including celibacy, financial austerity, and of course, absolute loyalty to the Order. The Templar priests, clad in green robes, performed essential religious duties, such as conducting ceremonies, leading prayers, and maintaining records. They also provided spiritual guidance to members of the Order, and often served as moral pillars during times of conflict. And there were plenty of those times. The mounted men-at-arms, known as brothers, constituted the largest segment of the Templar Order. These individuals, attired in black or brown robes, performed diverse roles, ranging from guarding and stewardship to squire duties. They were responsible for logistical support, ensuring that the knights were adequately equipped and supported on the battlefield. The Templars' military prowess was further augmented by their well-trained war horses, which were outfitted with armor and trained specifically for combat. This combination of skilled warriors, disciplined monks, and formidable steeds made the Knights Templar a formidable force wherever they went. Moreover, the Templars' belief in martyrdom as a noble death instilled them with unparalleled courage and determination in the face of crippling adversity. The famous Battle of Montcassard in 1177 stands as a testament to the tactical acumen and courage of the knights, who, despite being vastly outnumbered, managed to achieve a remarkable victory against the formidable forces of Saladin. Or, if there are any Arabic-speaking viewers watching, I may do my best from memory and say that it is pronounced Salahuddin or Salahaddin. Correct me in the comments if you will. Now, Saladin, the renowned Muslim military leader, sought to advance towards Jerusalem with a formidable army comprising 26,000 soldiers. King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, along with around 500 knights and their supporters, found themselves pinned near the coastal town of Ascalon, facing overwhelming odds. Well, amidst this dire situation, a small contingent of 80 Templar knights, accompanied by their entourage, attempted to reinforce the besieged forces. As Saladin's army approached, the Templars, aware of their numerical disadvantage, opted for a strategic approach. They met Saladin's troops at Gaza, but were deemed too insignificant to engage in battle, prompting Saladin to disregard them and continue his march towards Jerusalem. Quite an oversight. A very rare oversight for Saladin, by the way, who was an extremely intelligent military commander, and reportedly quite a gentleman. Taking advantage of Saladin's decision to disperse his forces for pillaging, the Templars seized the opportunity to strike. They swiftly joined forces with King Baldwin's army and embarked on a daring march northward along the coast. Meanwhile, Saladin's troops, scattered and unprepared, fell victim to a surprise ambush orchestrated by the Templars near Montcassard, close to Ramla. The Templars' audacious assault caught Saladin's forces off guard, disrupting their cohesion and rendering them vulnerable to attack. Despite their numerical superiority, Saladin and his troops found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Templars and their allies. The Battle of Montcassard proved to be a decisive turning point, as Saladin's army suffered heavy losses and was compelled to retreat in disarray. Although it was not the final confrontation with Saladin, The victory brought a crucial respite for the Kingdom of Jerusalem, providing them with a year of much-needed peace. The valiant stand of the Templars at Montecassard became immortalized as a legendary feat of heroism and military prowess. Despite their relatively limited numbers, the Templars frequently played pivotal roles in major battles, where they would either lead the charge at the onset of the engagement or provide crucial support to the main army from the rear. Their participation extended beyond the Holy Land, by the way, as they fought alongside renowned leaders such as King Louis VII of France, and of course King Richard I of England. That's Richard the Lionheart, by the way. In addition to these exploits in Palestine, members of the order were also actively involved in the campaigns of the Spanish and Portuguese Reconquista. One notable engagement was the Siege of Tomar in 1190, where Templar knights demonstrated their combat prowess and contributed to the Christian efforts to reclaim territories from Islamic rule in the Iberian Peninsula. Following the official papal sanction, the Knights Templar transformed from an order of humble monks into a revered charity across Europe. This newfound status brought them significant resources and financial backing from various sources all over Europe. One notable source of revenue was the contributions made by new members joining the order. As part of their initiation, these individuals took vows of poverty and often donated substantial sums of money or property to the order, further bolstering its wealth. Not a bad business plan. Additionally, the Templars engaged in lucrative business dealings that contributed to their financial prosperity. Leveraging their trusted international network, nobles would entrust the Templars with their wealth and assets while they embarked on journeys such as joining the Crusades. This arrangement served as a form of financial security, allowing nobles to safeguard their fortunes until their return. Right. So the brief history over, you kind of get an idea of what the Knights Templar were doing, right? Well, you see, originally, the Knights Templar were just there to guard pilgrims who were facing attacks while going to the Holy Land. This became a rather large problem. But by the year 1150, the Templars had expanded their mission beyond merely guarding pilgrims to pioneering an innovative system of issuing letters of credit. Pilgrims would deposit their valuables and deeds at a Templar house in their home country and receive a letter detailing their holdings in return. This letter, often encrypted with a cipher alphabet, served as a form of currency that pilgrims could use to withdraw funds from their accounts at other Templar establishments along their journey. Pretty clever, huh? Not only did this system ensure the safety of pilgrims by sparing them from carrying valuable possessions, but it also enhanced the Templars' influence and economic power. As the Knights Templars' involvement in banking activities expanded, They became increasingly influential in the realm of finance, ultimately shaping the foundations of modern banking practices. Despite the Church's prohibition against usury, that's charging interest, the Templars found ways to engage in lending practices by implementing clever loopholes. Instead of charging interest directly, they devised agreements where they retained rights to the production of mortgaged property, effectively charging rent in lieu of interest. This is quite often how Sharia-compliant banks work in the Islamic world. They still charge the interest, but they simply do not call it interest. It's more of a fee to service the loan. The Templars' vast holdings were essential to sustaining their military campaigns, as the cost of maintaining a knight grew substantially over time, requiring extensive land and resources. The order accumulated significant estates to support these operations. For example, by 1180, a Burgundian noble required 3 square kilometers of land to sustain himself as a knight, a figure that rose to 15.6 square kilometers of land by 1260. Now that's inflation. Additionally, the Templars were responsible for supporting thousands of horses and pack animals, with high maintenance costs exacerbated by the challenging conditions of the Crusader states in the eastern Mediterranean. And despite these challenges, the Templars' astute political connections and understanding of the commercial dynamics of the Outremer communities propelled them to positions of immense power. For a group that took vows of poverty, they certainly seemed to be very good at making themselves rich. They acquired large tracts of land across Europe and the Middle East, constructed churches and castles, purchased agricultural properties, engaged in manufacturing, and controlled significant import and export operations. Their influence even extended to the maritime domain, with the Templars maintaining their own fleet of ships. At one point, they held dominion over the entire island of Cyprus, demonstrating the extent of their authority and wealth, but also attracting unwanted attention. We'll get to that later. The remarkable success and growing influence of the knights inevitably raised concerns among rival orders, and of course various nobles across Europe and the Middle East. Among their most powerful competitors were the Knights Hospitaller and the Teutonic Knights, both of whom vied for prestige, resources, and of course territory in the region. The Knights Hospitaller, also known as the Order of Hospitallers, shared a similar mission to the Templars in providing medical care and protection to pilgrims in the Holy Land. While they initially cooperated with the Templars, competition for resources and influence inevitably led to tensions between the two orders. Similarly, the Teutonic Knights, originally established to provide medical assistance during the Crusades, evolved into a formidable military order, focused on expanding Christian territory in the Baltic region. Their ambitions often clashed with those of the Templars, particularly in areas where spheres of influence overlapped, and there were a few of those. In addition to rivalry from other orders, the Templars faced scrutiny and apprehension from various nobles and, even more dangerously, monarchs. Some nobles had expressed concern over the Templars' considerable wealth and financial power, fearing that their economic influence could undermine the traditional power structures. Furthermore, the Templars' status as an independent military force, accountable only to the Pope and God, of course, raised suspicions among rulers who sought to maintain control over their territories. The Battle of the Horns of Hattin in 1187, well, that marked a significant setback for the Templars and the Crusader states. Led by Grand Master Gerard de Ridderford, the Templars suffered a devastating defeat against Saladin's forces. That's right, Saladin came back swinging, and this time it was personal. Gerard de Ridderford's lack of strategic acumen, combined with poor decisions such as venturing into the arid hill country without adequate supplies, led to the Templars being overcome by the heat and eventually surrounded and massacred by Saladin's army. This defeat paved the way for Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, dealing a severe blow to the cause of the Crusaders. However, don't write them off too quickly. In the early 1190s, Richard the Lionheart, the King of England and leader to the Third Crusade, embarked on a remarkable campaign alongside his Templar allies. Through a series of decisive military actions, Richard and the Templars managed to recapture significant portions of Christian territory from Saladin. Despite the diminished size and influence of the Crusader states, particularly with the relocation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem's capital to Acre, the Third Crusade succeeded in preserving Christian control in the region, albeit barely. The military orders, including the Templars, played a crucial role in the defense of Crusader states during this period. Their formidable castles served as strongholds against the Muslim advances, while their expertise in warfare bolstered the Frankish forces on the battlefield. As a result, the power and influence of the Templars reached new heights in the aftermath of the Third Crusade, solidifying their position as key players in the defense of Christian interests in the Holy Land. Following the siege of Acre in 1291, the Templars faced the necessity of relocating their headquarters from the Holy Land to the island of Cyprus. Jacques de Molay, who assumed the role of the order's Grand Master around 1292, undertook a significant effort to rally support for the Templars and organize yet another crusade. He embarked on a tour across Europe with the aim of garnering backing for his order. During his travels, he met with Pope Boniface XIII, or the 8th rather, who agreed to grant the Templars similar privileges in Cyprus as they had already enjoyed in the Holy Land. Additionally, Charles II of Naples and Edward I offered various forms of support to the Templars. This support ranged from exemptions from taxes to pledges for future assistance in building a new army. These pledges of support were, of course, crucial for the Templars, as they sought to regroup and maintain their influence in the face of their loss of territory in the Holy Land. However, their efforts to organize another crusade to get that land back would ultimately face significant challenges amidst the changing dynamics of European politics and the waning enthusiasm for further military expeditions to the east. In 1298, the military orders, including the Knights Templar led by Jacques de Molay, along with the Hospitaller and other forces, undertook a campaign in Armenia to repel an invasion by the Mamluks. Despite their efforts, they were unable to achieve success, and the fortress of Rosh Gulmaim in the Belen Pass, which was the last Templar stronghold in Antioch, fell to the Muslims. Following this setback, in 1300, the Templars, in conjunction with the Knights Hospitaller and forces from Cyprus, launched an attempt to recapture the coastal city of Tortosa. Although they managed to seize the island of Arwad near Tortosa, their control of it was short-lived, and they soon lost it again. This loss of Arwad marked the end of the Crusaders' presence in the Holy Land, as it was their last foothold in the region. Despite still retaining a base of operations in Cyprus and possessing significant financial resources, the order found themselves without a clear purpose and without widespread support. Things had changed. This precarious situation ultimately contributed to their downfall, as they became increasingly vulnerable to external pressure, but also internal strife. Now, this is where another main character comes into the story. A bit of a villain. If you thought Saladin was the villain, well, you are yet to meet King Philip IV. King Philip IV of France harbored deep suspicions towards the Templars, fearing that they might be plotting to establish a sovereign monastic state, similar to the Teutonic Knights in Prussia. His concerns were compounded by the Templars' support for a coup on the island of Cyprus in 1306, which resulted in the abdication of King Henry II in favor of his brother, Amalric of Tyre. Additionally, Philip inherited land in Champagne, France, where the Templars had their headquarters. The order was already perceived as a state within a state, enjoying considerable wealth, exemption from taxes, and maintaining a large standing army, capable of freely traversing European borders, despite having lost much of his presence in the Holy Land. This, of course, was rather threatening to the monarchies of many countries. Think about how the East India Company grew so much that it became a government unto itself. This is kind of what happened with the Templars and the actual governments, those who were put in place because they had a real claim, quote-unquote, to power. Well, they were not going to tolerate this for too long, especially now that the Templars had no one left to fight. The Holy Land was gone, and there was simply a group of highly trained warriors with very sharp blades and nothing to do. On the ominous date of Friday, October 13th, 1307, scores of French Templars were simultaneously arrested by the agents of King Philip. They were subsequently subjected to torture, particularly at locations like the tower at Chinon, to coerce confessions of heresy and sacrilege within the order. These confessions, obtained under duress, led to their execution. Of course, in our modern day, we know that confessions extracted through torture are not reliable, but this was not our modern day, and King Philip was just looking for an excuse. The charges against the Templars were escalated on August 12, 1308, with increasingly outrageous allegations. At this point, they were just making things up. A lot of the reason for this was to turn public opinion against the Templars. Well, one of the things that they accused them of was worshipping idols. One of the idols was a cat, and another was this kind of head with 3 faces on it. Very avant-garde stuff. The list of charges continued to grow, encompassing accusations of denying Christ, desecrating the cross, and all-out engaging in devil worship. These accusations came as quite as a shock to many of the Templars, who had dedicated their entire life to doing the exact opposite. During the trials in Paris, a significant number of Templars confessed, quote-unquote, to these allegations, including denying Christ and what was described as obscene kissing rituals, whatever that means. They were also accused of spitting on the cross. However, these confessions were extracted through torture, and there was no physical evidence or even independent witnesses to substantiate the claims. They were simply pulled out of thin air. Now, despite the Templars reaching out to Pope Clement for assistance, the pontiff's response was limited to questioning the arrests, as he was largely under the influence of King Philip. The Templars' pleas for help from the papacy ultimately proved futile in the face of political and religious motivations driving the French monarchy's actions. Now, the Templars' confessions, all obtained under duress, ignited quite a scandal in Paris, leading to public outrage and demands for action against the alleged blasphemous conduct of the order. This was, of course, music to the ears of the monarchy. Succumbing to both public pressure and King Philip's concern, Pope Clement issued the bull Pastoralis Preeminentariae, instructing all Christian monarchs in Europe to arrest the Templars and seize their assets. The writing was certainly on the wall for the Templars at this point. Now, while most monarchs were skeptical of the charges against the Templars, legal proceedings were initiated across various regions, including the British Isles, Iberia, the Kingdom of Germany, the Italian peninsula, and even back on the Kingdom of Cyprus. The actual likelihood of obtaining a proper confession, well, that all depended largely on whether torture was employed during the interrogation. The prevailing belief is that King Philip, motivated by jealousy of the Templars' wealth and power, as well as his substantial indebtedness to them. That's right, he owed them quite a lot of money. Fabricated false charges against the order at the Tours Assembly in 1308. It is widely doubted that Philip genuinely believed these accusations, which closely mirrored those made against Pope Boniface VIII. Many historians argue that Philip orchestrated these charges to seize the Templars' financial resources for his own benefit, with very little regard for their veracity. Notably, Philip had even invited Jacques de Molay, remember him, the Grand Master of the Templars, to serve as a pallbearer at a funeral just before the arrests, suggesting a premeditated betrayal. The Templars' arrests had ripple effects on the entire European economy, prompting a shift away from the Templars' monastic banking system and a return towards a traditional European monetary practice. Witnessing the fate of the Templars, the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem and Rhodes were also persuaded to relinquish their banking activities during this period. In 1312, the Council of Vienne, and under the intense pressure of King Philip IV. Following this council, Clement V issued an edict officially dissolving the Order of the Knights Templar. Many monarchs and nobles who had previously supported the Knights complied with papal command and dissolved their orders within their territories, while some rulers, such as those in England, arrested and tried Templars, and they were generally found not guilty. Well done to England. I guess it's a case of cancel culture in the medieval times. Now, outside of France, much of the Templar property was transferred by the Pope to the Knights Hospitaller. Surviving Templars were often accepted with open arms into the ranks of the Hospitallers. In regions where rulers were resistant to transferring Templar assets to the Hospitallers, such as the Iberian Peninsula, alternate arrangements were made. In Aragon, for instance, the assets were given to the Order of Montesa. In Portugal, the Templar Order continued under a new name. They rebranded to the Order of Christ. This group played a significant role in the early maritime explorations of Portugal, with Prince Henry the Navigator leading the order for 2 decades until his death. Despite the absorption of many Templars into other orders, questions remained about the fate of the tens of thousands of Templars across Europe. The hundreds of Templars arrested in France represented only a small fraction of the estimated 3,000 Templars in the country. Furthermore, the extensive archive of the Templars, containing detailed records of their business holdings and financial transactions, was never recovered. According to papal decree, these records were supposed to be transferred to the Knights Hospitaller, but their whereabouts remain unknown. The theory suggesting that the Knights Templars used a fleet of 18 ships at La Rochelle to escape arrest in France is primarily based on a single piece of testimony from a serving brother named Jean de Chalon. According to this testimony, Jean de Chalon heard rumors that Gerard de Villiers had set sail with 18 galleys, along with the treasury of another Templar named Hughes de Peyraud, just before the arrest warrant was issued for the order in October 1307. However, it's essential to note that this testimony is considered hearsay and is the sole source for this claim. Moreover, Jean de Chalon has been noted for making sensational and potentially unreliable statements about the order, casting doubt on his credibility. He was certainly known to run his mouth off a little bit, so take whatever he says with a grain of salt. So, those charges that were brought against the Knights Templar included a broad range of accusations, many of which were typical of the accusations made during the medieval Inquisition. These accusations included acts such as trampling on, spitting and urinating on the cross, engaging in obscene rituals while naked, worshipping idols, and even practicing sodomy. Some Templars admitted to these acts under torture, including the worship of an idol known as Baphomet. However, I think we all pretty much know that they are not very reliable confessions. We don't need to be scholars and historians to see through this. The specific charge of head worship, unique to the Templars, has drawn particular attention. The descriptions of the head, allegedly venerated, varied widely, leading to some scholars to suggest it may have been linked to medieval folklore about magical heads or rituals involving relics. Most of the accusations are about that three-sided head. So you got 3 faces on the one head. I know, very avant-garde. Overall, the charges brought against the Templars remain a subject of debate, and there are very few scholars who take any credence for them. But you see, within our living memory there exists a twist to the story. A lady named Barbara Frail discovered a thing called the Chinon parchment in September 2001. This parchment, dated the 17th of August 1308, was found in the Vatican secret archives and indicated that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308. Frale's findings were published in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004, drawing significant attention from historians and scholars. In 2007, the Vatican published the Cnut parchment as a part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus contra Templarios. This publication provided broader access to the document, allowing researchers to further analyze its contents and its implications. Another Cnut parchment, also dated 20th of August 1308, addressed to Philip IV of France, confirmed the absolution granted to all Templars who had confessed to heresy. This document stated that they were restored to the sacraments and to the unity of the Church. Of course, these discoveries have prompted reassessments of the Templar trials and raised questions about the validity of the accusations. Not like there was already enough questions about that. It provides evidence of the papal absolution of the Templar leaders, suggesting that the trials may have just been political. But you don't need a Cnut parchment to tell you that. Of course, if the discovery in 2001 shows us anything, it's that the story can always have a twist and turn, some 700 years later. Perhaps right now in the Vatican's secret archives there lies a document, an artifact, a relic, that will change this story once again. Who will find that? Will it be you? Maybe. But either way, it seems that the story of the Templars is not over yet. But our video is, at least for today. Thank you very much for watching. You know who I am. Did you subscribe to the channel? Do it and like, and I'll be very, very happy. Thanks for watching. It's been great. I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone.